Good morning. I'm going to start us off this morning by asking the hearing team to please elevate the court reporter. I see there are two court reporter links this morning.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Good morning. Are you ready for us to, oh, there's your other link. Now, are you
I
ready for us
am.
to go on the record? Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, I will go ahead and get started with introductions. Good morning. Once again, it's September 2nd, 2025. I'm Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water rate permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I am conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st Notice of Public Hearing and July 31st, 2024, I should add that in there, and subsequent amendments. We are joined this morning by Board Member Firestone here on the Zoom webinar platform. The hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar and is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. Both the audio and the video of this hearing are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding. The YouTube recording will also be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. This morning, and I think for most of the day, Mr. Wooldridge of the AHO will be handling the screen sharing of exhibits and moving along of the slides. He's quite good, although it's hard to beat Ms. Mullen, so please be a little bit patient with us. If you are a witness today, you may simply ask Mr. Wooldridge to advance to the next slide when you're making your presentation during your testimony. And attorneys, you may address Mr. Wooldridge directly to please bring up a particular exhibit. If at any time today you're experiencing technical difficulties trying to communicate with us or accessing Zoom or using Zoom, please send an email to the email inbox at dcp-wr-petition@waterboards.ca.gov or to the AHO email inbox. AHO staff are monitoring both and will try to assist you. If at any time I am experiencing technical difficulties and I'm not able to rejoin within a few minutes, a member of the AHO team will call a recess as we work those out. We're having, at least where I am located, a little bit unusual weather this morning, so I wanted to make sure I made that note. We have high winds and earlier lightning and thunder, which was exciting. But hopefully we won't have any technical challenges today. We will take breaks. We will have a mid-morning break, a lunch break as usual, and we will again have a hard stop as we do every day by 5 p.m. My understanding of where we are picking up is with the Protestants case in chief. We had completed the last time we were together, case in chief testimony from the state water contractors. My understanding is that we will be starting today, possibly with an opening statement, and I'll look to that first, and then starting with Dr. Pollson. A few procedural issues before we get started that I did want to address. One is our witness order. I know there's been some back and forth on what's happening in terms of witnesses. I want to talk through that. So that's first. Second, I did want to address the additional hearing days very briefly, and actually I can do it now if to just say it looks like from the responses, which I appreciate your responses, that September 23rd was a conflict for many of you, kind of a substantial bulk. So we will not schedule September 23rd as a hearing day. That is not my intent, but I will be scheduling the other dates that I identified in October. So there will be an amended hearing notice with those additional October dates. With that amended hearing notice, I think now is the time to start thinking, not start, to schedule rebuttal. So that is another topic that is fair game for discussion. My intent right now, looking at the schedule, if we complete the Protestants case in chief at the end of October, I'm looking and taking into account the Thanksgiving holidays. I'm looking at early December for a rebuttal exhibit deadline, and then a starting of the rebuttal hearing in mid-January. One question is, I think it makes the most sense, and it's generally would be our practice, that DWR would present its rebuttal evidence first, then we'd hear from state water contractors, then we move to Protestants. But if you have any comment on that, I would be open to that as well. And I think those are the items on my list to address in terms of procedure. Of course, if you have anything else, you are welcome to raise that. So let's start with going back to witness order. My understanding is that we have Dr. Pollson, who it looks like we will finish up with today, based on the estimates. And then my understanding is we'd move to Dr. Michael, uh, which I presume we may not finish up today. So we're looking at where we would complete Dr. Michael on Friday, and then who is next? I think there was one proposal for North Delta water agencies to present their witnesses, and that makes some sense to me, but it wasn't clear to me whether there was an objection to North Delta proceeding next or not. So I would appreciate maybe a little clarity on this. I think particularly from DWR, whether or not there was an objection to that order of proceeding, and I was trying to understand the statements, but I'm not sure it all came through. So with that, let's turn first, if we could, the hearing team, please elevate Ms. Morris, and if you would please make your appearance. We haven't been on camera for a while. Make your appearance, and then you may go ahead and say what you have to say. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Stephanie Morris for the Department of Water Resources. Yes, the department met and conferred with several of the parties who had witnesses that, based on the Protestants' preferred order, were willing to go. And if you recall, which it's been a little bit, when we had this discussion, Mr. Cho said that he was possibly open to splitting his witnesses up, and later he considered that and did not want to do that. And so our proposal was to go in the order that the Protestants had suggested and move through the Sacramento County witnesses on the 5th. And then some of them are not available on the 5th, but they are available on the 11th. And I know there was a desire by Ms. Tabor to not split them up. So the proposal from the department was to go in the proposed order that the Protestants had suggested and move through the Sacramento County witnesses on the 5th and the 11th, and then turn to Dr. Rosenfield, who is available on the 11th, and I believe also the following hearing day, and then to take North Delta in their more preferred order that was suggested, which is significantly farther down the list. I'll just say, though, we also noted in our statement that there does become quite a bit of an issue after the 11th, because I believe the next set of witnesses that are suggested to go are all the next 3 of 4 all include Dr. Pollson, who I do not believe is available until I think it's the 21st. If you give me a second, I can look at the list. The next after County Sacramento is Stockton, which does have Dr. Pollson, who's not available on the 22nd. And then following that is BBID, who also has Dr. Pollson, who is not available. And then my understanding is that El Dorado and PCWA were the next in positions 19 with 3 witnesses on a panel, and that they are no longer available or Mr. Donlin is no longer available on the 15th, which puts us at Sac Sewer, and that also includes Dr. Pollson. So that's where I think we're struggling, and we're looking for direction on if the desire is we're ready to move forward through the Stockton witnesses that are not Dr. Pollson and just take her in order, and the BBID witnesses that are not Dr. Pollson. But I know that there was a desire by Ms. Tabor to not split up her panels, or not her panels, but her witnesses. So
Understood. Thank you. And then if you can clarify for me, Ms. Morris, DWR would object to hearing from, or maybe there's some other obstacle, from hearing from all of North Delta Water Agency's witnesses after Dr. Michael. What was the obstacle there?
we would prefer to go closer in the order that was was suggested, and we have been prepping for, which is to go through this County of Sacramento witnesses, which don't have to be broken up, can be on the 9th, on the 5th, and on the 11th.
Okay.
And it may be very well, and I think what we had asked for was that we would proceed in the way that we understood the hearing officer had suggested, which is we would just go down the list, and if a witness was unavailable, we would move on to the next witness, whether that was a different party or not. But also, if there was a desire to reorder the Protestants' preferred order list, knowing that, there was a day missed, so I could attend a wedding, which I'm very grateful for, and other start date issues that maybe they wanted to propose a different list. It's just very difficult to prepare for, 80 witnesses and not know if we're going from number 78 or number 30 or number 3. And so we kind of need to know, in advance. And that there was also a desire in the meet and confer that we provide cross-examination timeframes, which we're happy to do. And we said that in the meet and confer letter, that once we know who's going, we think we can do that, sort of 2 weeks out on a forecast so that so parties have time to let their witnesses know and can schedule. But at this point, we don't actually know what we're doing on Friday, other than in the morning.
Understood. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's turn to, if we can please, I'm just going in the order that's on my Zoom here, so if we can please elevate Mr. Cho. Good morning, Mr. Cho. You're welcome to come on camera.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie. Austin Cho for North Delta Water Agency and Reclamation Districts 999, 2060, and 2068. I guess you have the two correspondences that were sent to you regarding the meet and confer efforts that the parties had. I don't know if this was a miscommunication on my part, and if it was, I apologize, but the intent of my statement at the last hearing was that we were willing to talk through potential coordination changes, and in the spirit of flexibility, we're willing to consider any proposals that DWR had. I did not expressly, and I definitely did not intend to say that North Delta would be willing to break up its case in chief to straddle different parties' testimony. That was never our intent. We have a story to tell, and it's very vital to North Delta Water Agency that we be afforded the ability to present that story in a way that we decide is most effective. And the whole reason why September 5th came up was because there was a gap in the hearing schedule because of last-minute changes that had to be made to accommodate state water contractor witnesses and DWR's availability. So North Delta offered that we could present, if time was available, for us to present our case in chief testimony on the 5th. During the meet and confer meeting with Ms. Morris, we requested whether DWR had an estimate on what their cross-examination would be as a justification for why that proposal couldn't go forward. And Ms. Morris was not able to offer that time estimate. We still don't know what the potential cross estimate would be for North Delta witnesses, but our position remains that if time is willing, or if time is available, so that North Delta can present its full case in chief uninterrupted by other parties, we're more than happy to make those accommodations.
Thank you, Mr. Cho. If the team would please elevate Ms. Tabor. Good morning, Ms. Tabor.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie. Kelly Tabor, on behalf of the County of Sacramento, Sacramento Area Sewer District, Sacramento County Water Agency, City of Stockton, and Byron Bethany Irrigation District. We appreciate how challenging this is for the hearing office, for DWR, state water contractors, and all the Protestants. I just wanted to join in Mr. Cho's statements about the importance to the Protestants of being able to present their story with their witnesses together without being their witnesses broken up by the testimony of other parties. And I think the Protestants have spent a lot of time, including since we met with Ms. Morris and DWR Council to discuss the scheduling issues, trying to puzzle through how to deal with all of the uncertainty. And our current proposal is to revisit the proposed order in light of all the parties, the current schedule, the current available dates, and parties' current availability, which has changed somewhat since we submitted our proposed order at the end of July. And instead of proposing merely an order, that we propose a specific schedule. And that would depend on some assumptions about how much cross-examination time is likely to be needed from DWR. But I think and we would welcome their specific input and information. But we're working very hard right now to and expect to be able to propose within the next few days a specific calendar of dates, which would let everybody know exactly what dates each Protestant will be presenting its case in chief. It would allow us to advise our witnesses that they have to lock in those dates, which has been a challenge for us because they've had such a wide range of dates that they've had to potentially hold open, and they also have changing schedules. So we think that we can do that. We think there's enough time in the hearing days that have been identified with some reasonable allowance for cross-examination to provide that certainty, and that's what we intend to do. We hope that the DWR and the hearing office would be open to considering that, because I think it would give the parties the certainty that I know DWR is looking for, and that the Protestants need in order to be able to lock in their witness testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Tabor. And I appreciate that there are a lot of pieces here. Would you please clarify whether Sac County has an objection to, or there's an obstacle to DWR's proposal that we would proceed, what I understand the proposal to be, we would proceed with Dr. Pollson, then Dr. Michael on the 5th, and then start in with Sacramento County's witnesses at that point, and that we would then proceed through Sac County's witnesses as a block, which would take some period of time. I'm not sure how long. Was there a concern or obstacle to that proposal?
I think that we can make their proposal work. We haven't, there are two witnesses whose availability we have not been able to confirm for DWR's proposed schedule. One has jury duty scheduled, and so we don't know what that impact will be. One we just haven't been able to reach. So tentatively, I think we can make that work.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. If the hearing team would please elevate Mr. Busher. Good morning, Mr. Busher.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie. Eric Butcher for San Francisco Baykeeper. Dr. Rosenfield has fairly limited availability. I have no objection if it is consistent with Mr. Cho or Ms. Tabor's and their client's desire to having those witnesses fill in before he starts. But it's important that he start, I think, relatively early on the 11th to ensure that his testimony is done by the 15th, because after that, he's got pre-planned travel and the Jewish holidays and several other things on his calendar that cannot move. Ultimately, from our point of view, we were asked to identify, by the hearing officer, we were asked to identify the first three witnesses that the Protestants as a group wanted to present. And we did that, and those people were ready to go in August and would have been done today, but for scheduling conflicts with the state water contractors and DWR that came up. And I recognize the need to accommodate those scheduling conflicts, and we are where we are at this point, and that's kind of water under the bridge. But it's fairly frustrating from our point of view to insist now that every minute of every available hearing day be used when both DWR and the state water contractors were allowed to cancel hearing days, allowed to have short hearing days so that they could present their client's testimony in the order that they wanted to present it. And we think that as a protesting group, right, each individual client or each individual protesting party should be afforded that same opportunity. And if that means that there's not time to complete the first three witnesses in the order that we had proposed to do them without, and and use all of the day on the fifth, then that's life, and that's how we're going to have to move forward. There's a lot of hearing days scheduled in this, and it's important to my client, it's important to several other of the protesting parties to be able to present their evidence and their story in the way that they feel is most appropriate, which is the same that was afforded to DWR and the state water contractors when they were presenting their evidence and their story in support of the proposed project and the petition. So long as we can make sure that Dr. Rosenfield starts relatively early on the 11th and is done on the 15th, I'm willing to be flexible and accommodating in that regard. But this is ultimately the protesting party's choice about who testifies in what order, not DWR's choice about the protestant's case in chief.
Ms. Morris, please. Thank you, Mr. Busher.
Thank you. We certainly understand the desire to tell one story. And just to be clear, the first witness that the Protestants identified was Dr. Pollson, who was not available until August 18th was the earliest day that she could have started. And so that's what the department planned for. And
I think Ms. Morris is frozen, at least on my end.
Yes, also here.
okay, sorry.
You're back. Ms. Morris,
Okay.
welcome
So I
back.
don't know where I ended or froze,
But you had planned for Dr. Pollson on the 18th.
Yes. But she wasn't available. And so it's not anyone's fault. It's just that happens, and that was the order that was proposed. So we're not opposed to the Protestants coming back and giving DWR a schedule so long as that it is efficient. And we think that that's probably the best idea at this point, given the fact that Dr. Pollson, well, the next four panels and are groups of people to essentially three of them include Dr. Pollson, and no one's available on the 15th. So, if that's the case, we are not opposed to allowing Protestants to present their witnesses in order, so long as we don't have huge hearing gaps and dates and don't finish on the dates that we now have scheduled to finish the Protestants' case in chief.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. And Mr. Busher, will you, actually, it might be right here on this list. I'm looking at Dr. Rosenfeld's estimate of direct testimony is 30 minutes. And then Ms. Morris, do you happen to have your estimate of Dr. Rosenfeld's cross, at least for DWR?
Yes, it's, I believe, 3.5 to 4 hours. And just for understanding purposes, it's sort of our best guess at this point that the County of Sacramento witnesses cross-examination would be less than we plan to spend on the North Delta Water Agency witnesses as a whole, as we've gone back and started to look at this after the meet and confer. And I also understand that there may be a desire that one of the witnesses for Sacramento County, Dr. Salter, who's also a witness for Hood, that Ms. Tabor may be open to having him present at the same time. I'm not saying she is, but that was a discussion that we had.
Yes, that's correct. Although we do think that Mr. Salter can be available on some of the days that have been identified here. So we may not need to defer his testimony to the time of the Hood Council.
Thank you. And thank you for this helpful discussion. And Ms. Morris, can you remind me, do you have an estimate of DWR's cross of Sacramento County's witnesses as a whole?
I can give you a rough. I'm assuming that in the order that was given that there's one witness that is a County of Sacramento and a Yolo County, Mr. Ogilvy, that is included. Is that a good assumption?
Ms. Tabor, what is your?
Yes, correct. It's
Okay.
our intent to present Mr. Ogilvy with the Sacramento County group.
I think it's around 3 hours as a group, if 2.5 to 3 hours.
Can I just confirm, please, with Ms. Morris, just a rough eyeball of the August 22nd letter looked like it was 7 hours or more for Sacramento County between the state water contractors and DWR. Have you revised that total number down?
I don't have a number for the state water contractors, and that is my best working guess at this moment, which changes almost frequently. I will go home tonight and work, and I may have a different number, but that's in the ballpark for the Sacramento County witnesses.
And then let me look to state water contractors, since it sounds like, if we can please elevate Mr. Krieger.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie. Miles Krieger for the State Water Contractors. In light of your ruling on Friday regarding Friendly Cross, I don't have specific estimates at this moment for the Sacramento County witnesses, but my expectation would be that the amount of cross that we need to do is substantially less given your ruling. So I would suggest that what we originally estimated could be likely cut in half or be even less.
Thank you. And I see we also have a hand from Ms. Desjardins will the hearing team please elevate Ms. Desjardins? Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Kinsey. I did want to point out that because the state water contractors were allowed to cross-examine as Protestants in DWR's case, that they need to be treated as Protestants, and subject to your ruling that Friendly Cross is not allowed.
Ms. Desjardins, I did look into that. As I recall, and based on my check, the state water contractors did not cross-examine DWR's witnesses other than during the June hearing days, which was I would qualify it as a different posture because the witnesses were there not exactly voluntarily by DWR. I'm not aware of I did go, I did my best to go through the transcripts, but are you aware of a different example in which state water contractors?
I didn't look in detail, but I know you did allow cross-examination by them. And I don't think you can lump, the Protestants here all have different interests. And so to the extent you're making a broad sweeping thing that any cross-examination is friendly cross-examination by one party to another, that's a Protestant. I think you have to make that clean, because you can't haven't individually examined each party's case and the relationships between the parties.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. And just to clarify, I don't want to get us off on, let's hold on the friendly cross issue if we can for a moment, if that needs to come up again. But to clarify, my ruling was that there would need to be a demonstration of some adversity. I did recognize that there are many Protestants and there are many different postures, and that is one of the reasons these cases are so complex. So it was not an absolute ruling that would never be appropriate. It was that in general, it's where the testimony being elicited is truly in support of the cross-examining party and the interests are shared, that is not a useful use of hearing time.
And I wanted to respectfully suggest, Henry Wigmore said that cross-examination is the greatest engine of truth, and that be the standard for allowing friendly cross.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. I see we have other hands. I want to make sure I'm not missing anyone. If we can please elevate Mr. Reese. Good morning, Mr. Reese. Or Mr. Herrick. It's not always clear. It's Mr. Reese.
Good morning. My comments pertain to your friendly ruling regarding cross-examination of August 29th. So I don't know if you're wanting to save that for later in the proceeding
Let's
or
hold, and we'll get to it in a moment. Just let's hold on this. I'm going to try to
Okay.
finish the witness order, and then we'll certainly have a chance to come back to that.
Very
Thank you,
well.
Mr. Reese. If we can please elevate Ms. Meserve. Good morning, Ms. Meserve.
Good morning. Sorry, I'm a little slow here. Yeah, I did OSHA Reserve for Contra Costa County et al. I did have comments about the state water contractor cross-examination issue. I'll table that for right now. I guess just with respect to the scheduling updating that Ms. Tabor mentioned with respect to the Protestants. I just wanted to let you know that we had reached out to all of the Protestant witnesses and asked for them to give us their updated availability based on the new hearing dates that you had identified. And those dates are coming in, and I hadn't had a chance to check in with Ms. Tabor yet, but I imagine that probably by Wednesday we'll be in a position to, hopefully I'm not speaking out of school, but by Wednesday afternoon, we would be in a position, I think, to be able to provide an update to the hearing officer and DWR that may, provide more light on the possible schedule. I know we've gotten some of that availability back already, but it looked to me like I hadn't heard back from all of my witnesses at least.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve, and I appreciate your efforts on this. Ms. Morris.
Based on this conversation, we wanted to suggest if it's feasible as a way to move forward that we start the County of Sacramento and finish on the 11th, begin Rosenfield on the 11th, finishing sometime on the 15th. And then on the 15th, if there's time and or in the next hearing days, we would jump all of the other parties and move to North Delta Water Agency because based on their availability provided, it looks like they are available all of those hearing days. And then perhaps by the end of on Friday, we could get a revised Protestant order or schedule that would account for all the information that Ms. Tabor and Ms. Meserve are collecting, but that would at least give us some certainty for the next several hearing days and then an ability and path hopefully to move forward.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. And I think I was thinking along similar lines, and Mr. Cho, I'll look, the NDWA piece is in addition, so I'll look to that. But this is what it seems like is coming together. We will start with Dr. Pollson today, then move to Dr. Michael. I expect Dr. Michael would finish on Friday. We would then move to Sac County. It looks like we can complete all of Sac County's witnesses and cross with sufficient time to hear from Dr. Rosenfeld, who will start on the 11th or the 15th, but it sounds like we have enough time for Dr. Rosenfeld on one day, even if he doesn't get started until the 15th. And then the addition to that would be to move to North Delta Water Agency after Dr. Rosenfeld. So I'll look to Mr. Cho first. Would that ordering of North Delta Water Agency after Dr. Rosenfeld work for you?
It works for me. I would ask for an opportunity to consult with my clients to make sure that our witnesses are all available, but my recollection is that they are, but any number of things could have changed since we put that together on the 1st of August. So I'd appreciate a chance to double check.
Certainly. Are there other objections with that initial order? Ms. Tabor.
No objection, but because some of our witnesses actually have to travel to our office to present their testimony, we would want some certainty by the end of today as to the likely time that the Sacramento County testimony would begin on the 5th. And so that I would just ask that we try to come up with a time certain.
let's,
For example, not before 12 or, whatever.
that sounds fair enough. We will revisit that at the end of the day. Please do, I don't think I'll forget, but please do remind me, and we'll try to see where we are with Dr. Michael, and we'll have a better sense. And we can go. Thank you.
And if I also may request for Ms. Morris and Mr. Krieger estimates, if they can provide them, of cross-examination for North Delta.
Ms. Morris, do you have that at this time?
Can I give it to you I'll just email Mr. Cho at the end of the day, or tell the group. I just want to go back and look.
Fair enough. Thank you. And Mr. Krieger.
Yes, and I'll coordinate with DWR.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then,
Sorry, Ms. Kinsey, to
please
interrupt. Can I get an updated estimate from the state water contractors as well for Dr. Rosenfield's testimony? I heard 3.5 to 4 hours from Ms. Morris for DWR, but he's really not available after the 15th, and I don't want to take a month-long break in the middle of his testimony.
Mr. Krieger.
I will provide an updated estimate, Mr. Busher.
And thank you. You're right. Thank you, Mr. Busher. We should be careful of that. Oh, I know the final piece of this, and I wanted to just confirm, and thank you, Ms. Meserve and Ms. Tabor, with this in place, then I think it may help you frame up a proposal for dates certain. That's certainly fine with me if we can work that out and provide more certainty for everyone involved. And if we can have that before, with the idea that we would be able to discuss it. So I would say by noon on Thursday, so that there's a chance for DWR and state water contractors to look at it, and we can have a conversation about it on Friday and then put that together. I know you're working with a lot of people, but to the best of your ability, noon on Thursday.
We will do our best. Noon is going to be tough because everyone is in the hearing today who's working on that, but we'll aim for noon or as close as we can.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Is there anything else for now on witness order? Great, thank you. Let's go ahead and turn to Friendly Cross, because that's our so-called Friendly Cross, because that's already come up. And then we can move back to, I think, if there are any other scheduling issues that we want to talk about. We heard from Ms. Desjardins. I think, Ms. Morris, you may have had a hand up on this issue and then took it down because I said, let's talk about scheduling first. I'm not sure if that's fair, but I wanted to give a chance to turn back to you. And then I know Mr. Reese and Ms. Meserve may have had comments as well.
I think that we adequately sort of stated our position about Friendly Cross in our letter to you of last week. I think just to reiterate, I think we're concerned about other witnesses using, other Protestants using expert witnesses to elicit expert testimony or other opinion testimony that is new and we haven't had time to consider, particularly given if we are doing the cross-examination first, we wouldn't then have a chance also if they were cleaning something up, whereas if another party was asking their own witness, redirect, we would have an opportunity in the limited scope that the hearing officer has provided. So those are our two main concerns with Friendly Cross.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Mr. Reese, to you.
Yes, with regard, Dean Reese on behalf of the SDWA parties, with regard to your ruling on August 29th, we don't agree with it. We believe that parties should have an opportunity to at least ask clarifying questions of other parties' witnesses with respect to how that testimony may pertain to or affect their clients or our clients. So I understand that you don't want to have blatantly Friendly Cross and to spend a bunch of time just having somebody affirm, their commonly held views on the project, but we think clarifying questions should be allowed and subject to an offer of proof if necessary. That would be efficient. We think just a blanket sort of ruling against it is concerning with regard to due process issues. Additionally, there was some mention earlier of the state water contractor's testimony or cross-examination rather of DWR's witnesses. And yes, that did occur on June 11th of this year. It was regard to DWR's panel 4, and the state water contractors did conduct fairly extensive cross-examination of Mr. Fitzu and others. And that didn't, whether or not you think there was a different posture with regard to those witnesses, I'm not sure exactly what's meant by that, but there wasn't any sort of showing of adversity or requirement of any such showing or ruling of any type of adversity. So it would seem to me that based on your ruling from August 29th, that the testimony or the cross-examination and the testimony of from June 11th would need to be stricken. And that would be a request that we would make in writing if need be, but that's our position with regard to that.
Thank you, Mr. Reese. Mr. Krieger, I think you saw your hand first.
Just briefly, we did not state water contractors did not cross-examine panel 4. State water contractors cross-examined Mr. Fitzu on June 11th because that was the compelled testimony that the department was required to put on. So we did not conduct cross-examination of any panel. We conducted cross of the witnesses the department was required to produce in light of the testimony that the department was required to create and produce. So it is a very different posture than state water contractors, for example, cross-examining a panel of the department's witnesses.
And I want to, Ms. Meserve, I think I want to make sure I get to you. Would you like to jump in now?
No, I can wait. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Reese, I think you had a hand.
Yeah, regardless, it was after, during the time when panel 4, I believe, was put on and by DWR, but there still was no showing or any requirement of a showing of adversity or a disputed material fact. So it would seem quite unfair to not hold state water contractors the same standard and now that we're holding the rest of the parties. So that's my point.
Thank you, Mr. Reese. Ms. Desjardins.
Yes, and I wanted to say that as a scientific and technical expert, I did do friendly cross when to clarify some scientific and technical issues in the water fix hearing. And it was basically when cross-examination raised significantly confused scientific and technical issues. And I had the necessary expertise to ask some clarifying questions. To assume that adversity is the standard and not having a clear hearing record where issues are, where the truth on these, this is an enormously complex project. It has enormous impacts on the Delta. And there was also a case where a volunteer fireman, the fire department had not been told about the suggestion by an independent review panel that DWR hire a oil industry specialist, oil and gas industry specialist to look at capping the abandoned gas wells that they were going to be drilling through because of fire concerns. And I felt that was relevant. He didn't know about it. It was something that came up as I was reviewing his testimony, and it elicited very important testimony about the project and its potential impacts, because those volunteer firefighters literally would have had to go, if there was an accident in the tunnel and giant conflagration, it would have been those volunteer firefighters that had to go down in there and try to help rescue the tunnel workers. So there are scientific and technical issues that aren't necessarily in witnesses' testimony or that are confused by cross-examination questions. So I really, it was used extensively. It was allowed in the previous hearing. So your ruling is very different from the previous hearing. And I, I do believe that cross-examination is allowed. And I think you have to have one standard, you know, for all parties in this hearing. Not special cases be for DWR and for some classes of Protestants and so on. And that's sort of been a continuing problem with these special motions of DWR, and not just cross-examination, but witness scheduling and everything else. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. Ms. Morris, if you want one follow-up, and then I think I'm prepared to address this issue.
I just wanted to reiterate that we objected to questions Mr. Krieger asked of the panel for the supplemental information. So the record reflects that. I think, again, I would just urge that if friendly cross is to be allowed, we outlined a process in our letter to you as a potential, because it does create the opportunity for testimony that's outside the scope of the testimony that we prepared for, and allows for surprise testimony. So we would want an opportunity to evaluate and look at that in writing and provide information to the AHO before that before any friendly cross would occur, if it's going to be allowed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Ms. Meserve.
Yes, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Yeah, I was just going to add that, you know, when state water contractors did conduct the cross-examination on June 11th and it was permitted, I frankly was a little surprised, because I had heard you say before in the sites hearing, and I believe it may have come up here, that, you know, you didn't prefer that there be friendly cross. And then again, there was no showing of proof or other, you know, questions asked before Mr. Krieger was allowed to conduct his examination. And in fact, the examination didn't focus on, you know, the seeming, you know, objection that contractors had to the testimony, which was that DWR was somehow being forced to do it and should not have been forced to do it. That wasn't the subject matter of the questions at all. Instead, and it's even in the record, the transcript, is that it really seemed to be more like redirect, like cleaning up the testimony. And indeed, I was the one who lodged the objections in the beginning of the cross-examination that Mr. Krieger conducted. And then eventually DWR began saying a couple of objections. Yeah, just, you know, if you'd like to refresh your recollection about how that occurred, I do suggest starting at page 109 of that transcript. And I just think that a blanket rule against what has been called friendly cross, but really may not be that, you know, I think, and it may warrant some kind of, you know, briefing expedition on what the rights of the parties are with respect to witnesses and the ability to you know, pull out, you know, testimony that's relevant to the hearing. So I'm a little bit concerned about and I'm especially concerned about any rule that would not be equally applied across all of the parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve. I guess maybe so here's some of the issues that I see here. One, this is a break from the water fix procedures. I've lived through some of the water fix proceeding. I did not find friendly cross to be particularly helpful. In general, I find it's a waste of hearing time and something that the parties have the ability to prepare for in advance. You submit written testimony in advance. The Protestants certainly have the opportunity, one, to work together to prepare that testimony. Second, you have the opportunity to call other Protestants' witnesses. If there's an issue that is raised and needs to be addressed as a matter of rebuttal, there's an opportunity to bring that testimony in and to bring it in writing. In general, friendly cross, as I explained, is an end run around the rule against surprise testimony. Now, I realize there's this difference with respect to on June 11th. I think at that time it would have been, hindsight, I would have been may be helpful to have this discussion then. I don't recall that a objection to friendly cross was raised at that time. My posture with respect to that, as I thought about it at the time, was that the witnesses were being called not at DWR's not voluntarily, involuntarily, if you will. They were not required to present their testimony in advance in writing, so it was all surprise testimony. So it was a little bit of an outlier with respect to our hearing process generally, and therefore everyone had an opportunity, including the hearing team, to ask questions. And then this was our chance. It was somewhat more like a deposition, if you will, where we were operating in a little bit of a different framework. Now, as I said, it would have been maybe helpful to have a conversation about friendly cross at that time. We did not. So whether there's some, I just don't know that it's particularly helpful to go back and parse the testimony, but if we have to go back and I don't know, do this exercise where we look to whether there's adversity with respect to the issues, it was pretty clear to me that it seemed that there was some level of differences of opinion between DWR and state water contractors. I don't know if we want to spend the time exploring that, but that's a possibility, whether we can go back and, if you will, readdress the friendly cross question with respect to state water contractors questions on June 11th. I just don't see now, this is not a blanket rule. There's a showing of adversity. There's this question of clarity. I can understand that if a witness's testimony is confusing, but that said, once again, there's typically, if the confusion comes out on cross, there's the opportunity for the sponsoring party to redirect. There's the opportunity for the other Protestants to confer with the sponsoring party and obtain redirect. There just are so many other chances to address these issues, and friendly cross takes a lot of time. And I think it's something that in general should be avoided because there is the chance for everyone to submit testimony in writing in advance. That's the general rule. So I'm not inclined to change my ruling. That said, you may raise, I don't know if we call it an offer of proof, but a assertion that friendly cross should be allowed in certain very, very limited circumstances. And I am open to considering those because these cases are complex. The postures of the party are really complicated. There's no blanket rule that's going to cover all the possibilities, just like I don't think a blanket rule covers what happened on June 11th because that was a different posture. I certainly agree that all parties should be treated the same. And just to put all of you on notice, because you'll probably appear in other AHO hearings, I'm considering putting the rule against friendly cross in the hearing notice up front. I think as a general rule, it's appropriate for AHO proceedings. So this is something that would be, as I mentioned in the ruling letter, it's a refinement of practice, if you will, of what the State Water Board has done in the past. But I think it will make the hearing much more efficient and will encourage parties to work together up front to get the testimony that they want in the record in writing in advance and continue to put forward that support the principle of avoiding surprise testimony. That's where I'm at. Ms. Meserve and then Ms. Desjardins, I'll go back to you.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Just briefly, just for the clarity of the record, the the DWR testimony in question on June 11th was submitted by DWR on May 27th, and we all reviewed it in advance. And we wouldn't be able to meet and confer regarding redirect because usually there's about 5 minutes or less on redirect. So I'm not quite sure what you mean by that, but anyway, I understand your ruling for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve. Ms. Desjardins.
Yeah, as a scientific and technical expert, I mean, I have worked very closely with attorneys, but in 5 minutes, it is simply not able. So if your ruling is that way, then you need to give like a couple of hours for everybody who might have suggestions for redirect to brief them. But these issues are very complex, and I have worked with attorneys to try to explain them. And I worked very closely with PCFFA's attorney. And I ended up starting to do cross-examination as a party because I could grasp the technical issues better based on my scientific and technical training. So there is an assumption that an attorney with not necessarily any scientific and technical training in climate change, for example, or the Pollson model, could do the same questions, clarifying questions that I could. And I haven't found that to be the case. I did spend a lot of time educating Protestants attorneys about the technical issues, but they're very complex. So one, I don't think that saying you can just do it on redirect is the same. I do think it's a significant prejudice to issues here. There's a further issue as far as surprise testimony, that there's a cumulative impact that you did not open discovery. I asked you to open discovery. I was not given subpoena power for witnesses in this hearing before my case in chief. And if you decide this, I ask that you give me subpoena power and allow me to call the witnesses that were on the stakeholder engagement committee or had other knowledge relevant to my case for rebuttal. Because the cumulative impact of not being able to get the truth of what happened in the stakeholder engagement committee and in DWI's tunnel design is significant and is of major prejudice to my case. And by the way, you didn't even allocate time for me to present my case on.
And just to clarify, Ms. Desjardins, I don't recall any motion from you or request to subpoena a particular witness. So I didn't rule on any such motion, but that certainly is an avenue that is available. And then, of course, attorneys have the authority to issue subpoenas.
I did mention it in oral argument, and I said that in the Waterfix hearing, I was given a blank subpoena, and I could do a subpoena ducis tecum, and I could also subpoena witnesses. And I did both in the hearing, in the Waterfix hearing. I have not been able to do that in this hearing.
I would suggest, and I recall, that's why I knew you were aware of the process because you previously exercised it. You would need to submit that as a request. I'm not going to grant a blanket subpoena authority, but you can certainly request that the AHO exercise its authority to issue those, or you can work with the other attorneys in this proceeding who do have that authority under the water code and
the other issue
regulation
is for paid technical experts. So I would have to pay their expert witness fees to call them or burden the parties.
Correct. I mean, that is another concern here, which I don't think not sure it's my place to get into, but I do have a concern about cross-examining expert witnesses who are being paid by another party to elicit testimony outside of the contracting fees of that particular expert. That is a concern. Mr. Herrick implicated it, but I'm not sure that's for me to get into. But that's another matter that does need to be considered, I think, is that it's an opportunity to work around the contracting rules by the particular expert, which concerns me.
I do think there's an asymmetry here in that if you're allowing DWR unlimited scope to elicit testimony outside of the contracted experts, and then you're saying Protestants can't cross-examination on issues within the scope because that has to be redirected, and they can't cross-examine on issues outside of the scope because that's outside of contracted. It's very asymmetrical, and it does raise issues of due process in this hearing.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. Are there other comments on this issue? I think the bottom line ruling is we will take this on a case by case. I am very, very disinclined to allow friendly cross if there's a showing of adversity. If there's a serious issue, I think if there's a serious issue of clarity where the testimony, you truly believe the testimony is misleading and we need to clarify the record, that would be an addition, I think, to my ruling, and that can be cleaned up efficiently. That may be an appropriate additional avenue for friendly cross. With that, are there other procedural issues that we need to address before we hear from Dr. Pollson? Mr. Busher, please.
Sorry, just one last quick request. If there are parties other than DWR and the state water contractors who intend to cross-examine Dr. Rosenfield, I think that list is fairly narrow given the prior discussion or the potential list, but if those people can also send time estimates by the end of the day today, I would appreciate that.
Thank you. Oh, and I'm sorry, I see a hand from Ms. Bear. Would we please elevate Ms. Bear? And I apologize if I didn't see you during the discussion. And thank you, Mr. Busher. Ms. Bear, good morning.
Morning, Officer Kenzie. Tara Bear, student attorney with the Yale Environmental Justice Law and Advocacy Clinic on behalf of the DTEC parties. I'm wondering if you have an idea of when you'll be able to give us a final determination on when, where, and how the proposed October site visit will take place. Protestants are coordinating a lot of schedules, transportation, including bus reservations, flights for the Yale team, and other logistics, meaning that we need a final decision on the site visit plan and schedule soon, since coordination is already becoming challenging for us. Thank you.
I will look to Ms. Tabor.
In response to Ms. Bear's question, we have been coordinating with DWR. We just sent them an updated proposal for a site visit. They wanted some input on that and to confirm their witness or their party availability for that. So they did just get that at the end of last week. And our hope was that to hear from them today about their how that schedule might work for the DWR parties and submit a revised proposal to the hearing officer today, if possible, or certainly by tomorrow. So we have coordinated with the DTEC Council, and I realize Ms. Bear and her group are recently back from the summer break, but we have coordinated regarding their witness availability and trying to make those dates work.
Can I ask DWR if that schedule sounds like something that would be possible for you all in terms of finalizing everything today and getting a proposal out by the end of the week?
We will be able to respond by the end of the week. We will try to respond certainly before Friday because we're all in this hearing today, and we did receive it late Thursday. So we are on it, and we will get back to you certainly before, let's say, end of day Thursday at the latest. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to all of you for coordinating. Ms. Tabor, did you have a follow-up, or is it a residual hand?
Residual hand, sorry, Al.
No problem. Are there other issues we need to address before we get started with our substance today? With that, I'm not sure with Dr. Pollson, is there an opening statement? I know the coordinated Delta parties. Is there an opening statement that will happen before Dr. Pollson? And should I look to you, Ms. Tabor?
Yes, there is, Hearing Officer Kenzie. The Delta Public Water Agencies do have a opening statement, and I'm ready to present that. And if I'm recalling from the state water contractors testimony, the hearing officer preferred to hear the opening statement and then swear in the witness and have them present their testimony. Is that correct?
Yes, please. So when you are ready, I am ready. Okay,
we are ready. We've been ready. So good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie, members of the hearing team, members of the State Water Board, Board Member Ferson, if you're still here after all of that procedural discussion, thank you for joining us. Today you'll hear from Dr. Susan Pollson on behalf of 6 Delta public agencies with jurisdiction over water resources in the Delta: the Byron-Bethany Irrigation District, Contra Costa County, Contra Costa County Water Agency, Sacramento Area Sewer District, Solano County, and the City of Stockton. These agencies manage resources and or supply water for municipal, industrial, and agricultural uses within the Delta for hundreds of thousands of Delta residents and tens of thousands of acres of some of the world's most productive farmland. These agencies have invested hundreds of millions of dollars in their water supply infrastructure, and protecting the quality and reliability of water supplies serving these areas is essential to the continued public health and economic well-being of the Delta. Dr. Pollson is the foremost authority on Delta water quality and hydrodynamics. She holds a bachelor's degree in engineering from Stanford University and a master's degree and a PhD from Caltech. She's a registered professional engineer with over 30 years experience in studying, modeling, and explaining Delta water quality issues. Her testimony today will address fundamental flaws in the Department of Water Resources case in chief that affect water users, residents, and the environment throughout the Delta. She will present additional details specific to these agencies when they present their individual cases in chief. As Dr. Pollson's testimony will demonstrate, DWR has developed a dizzying array of faulty, misleading, incomplete, and irrelevant water quality data in the many different documents submitted in this hearing regarding possible effects of Delta tunnel operations. And none of this testimony gives the State Water Board a credible or realistic picture of the project's likely effects. Dr. Pollson will explain how, for critical issues, including climate change and harmful algal blooms, DWR has failed to use best available science. Using DWR's own modeling, Dr. Pollson shows what DWR did not disclose in this hearing, that salinity and harmful algal bloom impacts will be substantially greater if the Delta tunnel operates, and Delta tunnel exports may be significantly lower than DWR has touted to participating agencies. DWR's failure to disclose accurate information about export yields and Delta water quality impacts under the project's operating conditions should be the end of this hearing. DWR has not provided sufficient information to demonstrate the Delta tunnel's operations will not injure legal users of water by degrading water quality for municipal and industrial and agricultural uses, or to demonstrate that the Delta tunnel is in the public interest because it will endanger public health by exacerbating toxic algal blooms. DWR has also not provided sufficient information to demonstrate that the proposed changes will not initiate a new water right by diverting Sacramento River water at the North Delta diversion. DWR's water rights that are the subject of this proposed petition are to the Feather River and Delta channels. DWR does not hold rights that would allow it to divert Sacramento River water in the North Delta. For decades, the state water contractors argued successfully before the State Water Board and in court that calculable but immeasurable changes in constituents of concern to Delta public water agencies would substantially degrade Delta water quality and the contractor's use of Delta exports hundreds of miles away. Delta public water agencies have been required by this board to expend vast sums of money to address the state water contractors' concerns. Yet, DWR asks the State Water Board to ignore increases in constituents of concern that would increase treatment costs in the Delta, a topic that will be expanded upon in Dr. Pollson's testimony for the City of Stockton later in this hearing. There's an old expression that says, the appetite grows while eating. And there can be no doubt that after spending $20 or $100 billion, as some experts have predicted, to build the Delta tunnel, there will be enormous pressure to increase North Delta diversions beyond the levels disclosed in DWR's testimony. Indeed, as you heard in the state water contractor's testimony, the project proponents intend that the Delta tunnel will enable them to divert more water from the Delta rather than reduce their reliance on the Delta as state law requires. Dr. Pollson's testimony confirms the Delta tunnel would degrade Delta water quality and reduce the reliability of Delta water supplies for in-Delta water users. Due to the enormous number of uncertainties and DWR's failure to meet its burden of proof, there are no permit conditions capable of adequately protecting legal users of water or the public interest. The State Water Board must protect the Delta and deny DWR's requested change petition. We're ready to proceed now with the direct examination of Dr. Pollson.
Thank you, Ms. Tabor. My understanding is Dr. Pollson's presentation, I believe it's an hour and a half, right, estimated?
Correct.
Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and then we'll be able to do it as one block. So let's go ahead and do that, and we will return at 10:20. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you getting going? I thought
Welcome back. It is 10:20. I will look first to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you very much. And I see we have Dr. Pollson. Good morning and welcome, Dr. Pollson.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Thank you.
I think we can pick up and welcome back, Ms. Tabor. I will pick up by administering the oath, and then I will turn back to you, Ms. Tabor. With that, Dr. Susan Pollson, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. And with that, to you, Ms. Tabor.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Pollson.
Good morning.
Is exhibit DPWA 002 a true and correct statement of your written testimony for this proceeding?
Yes.
Is exhibit DPWA 003 a true and correct statement of your qualifications?
Yes, it is.
Are exhibits DPWA 004 through 040 true and correct copies of the technical comments, technical guidance, and studies, state board documents, statements, and other resources that are cited in your written testimony?
Yes.
And is exhibit DPWA 001 a true and correct copy of your PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Mr. Wooldridge, would you please bring up exhibit DPWA 001? Thank you. And Dr. Pollson, would you please summarize your written testimony as it's set forth in exhibit DPWA 001?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I think we can skip this slide. Thank you. I won't read these at the moment, but I'd like to just start by briefly outlining the background and methods that we used in developing 11 different opinions. I'll go through those opinions and the bases for those opinions, and then close with a short conclusion. So the next slide, please. And one more. Thank you. So there is additional information laid out in a detailed report that I submitted, which I believe has been marked as DPWA 004, which includes much more fulsome descriptions of the methods and the data that I used in this analysis. So I will make reference to the water year type classifications and water year index values. I obtained those from the WSI HIST report available at the CDEC website. And then I will focus on modeling that was performed by DWR using 3 different models. One is the CalSim 3 operations model. The second is the Delta Simulation Model 2, or DSM2, which is used to describe delta hydrodynamics and water quality. That's in bold because I will focus on that one. And then I will also discuss the SCISM model. And SCISM is a 3-dimensional model that was used to simulate hydrodynamics and salinity with sea level rise for a limited time period using historical flows. It was not reoperated to include the impacts of the Delta Conveyance project, which I'll refer to as the DCP, or current state water projects, SWP operations. So again, I'm going to focus primarily on the DSM2 results, although I did evaluate and will describe results from the other 2 models as well. Importantly, I want to note up front that my opinions are based on data that is drawn directly from DWR's modeling analyses. I have not done independent modeling, and I did not develop new model scenarios. So my testimony will focus on the water quality and hydrodynamics within the Delta, and I focused primarily on salinity, on flows and residence times, and on the source water composition at the North Delta diversion intakes and then within the Delta. Next slide, please. Thank you. So I created this figure in an attempt to summarize the scenarios that were simulated by DWR. So there's a time axis on the x-axis and then sea level rise on the y-axis. And there are 3 lines corresponding to 3 different probabilities or scenarios of sea level rise. So there's a 66% exceedance probability, a 0.5% exceedance probability, which corresponds to a probability of 1 in 200. And then the topmost line is the H++ scenario. So the model runs performed by DWR include model runs where DWR used the DSM-2 model to simulate delta hydrodynamics and water quality for 2 different time frames. One is a 2020 level of demand, level of climate, sea level, and another is the 2040. And those are called out with the red diamonds. And then the scenarios, the model scenarios that we have for DSM-2 runs are also described in the box below the chart. So DWR's testimony to the State Water Board was based on 2020 level of development, climate, and sea level, and included model results that were presented in the FEIR, both no project and project, and then 2 new runs that were performed and presented as part of the testimony for this proceeding. So those new runs included the updated baseline, which adjusted historical hydrology to account for non-stationary climate impacts, and then the DCP ITP operations run, which was layered on top of the updated baseline hydrology and included the ITP operations scenarios. And I understand those to be the DWR's best representation of climate and of the operations of the project. DWR also presented model runs for a 2040 condition, which corresponds to 1.8 feet of sea level rise, including both no project and with project runs. And those are shown in the rightmost red diamond and in the 2040 box. Those results were presented in the FEIR, but were not included in the State Board's testimony here. Now, DWR also performed model runs using CalSim 3, and for each of the DSM-2 runs, there was a corresponding CalSim run that was used as model input for the DSM-2 model runs, both no project and with project. And then there's a small B next to 2 more of the diamonds on the graph. And those are CalSim runs that corresponded to different levels of sea level rise, including a 2070 condition with 3.5 feet of sea level rise. There's also a notation, a small c, which indicates the conditions that DWR simulated using Schism. And I'll describe in more detail, but that was a shorter simulation period that used historical hydrology with sea level rise superimposed at the downstream bay boundary. So it wasn't used to simulate the operations of the DCP, only hydrodynamics and salinity in the delta for historical conditions with superimposed sea level rise. Now, there's also pink shading behind this graph that indicates when the DCP would be operational. We understand from DWR's testimony that the DCP would begin operations in 2045 or later. So you can see that DWR's DSM-2 simulations do not correspond to the time period when the DCP would be operational. As I'll highlight in my testimony, I believe that DWR could have done simulations to simulate delta hydrodynamics and water quality in the delta for 2045 or 2070 or later. They could have evaluated temporary urgency change petitions to UCPs. They could have evaluated levee failures and delta flooding, but they did not. Next slide, please. Here, by way of background, is a graphic that shows the delta boundary. That's the pink dashed line. It shows the DSM-2 model nodes and channels. Those are the sort of open black, small black circles and the black lines connecting them. And I've labeled a few features, including inflows to the delta, which are shown by blue arrows, the North Delta diversion locations, which are the red arrows. And then there are a few features that aren't shown. So agricultural return flows, for example, occur throughout the delta and are also modeled in DSM-2, as are the tidal downstream model boundary, but those aren't shown on this map. So I added this figure to provide a reference that we can return to if there are questions about the data or the methods that we used in our analysis. And then the next graphic, please. Thank you. This graphic supports the description in my report, DPWA-4, of how we analyzed Feather River flows. So flows from several watersheds join with the Sacramento River upstream of the statutory delta. So those flows include flows from the Sacramento River watershed itself, flows from the Feather and American River watersheds, and then other small streams as well. So Calcin 3 simulates project operations and flows in these rivers, plus flows in the main stem of the Sacramento River downstream of where those flows join, or the confluences of those upstream rivers with the Sacramento. So Calcin 3 aggregates those flows and provides a combined Sacramento River flow into the delta. That is used as input to the DSM-2 model. So to be specific, the Sacramento River inflow to DSM-2 is just downstream of the confluence with the American River. And DSM-2 takes those inflows, labels them as Sacramento River water, but they are comprised of flows from those different river basins. So the North Delta diversions remove water from the Sacramento River, and the DCP would convey those flows in the tunnel through underneath the delta to Bethany Reservoir. So those flows would be removed from the delta, would not flow into the central and south delta. And as I've described in my report, on average, the North Delta diversion flows consist of about 99.7% Sacramento River water. In other words, the water that flows into the delta from other sources, including the San Joaquin River, does not with tidal action slosh up to the North Delta diversion points. All right, and this concludes the background section. I'd like to move now to the opinions. Thank you. So my opinion one is that DWR's testimony and analysis in support of the DCP is insufficient, and specifically that DWR's testimony to the State Water Board did not present the operations and impacts of the DCP based on the conditions projected to exist when the project would actually operate, which would be after 2040. So in opinion one, I will share with you results that DWR disclosed in the FEIR for a 2020 level of demand, climate, and sea level, and a 2040 level of demand, climate, and sea level. And we performed that comparison to evaluate the impacts of climate change and sea level rise on water quality and hydrodynamics within the delta, and to gain additional information on how the DCP is expected to operate closer to the time in 2040 when it will actually operate, which again would be 2045 or later. So again, DWR's testimony to the Water Board focused on 2020 level climate and sea level, and the 2040 model runs are the only DSM-2 model analysis that's available to assess in delta conditions, hydrodynamics, and water quality, and the impacts of the DCP in the future. So DWR did also evaluate updated baseline and ITP model runs, and I will discuss those in opinion two, but they did so at a 2020 level of demand, climate, and sea level. So the purpose of opinion one, again, is to get at the impacts of the DCP during future conditions corresponding to 2040, which is closer to the actual period of operation. Next slide, please. So this slide is a table that is my attempt to summarize DWR's model scenarios, again, for reference. And the model runs represent historical hydrology as adjusted for specific climate conditions. So the State Water Project and the CVP didn't exist in the 1920s and 1930s. So what DWR did was to take historical hydrology and to basically superimpose the operations of the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project on that full period of historical hydrology. What this table shows is in the leftmost column, the models that were used, so DSM-2, both without project and with project, calcium and schism. Then in the next column, the scenario name that was used by DWR. In the next column, the source of the information or where they presented that information, including both in the FEIR and in information that's part of this hearing. In the next column is the simulation period. DWR's FEIR model runs simulated a period of 1923 through 2015. The new updated baseline and ITP model runs simulated a longer period, a 100-year period that extended from 1922 to 2021. And then the schism model run simulated a short historical period of February 2009 through December 2010. The next column details the climate condition that was simulated, whether it was a 2020 level of climate or for future 2040 with central tendency. And then for the schism runs, future levels of sea level rise corresponding to different sea level rise conditions out 2100. The next column, which is labeled CSLR, is the sea level rise that was simulated in each of these scenarios. And then the rightmost column is the hydrology that was simulated in each of the scenarios. So the historical hydrology, again, reoperated for the SWP and CVP, but several of the FEIR model runs used historical hydrology. The 2040 model runs used an adjusted future hydrology. It's the same, in this case for the FEIR, 94-year simulation period that has been adjusted for future hydrology conditions based on global climate models and a sea level rise of 1.8 feet corresponding to the H++ scenario. Then the updated baseline and the ITP model runs used a climate adjusted historical hydrology, which I will describe in more detail later. And then finally, the schism runs used observed historical hydrology. So as an example of how to read this table, the topmost row shows the existing condition, which was a 2020 level of development, climate and sea level rise, so 0 sea level rise. It includes results for water year 1923 to 2015. Again, no sea level rise and based on historical hydrology. The second set of DSM-2 runs is the WITH project. So it shows 3 scenarios at 2020 conditions, 1 scenario at a 2040 level of climate and sea level, with 1.8 feet of sea level rise and corresponding to the H++ scenario. So again, we can refer back to this later if there are questions about the different model runs. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this is a slimmed down version of the prior table, and this shows the DSM-2 scenarios that were presented in the FEIR. Those are the ones with no shading in the leftmost column, and then the ones that were presented as part of this proceeding and with the ITP application. That's the updated baseline and the ITP, which are shown with gray shading. And then the second column indicates which scenarios Dr. Priest, included in her testimony. Those correspond to the existing condition and DCP proposed project model runs from the FEIR. And then Mr. Singh included in his testimony, again, those same 2 FEIR scenarios, but also the updated baseline and the DCP ITP operations, again, to a 2020 level of development, climate, and sea level. So although DWR simulated additional DSM-2 model runs, including a North Delta diversion priority scenario that was included in the FEIR, but not in testimony to the Water Board. And then also they included a 2040 climate level of future condition and proposed project that again was included in the FEIR, but not in their testimony to the Water Board. So again, none of these DSM-2 model runs were for 2045 level of development or sea level or climate or later, which is when the project would operate. Next slide, please. So this graphic is a graphical representation of the long-term annual average exports for the FEIR scenarios, again, to compare the existing condition to a 2040 future climate condition to show the differences in the amount of water that would be exported. This shows both the CVP exports, which is the red part of the bar, the State Water Project exports, which is the blue bar, and then the amount of water that would be exported from the new North Delta diversion locations, that's purple. So that's the increment of water to be pulled through the North Delta intakes and conveyed through the tunnel to Bethany Reservoir. And the numbers indicate the total values for those bars, and then the total on the right-hand side in black font is the total amount of water to be exported as a long-term annual average. So what this graph shows is that in 2020, the DCP would allow the export of an additional 0.59 million acre feet per year on average. That's 5.54 minus 4.95. So again, 0.59 million acre feet per year of additional water that could be exported for a 2020 condition. And then when we look at a future 2040 condition, there would be 4.15 total acre feet of water that could be exported under a future baseline, and 4.69 million acre feet of water that could be exported with the DCP at a 2040 level of development. So the overall project exports would decline by about 0.85 million acre feet per year, from 5.54 million acre feet per year at a 2020 level of demand and climate to 4.69 million acre feet per year for 2040 conditions. We don't know exactly for 2045 how much water could be exported. That's when the DCP would begin operation, or for later years during the project lifetime. The next slide shows the same information that is divided into results by water year type. So this shows the annual average amount of water that exported would decrease in all water year types, both as a result of future climate and including with the DCP. So the increment of additional water decreases in the above normal and wet year types. The other water year types are basically comparable. So for example, in an above normal water year, the amount of additional water that could be captured with the DCP is 0.87 million acre feet per year in 2020 and 0.67 million acre feet per year for a 2040 model simulations, which is a decrease of 0.20 million acre feet per year, or a 21% reduction for those above normal water year types. For wet water years, the increment is 0.76 million acre feet per year for a 2020 condition. For a 2040 condition, the DCP would allow the capture of an additional 0.57 million acre feet per year for 2040. And that's a decrease of 0.19 million acre feet per year, or a decrease of about 25% in the amount of water that could be captured with the DCP. So in summary, DWR hasn't disclosed in its testimony to the State Water Board how much water would be diverted from the North Delta diversions under future conditions. And here for 2040 conditions, we see a significant decline in the amount of water that could be exported in future conditions. And again, we don't know what it would be for conditions beyond 2040. The next slide, thank you, shows these results simply tabulated. And here the difference values are the project minus no project values. And these data correspond to the values that are shown in the figure on the prior slide, or 2 slides prior. And what we see also is a significant decline in the amount of water that would be exported from the South Delta pumps with the project versus without the project. So under both the 2040 and 2020 conditions, the amount of water that would be exported from the South Delta pumps declines. And the next slide shows tabulated values that correspond again to the water year type export values. And they're very similar. The difference values here again are project minus no project differences. And they show additional information on exports from the South Delta versus the North Delta diversion locations, and under both the 2020 and the 2040 conditions and in all water year types. The amount of water that would be exported from the South Delta declines. All right, the next slide, please. Shows a figure that will look familiar. DWR and Mr. Singh showed a figure that looked a little bit like this one, that showed salinity at Edmonton for the FEIR existing condition and DCP scenarios versus the updated baseline and ITP scenarios. Those were all at a 2020 level of demand, climate, and sea level. And this figure, in contrast, shows 2040 salinity values. So these are long-term monthly average salinity values for the 2040 model runs in yellow, which is the baseline, and the green, which is the DCP, compared to the 2020 salinity values. The FEIR 2040 model runs show that sea level rise and climate change by themselves without the project will cause higher baseline salinity in the Delta in June through December. And the increases are particularly pronounced in the months of August, September, and October. And then the increment of additional salinity within the Delta that's caused by the DCP is on top of that. So the DCP impacts are on top of an increased salinity baseline for 2040 conditions relative to 2020. Because we don't have model results for 2045 or beyond, we would expect additional increases in baseline salinity at higher levels of sea level rise, but we can't quantify those because we do not have model runs for those conditions. The next slide. Thank you. This shows the probability that water quality standards at Edmonton will be exceeded. And what you see is that in a 2020 climate condition, those water quality standards would be exceeded just over 4% of the time. Whereas in a 2040 climate condition with sea level rise, those water quality standards would be exceeded just over 14% of the time. There's not a particularly big impact of the project. The exceedance rates for the project are comparable. 2020 compared to the 2020 baseline, and 2040 compared to the 2040 baseline, in large part because the increase in salinity within the Delta is most pronounced later in the summer, after the time period when the water quality standards at Edmonton would apply. So the Edmonton standards apply in the April through August 15th timeframe, whereas the increases in salinity at Edmonton are particularly pronounced after August 15th. The next slide shows the DWR's model simulated Delta residence times corresponding to the top two bars, which are 2020 level conditions. The existing condition is the red bar on the top. Alternative 5 is the blue bar that's second down. And then the future condition 2040 Delta residence times, which are yellow for no project and green for the with DCP. The graph shows a sort of a bar and whiskers plot format, indicating the median residence time, the 25th and 75th percentiles, and then extending out beyond that with the whiskers and the dots. We computed the Delta monthly residence time, so the Delta-wide monthly residence time, for reasons I'll explain in more detail later in my testimony. And these are the computed residence times for a month expressed in units of days. So these are important because longer residence times indicate less flushing from the Delta and increased likelihood of harmful algal blooms or HABs. And in general, longer residence times correspond to lower Delta flushing, usually correspond to higher salinity, and can correspond to higher concentrations of other pollutants as well. So what we see when we look at the baseline Delta-wide residence times is that the 2040 baseline residence times are higher than the 2020 baseline no project residence times. So the median residence time in 2020 is 35 days, and in 2040, it's 38 days. With the DCP, those residence times increase to 36 days with the DCP in 2020 and 43 days with the DCP in 2040. So for the 2040 modeled condition, the median residence time increases by 5 days from 38 to 43. It's an increase of 13% in the residence time. And in 2020, the median residence time increases by only 1 day, from 35 to 36 days, or just under 3% of the time. So not only is the baseline residence time for the Delta as a whole higher in a future condition as a result of sea level rise and climate change, the impact of the DCP layered on top of that increase in baseline residence time is greater for a 2040 future condition than it is for a 2020 condition. And again, because DWR didn't present results for 2040 in its testimony to the State Water Board, they did not present this information for consideration by the hearing officer and the board. The next slide, thank you, shows the monthly Delta-wide residence times and DCP impacts for both 2020 conditions and for the future 2040 conditions broken out by month. So you can see that the increases in the Delta-wide baseline residence time that it would be comparing the red bar to the yellow bar are particularly pronounced for the months of July, August, September, and October. And the increment that's due to the DCP, which is comparing the DCP median residence time to the median residence time without the project, is also greatest in the months of July to October. So for example, the October 2020 conditions had a median residence time of 46 days and a DCP residence time, median residence time of 47 days, so an increase of 1 day. The 2040 October condition had a median baseline residence time of 51 days and a median Delta Conveyance Project residence time of 67 days, so an increase of 16 days. So for the month of October, the median residence time for a baseline no project condition increased from 46 to 51 days, or by more than 20%, due to sea level rise and climate change. And with the project, the median October residence time increases from 47 days for 2020 to 67 days for 2040. That's an increase of over 40% in the median Delta residence time. So again, climate change and sea level rise increase the median baseline residence time, and then the impacts of the project layered on top of that are greater for a future condition than they are for a 2040 condition. One other important thing about these increased residence times is that the increases in the residence times are greatest in the warm months, when water temperatures are warmer and when HABs are most likely, because the water temperatures are conducive to increased HABs. The next slide, thank you, shows that DWR didn't use the DSM-2 model to simulate in-delta water quality for 2070 conditions, but they did use the CalSim-3 model to describe their CalSim model results for 2070. And those are described in the exhibit SAC 004. So they concluded that TUCPs will be needed more frequently in the future. And I believe their testimony was that they would be needed probably in most or all of the dry and critical years in 2070. They also stated that it will be more difficult to meet water quality standards under those future conditions, and that the DCP operations would need to be adjusted in order to avoid the reservoirs going to dead pool. And a quote from that is that under 2070 conditions, South Delta exports are expected to be significantly lower compared to those under existing conditions. DWR and DWR 400 and Dr. Priest's testimony testified that the DCP would be operated to, quote, continue to comply, end quote, with D1641. But this CalSim-3 analysis shows either that they won't be able to operate to the rules they've requested in their petition at a 2070 climate condition, or that they would need to request TUCPs to be relieved of the obligation to meet Delta water quality standards, or both. Importantly, DWR did not quantify how much water would be exported in 2070 conditions with the DCP, how the benefits of the DCP would change for a 2070 level of climate and sea level, or how the project would impact water quality and hydrodynamics within the Delta for 2070 conditions. Next slide, please. This is the last slide for this first opinion. DWR also conducted modeling using the SCISM model, which is a three-dimensional ocean and delta model. And they described those model runs in the FEIR to evaluate how much additional water would need to be released to comply with water quality standards. So they performed two kinds of model runs with SCISM. One was to analyze how far salinity would reach into the delta under future conditions with a range of sea level rise. And the second was to figure out how much additional water would need to be released in order to meet water quality conditions in the future. Again, they modeled a simulation period that extended from February 2009 through December 2010, and modeled that using historical flows. So their analysis of how much water, additional water, would need to be released in order to meet Delta water quality standards did not consider whether that water was actually available. And they said that the quantity of water required to maintain compliance is simply assumed to be available, even if it is several millions of acre feet, so it may not be a plausible representation of extreme cases. What their modeling showed was that in order to meet water quality standards for this almost 2-year period, for a sea level rise of 6.89 feet, they would need to release an additional 3.5 million acre feet of additional delta outflow. And for a sea level rise of about 3.5 feet, they would need to release an additional 0.85 million acre feet of additional delta outflow, again, without regard to whether that water is real, whether it exists. And this analysis appears to be inconsistent with DWR's testimony that the DCP would be operated to continue to comply with D1641 water quality standards. Next slide, please. So as I described earlier, DWR did conduct updated baseline and ITP scenarios to evaluate the impacts of the DCP for an updated climate-adjusted hydrology and for the ITP project operations. Both of those were conducted at a 2020 level of development, climate, and sea level. And as a result, I believe they are insufficient as a basis for decision-making, since they were conducted only for a 2020 climate condition and not for the time period when the DCP would actually operate in 2040 and later. So I understand that the updated baseline is DWR's best representation of a non-stationary climate condition, but again, still at a 2020 level of sea level and climate. And similarly, the ITP I understand to be DWR's best representation of the actual DCP project operations, but again, at a 2020 level of development and sea level. So in opinion 2, what I will show you is results that compare the FEIR 2020 level model runs to the updated baseline and ITP model runs that were presented in the testimony for this proceeding, both at a 2020 level of climate. And the purpose of that comparison is to understand the difference that the updated adjusted historical hydrology and the updated DCP operations have on the amount of water that can be exported by the DCP, on delta salinity and delta residence time. So opinion 2 shows the impacts of the updated model assumptions for a 2020 climate condition. There's a pop-up. Thank you. And by comparing that to the FEIR runs, again, at a 2020 level of development, climate, and sea level, we can isolate the impacts of the updated assumptions underlying the updated baseline and ITP scenarios. Again, doesn't get to the impacts of the project as it would operate in 2045 and later, but it does get to the updated impacts of adjusted climate hydrology and the adjusted model or the adjusted project operations. Next slide, please. These will start to, I think, look familiar. This slide shows all 4 model runs again at a 2020 level of climate and sea level. For the FEIR model runs, those are the top 2 bars, the existing condition and the alternative 5, which is the proposed project. And the bottom bars, which are the updated baseline and the ITP operations scenario. Again, the CVP is shown in red, the State Water Project is shown in blue, and the North Delta diversions are shown in the purple segment. What we've done here is to compare the overlapping years. So the simulation periods were different for the FEIR model runs. They were a 94-year period. And then for the updated baseline and ITP, that was a 100-year model period. To avoid an apples and oranges comparison, we're showing the period of overlap. So the model results for the period of 1923 to 2015. And those are the years that were common in both sets of simulations. What we see is that the non-stationary hydrology updates, so the climate-adjusted hydrology baseline, reduces the amount of water that can be exported by the project. And then we also see a reduction with the DCP in the amount of water that can be exported. So with the DCP, the total exports are reduced from 5.54 million acre-feet per year to 5.25 million acre-feet per year. So that's a reduction of 0.29 million acre-feet per year. And then the incremental benefit, if we compare the volume of water exported with the project versus no project, that declines from 0.59 million acre-feet per year in 2020 to 0.47 million acre-feet per year for 2040 conditions. That's a reduction of about 20% in the extra amount of water that could be exported from the Delta as a result solely of the updated climate-adjusted historical hydrology and the updated DCP project operations. The next slide, I think, shows the those same results broken out by water year type. And again, very similar. So the amount of water that could be exported from the Delta declines in all water year types except water years, and the increment decreases in all year types. So for critical years, the water supply benefit, if you will, the extra water that could be exported with the DCP relative to a no project condition is 0.18 million acre-feet per year for the FEIR 2020 condition and 0.11 million acre-feet per year for the ITP updated baseline condition, which is a decrease of 0.07 million acre-feet per year, or 38%. For dry years, the decrease in that extra amount of water that could be exported is 0.15 million acre-feet per year, or 35%. For below normal years, the decrease is 0.25 million acre-feet per year, or about 37%. For above normal years, the benefit decreases from 0.87 million acre-feet per year from the FEIR runs to 0.73 million acre-feet per year, a decrease of 0.14 million acre-feet per year, or 16%. And then finally, in wet years, there's a decrease of 0.03 million acre-feet per year, or about 4%. So the updated climate assumptions, the updated historical, climate-adjusted historical hydrology, and updated project operations indicate that the amount of water that could be exported from the Delta with the DCP declines relative to the information that was contained in the FEIR and presented in a portion of DWR's testimony. Again, because DWR didn't conduct simulations for years after 2040, we don't know the results for those conditions. The next slide shows DWR's updated baseline and ITP scenarios. So this one looks very similar to Mr. Singh's testimony in DWR 110 because we've reproduced those results from DWR's model runs. And we confirm that we get the same results as Mr. Singh presented. So here you see the FEIR model runs in red for a no project condition, in blue with the DCP, and then in sort of a purple color for the updated baseline no project, and a gray color for the ITP operations. And what you see is that the baseline salinity is higher in the months of June through November as a result of the updated historical hydrology. And then the DCP adds an increment of additional salinity that's particularly noticeable in those months on top of those higher salinity baseline values. So the increment between the increased salinity with the DCP versus no project is similar for this long-term average condition, but it adds more salt on top of a higher baseline salinity. The next slide shows the results for delta-wide residence times. The top bars are the FEIR model runs, existing condition and with project. And the bottom two bars are the updated baseline and ITP runs. And the median, the numbers in the middle of the bars are the median monthly residence times. So the baseline residence time increases from a median of 35 days in the FEIR to 36 days. So the DCP then adds an extra day of residence time as an all-month long-term monthly median residence time. So this is an annual average showing that the residence time increases as a result of the DCP, and again, on top of higher residence times in the updated baseline conditions. It's important, though, to break this out and look at it by month, which is the next slide. And when you look at it by month, you see that the baseline residence time increases as a result of the climate-adjusted historical hydrology, particularly in the months of June through October. In the cooler winter months, the residence time actually decreases, and that's due to the shift in hydrology. So there's more rain and more runoff early in the calendar year and less later in the warmer months of the calendar year. So the baseline residence times show that shift. The incremental increase in residence time that's caused by the DCP is particularly high in September, when there's an increase in the median residence time of 8 days for the climate adjusted and ITP scenarios, compared to an increase of 4 days for the FEIR baseline and DCP scenarios. So for the FEIR scenarios, the median baseline residence time is 39 and increases with the DCP to 43 days. That's an increase of 4 days. For the updated baseline and the ITP scenarios, the median baseline is 46 days, which increases with the DCP to 54 days, which is an increase of 8 days. So we go again from an increase in September's in the median residence time of 4 days for the FEIR scenarios to 8 days for the DCP, ITP, and updated baseline scenarios. And again, these increases in residence times happen primarily in the warmer months where water temperatures are warmer, again, increasing the likelihood of harmful algal blooms under those conditions. So the bottom line for opinion 2 is that DWR evaluated the updated baseline and the ITP operations scenarios for a 2020 level of demand, climate and sea level. And the primary update to the baseline was to update for non-stationary climate conditions in the historical hydrology. And what we see is that baseline salinity and baseline residence times are higher for these climate adjusted scenarios, especially in June to October. And the DCP impacts, particularly for residence time, are greater in the new scenarios than they were in the older scenarios. So in opinion 1, we looked at the impacts of 2040 future climate conditions with 1.8 feet of sea level rise. And we saw that those 2040 conditions had higher baseline residence times and higher baseline salinity values than the 2020 FEIR runs. The DCP impacts of increasing salinity and increasing residence times were on top of those higher baselines for 2040 conditions. So the increment of impact for 2040 was higher for the DCP for 2040 conditions than it was for 2020. Here, we see that the impact of the climate-adjusted baseline hydrology and updated operations are greater, even at a 2020 level demand, than they were for the 2020 FEIR scenarios. And on this basis, I believe we can reasonably infer that if we combined the updated baseline climate-adjusted hydrology with a future sea level rise scenario, the impacts on the baseline salinity and residence time would be even greater than they are for either of those two scenarios evaluated in isolation. And similarly, that the impacts of the DCP would be greater for those combined scenarios than they were for the scenarios that DWR presented. So in summary, for opinions 1 and 2, DWR has not provided information that's sufficient for water users to understand the impacts of the DCP to them, or for the State Water Board to conclude that the DCP will not result in injury to legal users of water or to fairly evaluate whether the project is in the public interest, because DWR did not evaluate the updated historical hydrology or the anticipated project operations for the future conditions when the DCP is actually anticipated to operate. Excuse me, next slide, please. So my third opinion is that DWR did not evaluate the need for or the impact of temporary urgency change petitions, TUCPs, during dry and critically dry water years, and that DWR should have done so because it's reasonably foreseeable that TUCPs will be needed during the period when the DCP would operate. Also, for future conditions, DWR's assertions that it would continue to meet D1641 water quality standards are not credible. The next slide shows historical data downloaded from CDAC and the Water Year Index reports for the Sacramento River Valley and for the San Joaquin River Valley. And what we see is the Water Year Index plotted from the early 1900s through to present, and those index values that are computed separately for the two basins. We have information on the TUCPs that were requested from the State Water Board's website for 2012 to present. And based on that information, there were TUCPs that were requested in 6 of the most 13 recent water years. And those are the gray bars shown for both, again, the Sacramento and the San Joaquin Valley indices. You can see when you look at the historical record that there are quite a few additional years in the historical record that have similar water year index values. Additionally, these water year index values were not adjusted for non-stationary climate conditions. We also know from the information that I presented previously that DWR's FEIR model runs for 2040 show that it would have a harder time meeting water quality standards and would fail to meet water quality standards at Edmonton about 14% of the time versus about 4% of the time in the FEIR model runs. That's for the standards at Edmonton, and that's as a result solely of future climate. DWR's 2070 analysis, which was presented in SAC 004, shows that conditions would be worse with 3.5 feet of sea level rise, where changes in the modeled operations and were needed to avoid the reservoirs going to dead pool, and where DWR stated that they anticipate the need for TUCPs. So on this basis, it's my opinion that we can clearly anticipate that TUCPs will be needed in the future, but DWR did not evaluate those. Next slide, please. Opinion number 4 is that DWR anticipates using the North Delta diversion intake locations during catastrophic disruptions in the Delta. But DWR's analyses of these catastrophic conditions is cursory at best, and DWR did not evaluate the impacts to in-Delta water users or the impacts of DCP operations exporting water at the North Delta diversion locations, the impacts of that on Delta recovery. So there are a series of quotes that I presented in my results, and I'll read a handful of them into the record. So Carla Nemeth stated that, quote, "The fact that a water project that supplies 2 of every 3 Californians is vulnerable to both sudden catastrophic disruption and gradual erosion in deliveries is a problem that no governor should ignore," end quote. The FEIR purpose and objectives say that one purpose of the DCP is, quote, "to minimize the potential for public health and safety impacts from reduced quantity and quality of SWP water deliveries and potentially CVP water deliveries south of the Delta as a result of a major earthquake that could cause breaching of Delta levees and the inundation of brackish water into the areas where existing SWP and CVP pumping plants operate in the Delta." Another quote is that Natural Resources Secretary Wade Crowfoot stated that the DCP, quote, "offers protection against sudden catastrophe. It would allow water deliveries to the Bay Area, Central Coast, San Joaquin Valley, and Southern California to continue in the event of a flood, earthquake, sea level rise," end quote. And then Governor Newsom stated that the DCP, quote, "would protect state water project supplies in the event multiple Delta islands were breached by earthquake, flood, sea level rise, or a combination of those forces. Trouble of this kind seems increasingly likely. This past fall, persistent seepage triggered emergency repairs on Victoria Island, and in December, relatively routine storms caused overtopping erosion and breaches on Grizzly, Van Sickle, and Sherman Islands. We must also be prepared to maintain water supplies in the event of catastrophe," end quote. And then referring to catastrophic infrastructure failure, the FEIR noted that, quote, "the most immediate and significant impact on water quality, the most immediate and significant effect on water quality under such a scenario would be the influx of large volumes of seawater, brackish water, or both into the Delta as breached Delta islands flood." The FEIR further noted that in addition to increased salinity, quote, "because the elevations of many Delta islands are below sea level, these failures would draw salt water from San Francisco Bay and introduce additional pollutants into Delta water with flood debris, farm chemicals, and others," end quote. But DWR did not analyze the impacts to the Delta under these catastrophic failure scenarios or the impacts of operating the DCP on the recovery of the Delta following a catastrophic failure. Next slide. So DWR's analysis of the catastrophic failure scenarios was presented by Mr. Singh in DWR 110. And specifically, Mr. Singh presented DWR's computation of the volume of water that could be pumped from the North Delta intakes for outages that lasted between 6 and 448 days, and for 3 different flow rates. For a flow rate of 750 CFS, which is the median North Delta diversion flow rate, for a flow rate of 1,500 CFS, which is a health and safety flow, and for the full capacity of the DCP, which is 6,000 CFS. So on that basis, DWR estimated that following a catastrophic failure in the Delta, the DCP would pump between 9,000 acre-feet and 5.3 million acre-feet of water from the new North Delta diversion intakes. Importantly, DWR did not model hydrodynamics or water quality within the Delta or impacts to Delta water users under these scenarios. And DWR did not evaluate the impact that pumping water, removing water at the North Delta intake locations would have on the recovery of the Delta itself. If water is diverted from the North Delta diversion locations, that water would not flow into the Central and South Delta, meaning that water that would have been available to push salt water out of the Delta no longer would be available to do so. So DWR's operation of the North Delta diversion intakes following a catastrophic failure would have water quality impacts on in-Delta water users and on the recovery of the Delta, but that was not evaluated. Next slide. So additionally, DWR's permits allow diversion of up to 2,760 CFS of Feather River water. Those numbers in DWR's permits are summarized in AHO 005. And I would note that at times, the flow rates of Feather River water into the Delta are less than 2,760 CFS. And DWR's maximum catastrophe failure pumping rate of 6,000 CFS, the capacity of the tunnels is obviously higher than 2,760 CFS. DWR's testimony, therefore, may overstate the water supply benefit of the North Delta diversion operations. And here I'd like to point out a typo. In the bottom two bullets, the per year should not be there. So they should read the first bullet, first sub-bullet in the bottom section should read DWR's maximum 5.3 million acre feet per year. That corresponds to a 448-day outage times a 6,000 CFS DCP flow capacity. That is obviously larger than DWR's right to Feather River with water, that flow rate of 2,760. If DWR's diversion is limited to 2,760 CFS, the water supply benefit would be less than or equal to 2.45 million acre feet. That per year should not be there. And that corresponds to a 448-day outage times a flow rate of 2,760 CFS. So I don't intend to make any legal conclusions or determinations. I simply want to provide information on the flow rates that are included in DWR's modeling analysis and this non-modeling analysis to allow the hearing officer and the board to compare DWR's analyzed flow rates to the flow rates that are stated in DWR's water right. Next slide, please. Opinion 5 regards the source of water that would be diverted or exported by the State Water Project. So the source of water that would be exported by State Water Project contractors would change under the DCP. So the State Water Project contractors would benefit from improved water quality in the form of lower salinity and increased diversions of Sacramento River water. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the salinity of State Water Project exports from the Delta at Bethany Reservoir as a long-term average for 7 different model scenarios. So the first 2 bars show the FEIR existing condition and proposed project alternative 5. And you see that the median salinity would decrease from 410 microsiemens, micromoles per centimeter, microsiemens, that's a measure of electrical conductivity. So it would decrease from a median of 410 under baseline conditions to 344 under alternative 5. And for the NDD priority scenario, which again was presented in the EIR, but not in DWR's testimony to the Water Board, that median salinity would decrease still further to 307 microsiemens. The updated baseline has a median long-term salinity of 409 microsiemens. And with the ITP project operations, the salinity of the exported water would decrease to 326 microsiemens. For future conditions, the baseline median salinity of those exports combined at Bethany Reservoir would decrease from 408 microsiemens to 351 microsiemens. So again, the long-term salinity would decrease with the operation of the DCP in the water to be exported from the South Delta. And just to be clear too, we computed these from DWR's model results using the same method DWR used of flow weighting the North Delta diversion salinity exports and the water that would be exported from the South Delta. So it's the combined flow that is the basis for the salinity values that are shown on this slide. The next slide shows the amount of Sacramento River water that would be exported with and without the DCP, and the amount of water from all other sources that would be exported. So the red bar shows the amount of Sacramento River water as a long-term average over the period of 1923 to 2015. And the blue bar shows the aggregate amount from all other sources. The NDD priority scenario is not shown here because DWR didn't perform source fingerprinting for that scenario. So what we see is that the volume of Sacramento River water that would be exported by the State Water Project would increase for the project relative to a no project condition for the FEIR 2020 scenarios from 1.46 to 2.06 million acre feet per year on average. For the updated baseline and ITP operation scenarios from 1.38 to 1.88 million acre feet per year. And finally, for the 2040 FEIR scenarios from 1.15 to 1.70 million acre feet per year with climate change and sea level rise. So again, all of these scenarios show an increase in the long-term average volume of Sacramento River water that would be exported by the state with the project and long-term salinity benefit of the exports as the salinity would decline. The next slide, please. This slide shows screenshots that were captured from FEIR Appendix 9B. And what we see is a change in the monthly average source water percentages. So DWR computed the source of water and the change in the source of water for the project versus a no project scenario. And what we see at the top is the change in source water at Bethany Reservoir. And those green bars above the axis indicate an increase in the percentage of Sacramento River water that would be exported in all months. That increase is greatest in the months of January through June. And then the other color bars, which are below the axis, show a decrease in the amount of other sources of water that would be exported. The bottom two panels show the change in source water percentages at two example locations within the Delta. So the top or the middle panel on the slide shows the change in source water fractions for water at Emmeton. And what you see is a decrease in the green bars. They're below the axis, indicating that there will be less Sacramento River water at that location in the future. And then an increase in the other colored bars, they appear above the axis, showing that the amount of water from other sources at that location would increase. And a similar plot in the bottom for the San Joaquin River at Empire Tract. So the green bars show a decrease in the amount of Sacramento River water at that location, and the other colors show an increase in other sources. And what we see is that as the amount of Sacramento River water at Emmeton increases, that water is made up predominantly by the red and the pink bars, which represent flows from the Bay and Yellow Bypass. And at Empire Tract, we see an increase primarily in the yellow bars, which is an increase in the fraction of water that originates in the San Joaquin River. So again, the State Water Project contractors would, with the construction and operation of the DCP, receive more Sacramento River water with the DCP than they would if it were not constructed and operated. And the other parts of the Delta receive less Sacramento River water than they would without the DCP. Next slide, please. So this slide is taken from AHO 005, and it summarizes DWR's permits. And what we see is that Permit number 16478 allows diversion of up to 1,400 CFS from the Feather River year-round. And DWR permit number 16479 allows up to 1,360 CFS. Together, those add to 2,760 CFS. Next slide, please. Now, what we did was to take the model results from the FEIR and compute, and from the new model runs, and compute for the 1923 to 2015 time period, how much Sacramento, or excuse me, the volume or the flow rate of Feather River water that would be diverted from the North Delta diversion intake locations versus that water right, or that value of 2,760 CFS. So we did this by using calcium 3 model results for the Feather River just before the confluence with the Sacramento. So calcium 3 tells us the monthly flow rate of Feather River water into the Sacramento River above the Delta. And we assumed that that full flow rate would reach the Delta and enter the Delta at the upstream model boundary. We compared those monthly average Feather River flow rates to the flow rates that would be diverted from the North Delta diversion intake locations. And we found that in all of the scenarios that are shown here, and these are the with DCP scenarios, there are a number of months where the flow rate that would be diverted from the North Delta diversion locations exceeds the Feather River flow rates that are entering the Delta. So again, this is comparing on a monthly basis the Feather River flow rates to the Delta versus the amount of water that would be diverted at the North Delta diversion locations. So as I noted earlier, the North Delta diversion consist almost entirely of Sacramento River flows, which in turn are made of Sacramento, American, and Feather River inflows to the Delta. And even though the flow in the Delta is tidal, including at this location at times, other inflows to the Delta, like Sacramento River inflows, don't make it up to the North Delta diversion locations. So again, I don't intend to make any legal conclusions, but I intend to provide this information for consideration by the hearing officer and the board, if it is relevant to your consideration of DWR's water right. We did a second analysis on the next slide to compare the flow rates that would be diverted from the North Delta diversion locations to a value of 2,760 CFS. And we counted specifically the number of months where the flow rate from the NDD diversion locations would be greater than 2,760 CFS. And we found that in all of the DCP scenarios, more than 10% of the months had North Delta diversions of greater than 2,760 CFS, and up to 26% of the months in the North Delta diversion prioritization scenario, which DWR didn't present in its testimony, had DCP diversion flow rates from the North Delta that exceeded 2,760 CFS. And again, I don't intend to make legal conclusions, but I intend to provide the flow information for your consideration as you think about those questions. Next slide, please. So opinion number 6 gets to DWR's analysis of climate change, and specifically that DWR's analysis of climate change is insufficient and does not represent best available science. Next slide. So this table is a screenshot from the final EIR and summarizes DWR's evaluation of the probability of different levels of sea level rise. And this was the basis for some of the information that I presented on an earlier slide about the sea level rise conditions that were evaluated by DWR in its various model simulations. Recall that all of DWR's testimony to the State Water Board that used the DSM-2 model runs was conducted for a 2020 level of sea level rise. Even though DWR clearly anticipates that sea level rise will occur by 2045, when the project would be operational, DWR didn't present that information in its testimony to the State Water Board. Again, in the FEIR, they simulated 1.8 feet of sea level rise corresponding to a 2040 climate condition, but that information was not included in DWR's testimony. Next slide, please. So DWR used DSM-2 to model only one sea level rise scenario, which was 1.8 feet of sea level rise, and that was presented in the FEIR. DWR did present model results from a model called Schism. That's the three-dimensional model of the delta and the ocean. And the reason this is important is because sea level rise increases the water level in the delta and therefore the volume of water within the delta. And that changes the salinity relationship. It changes the relationship between salinity at the downstream-most end where the delta connects to the bay. So DWR used the Schism model to provide information that it used to train the DSM-2 model for that new relationship with 1.8 feet of sea level rise. And it did so for a nearly 2-year simulation period from February 2009 through December 2010. That simulation period did not include critical dry water year conditions, and DWR did not describe exactly how it used the Schism model results to adjust the DSM-2 modeled salinity. I do describe in my report how I believe they likely performed that analysis and concluded on that basis that it's unclear whether DWR's modeling system can reliably simulate delta hydrodynamics and salinity or the proposed DCP operations under the range of future conditions that are expected. And as I previously mentioned too, DWR did not simulate a catastrophic levee failure scenario where seawater or brackish water would enter the delta. Next slide, please. DWR also used Schism to evaluate the delta under additional sea level rise scenarios. And they didn't use it for training the DSM-2, but they used it to evaluate the salinity of the delta for future sea level rise. And they specifically simulated sea level rise values of 0, 0.5, 1.8, 2.7, 3.5, 5.2, 6.9, and 10.2 feet. DWR's Schism modeling implemented what they called a glass wall assumption, where they assumed that all of the water would remain inside the delta channels, would not spill over into the delta islands or flood them, and would not cause levee failure. So I'll read a quote. DWR said that its, quote, glass wall approach assumes that existing levee elevations would keep up with increasing sea levels, end quote, and also said that, quote, overtopping onto subsided delta islands or low elevation marshlands along the bay were not considered, end quote. The reason that this is important is depicted in this schematic. So this schematic shows a cross-section of a delta levee at Bethel Island. And that levee has a height of 10.76 feet relative to mean sea level as measured at the Golden Gate. Now, when mean sea level is 0 at the Golden Gate, the mean sea level or the mean water surface elevation inside the delta is higher because water flows from the delta out through the bay and out through the Golden Gate. So when the mean sea level is 0 at the Golden Gate, the mean sea level inside the delta is about 3.66 feet. And that's what's depicted here. Sea level rise would add to that height, both at the Golden Gate and within the delta. So this figure shows the levee height relative to the current mean water surface elevation in the delta, and then shows the sea level rise scenarios that were simulated by DWR on top of that current mean sea level. And what you can see is that you pretty quickly approach the height of the levee itself. We've also superimposed on the top line, which depicts a sea level rise of 10.2 feet, the measured tides over a single spring neap tide cycle that we just pulled from recent historical data to show how the water surface elevation varies with normal tides over a roughly, I believe that's a 4-week period. And that variability would be superimposed upon the sea level rise scenarios that occur. So you can see that pretty quickly, the water levels within the delta for future sea level rise conditions will approach the height of the levees. And this doesn't account for things like changes in barometric pressure or storms or waves that would further stress the levees. The exhibit SAC 004, which presents the Pollson 3 simulations performed by DWR that correspond to 3.5 feet of sea level rise, that document states, quote, "This increased duration of high water against the levees would significantly increase the likelihood of future failures," end quote. DWR's response to comments on this issue, in its response to comments for the EIR, indicated that the increased potential for levee failure due to sea level rise is, quote, "speculative and not definable as a foreseeable action," end quote. So because DWR did not model levee overtopping or delta flooding, the schism runs, which has made the glass walls assumption, are of limited utility. So the schism modeling does not indicate that the salinity at the North Delta diversion intakes will remain fresh under those future sea level rise conditions. And in fact, DWR has not evaluated this question or established that water quality at that location would be suitable for diversion under future conditions with catastrophic levee failures or overtopping. So DWR really hasn't performed a comprehensive evaluation of salinity within the delta with the operation of the DCP for any sea level rise scenario other than 1.8 feet, which was its 2040 condition. So the key questions that I would have and that in-delta water users would have would be whether or not the South Delta pumps would be abandoned or not used under a catastrophic failure scenario. Whether all state water project pumping would occur at the North Delta diversion intake locations. How long would it take for the Delta to recover with and without North Delta diversion pumping? And what would be the water quality and other impacts to in-Delta water users? Next slide, please. DWR did prepare, as we've discussed, climate-adjusted hydrology. And those climate-adjusted hydrology assumptions are applied to baseline 2020 level historical hydrology to bring that full historical hydrology record up to current conditions. But DWR's climate adjustments did not incorporate several additional scenarios. So what DWR did to generate that updated baseline scenario for a 2020 level of development climate was to rescale the annual precipitation totals using the ratio between the standard deviation of historically observed annual precipitation and the standard deviation for a recent 30-year contemporary reference period, 1992 to 2021, and then to transform those monthly mean stream flows to reflect the contemporary seasonal patterns from the last 10 years, where they divided, or last 30 years, excuse me, where they divided those most recent 30 years into 3 periods of 10 years each to correspond with dry, average, and wet years. So they've created monthly distribution curves for those dry, average, and wet conditions, and then superimpose those upon the historical record. So the result of that analysis is that they created a historical hydrology that's adjusted for a non-stationary climate that has greater variability in annual precipitation, and that just means drier dry years and wetter wet years, and that further shifts the the hydrology pattern, the pattern of runoff, to an earlier onset of snow melt and more precipitation falling as rain rather than snow. So those are important adjustments. What they don't account for, though, and is detailed more fully in my report, are the fact that warming temperatures will increase evapotranspiration, ET, in rim watersheds and reservoirs, and that will further reduce river flows. Further, DWR's adjustment, and I'll quote, preserves the historical sequence of wet and dry years, end quote, even though DWR and others have noted, quote, changing patterns of climate and runoff may lead to longer drought periods and increased frequency of drought years, end quote. DWR did not account for increasing frequency of extreme atmospheric river conditions, which would be necessary to assess flood risk. And DWR did not account for the increasing severity and frequency of wildfires, which changes the runoff response of watersheds. So further, DWR did not evaluate the updated baseline and the ITP operation scenarios for future climate or future sea level rise. Those are both, again, at a 2020 level of development and climate condition. So DWR's analyses and updates, while important, don't account for well-documented climate change impacts and don't represent best available science. And the next slide, this will speak for itself. If you could just play the video. This is a clip of Carla Nemeth describing some of these impacts. Could you please play that, if it'll play?
We're attempting to. Let's see.
Okay, thank you.
Just give us a moment. Let's see. It doesn't look like we're able to get it to play. It may be we can't find an embedded. I know there was a play sign, but now it looks like we can't find an embedded video. So what I will represent it is I will reopen the PowerPoint and see if I can get it to play separately. And understand, and I apologize for that if it's a technical difficulty on our end. Was that your last slide, Dr. Pollson?
It is not.
Okay. We may need to proceed to the next then.
That's fine. I'd like to just make sure that that clip is included in the record.
What we can try to do is I will ask my team on the back end to see if you can someone who is not Mr. Woldridge and sharing the screen, see if you can get that to play on your personal computers, and we can see if we can come back to it. And thank you. Go ahead, Dr. Pollson.
All right. My seventh opinion relates to harmful algal blooms, or HABs, and specifically that DWR's harmful algal blooms evaluation is flawed. A correct evaluation of residence time shows that Delta residence time would increase as a result of both future climate and DCP implementation, thereby increasing the potential frequency and severity of HABs. Higher water temperatures due to climate change further increase the likelihood of HABs. So as part of this seventh opinion, we looked at the 5 primary factors that DWR used to evaluate HABs and the likelihood of HABs. And they identified 5 primary factors that they said, quote, provide favorable conditions, end quote, for microcystis. Those are water temperature, channel flow velocities, residence times, water column irradiance and clarity, and nutrient availability. And I will focus on the first 3 in this analysis. So my analysis corrects the errors and the inconsistencies in DWR's analysis and will show that the likelihood of HABs in the future is greater, both 1, as a result of future climate change, and 2, due to the proposed operation of the DCP. Next slide, please. So DWR correctly noted that an increase in residence times may contribute to an increased likelihood of algal blooms. And DWR did its analysis by focusing on evaluating residence times in 9 discrete delta locations that they, quote, identified as primary bloom areas, end quote. And those are shown in this graphic. This is reproduced from one of DWR's exhibits, where the dark black lines show the distinct regions that they use to evaluate residence, what they call residence time in these subregions. So the way DWR did its analysis was to use the DSM-2 model and to insert a tracer in each of these subregions, and then to monitor the time required within the model for 90% of that tracer in each subregion to leave that subregion. They then computed the results for each month in the simulation period, 1923 to 2015, and averaged those results by month. Then they compared those results for a no project and a DCP with project alternative. And they opined that if the results were the same, they concluded that residence time would not increase in that specific subregion. So the next slide shows an example of DWR's residence time computations. So specifically, this shows their computed residence time by month for the HAB months at the San Joaquin River at Jersey Point. And what you can see from this exhibit is that they estimated the residence time, again, defined as the time in hours to flush 90% of the water from each sub-area. For this location, they estimated that those pseudo-residence times would range from 2 to 8 hours. So remember, no longer than 8 hours. What we did was to take DWR's DSM-2 modeling runs and to plot up the tracer concentrations that they simulated, shown on the next slide, at this location. So this is example DSM-2 model output for the 2 channel segments that make up the Jersey Point subregion of the Delta. And what you see is a starting tracer concentration of 100%, which reflects the fact that all of the water within those 2 segments was tagged with tracer within the model. And then you can see that as time passes on the x-axis, that tracer concentration very quickly falls to less than 10% in just a few hours. But then, if you continue to watch that tracer concentration, it rises again, and then it continues to fluctuate and decay slowly over time. This happens because the water that was initially in that subregion moves downstream and out of that subregion on an ebb tide. But then on a flood tide, that water flows back through this subregion. So that same water is moving downstream and then upstream on subsequent tidal cycles. And if you look out to where the concentration finally in these subsegments, the 2 segments of this subregion falls below 10%, that's at approximately 9 days after that subarea was tagged with tracer in the model. So DWR appears to have assumed that once the tracer left this subregion for the first time on an ebb tide, it was gone. And they stopped looking for it and computing how long it would be in the Delta. So their method of computing residence time failed to consider the tidal nature of flow within the estuary and the fact that the water sloshes back and forth over much longer periods of time. So there, I called it in my report, pseudo-residence time estimates really aren't tied to the physical reality of the Delta and do not provide meaningful information on the residence time of water within the Delta. They certainly don't reflect how long HAB cells that might be contained within that water would remain in the Delta and be present where they could reproduce and grow. So another example, next slide, please, of DWR's residence time calculations is presented in my report and looks at the subregion that was defined by DWR as the Stockton Deepwater Ship Channel. There were 3 model segments, 3 channel segments that made up that subregion, and they had different sizes. One of those channel segments was significantly larger than the other two. In the largest channel, it took 43 days, so 1,032 hours, for the tracer concentration to drop below 10%. But because they were much smaller in the other two segments, it took 10 and 17 hours, respectively, in those two smaller segments for the tracer concentration to fall below 10%. DWR's method of computing pseudo-residence time took those three values, 1,032, 10, and 17 hours, and averaged them. Again, there's no real world meaning to that method. It is disconnected from the actual residence time or the time that HAB cells would remain present in these areas. So again, the issue depicted here in this second example is that DWR essentially applied the same weight to all three of those channels, even though two of the three channels contain much, much less mass than the other one. So these residence times, these pseudo-residence times, are in fact an artifact of how the DSM-2 model is configured and how much water is present in those channel segments. And the next slide shows the characteristics of those three channels, again, showing that one of those channel segments, it's called 561 within the model, is significantly longer and has a much, much higher volume than the other two segments. So again, this causes the artifact in the residence times that we saw in the prior channel. The next slide. I attempted to come up with a residence time that I'm guessing anyone with college-age children might be able to relate to, which is when you go into an IKEA store. Our very imperfect analogy was to figure out whether you could look at the residence time in an IKEA store to determine the average amount of time a person spends within the store by looking only at the bedding section or only at the kitchen section. So anybody who spent time in an IKEA store knows that unless you know the shortcuts, it's a pretty tortuous path to get from the entrance to the exit of an IKEA store. And I anticipate that that indicates that they've definitely correlated the amount of time spent within a store with the sales. So just like when water spends more time in the delta, it's more likely to have HABs. Similarly, with an IKEA store, when a person spends more time within the store, it is more likely that they would make a purchase. So in response to this analogy, DWR stated that the amount of time spent in the store is not directly linked to sales. And they made the IKEA analogy much more complicated than it needed to be or than we intended it to be. So really, the analysis isn't whether the time in store is linked to sales, which we presume that it is based on how they're laid out. Really, the question is whether a change in the system changes the amount of time a shopper spends within the store, which in turn would increase the likelihood of sales. So DWR's analysis of residence time for the sub areas, which is akin to seeing how long a person will spend, say, in the kitchen section. Their analysis of the residence time for the sub areas of the delta was performed to see if implementation of the DCP would increase the residence time of water within that area of the delta that is known to be prone to HABs. But they didn't consider tidal flushing or the overall amount of time that water and HAB cells spend in the delta. And their analysis of what I call pseudo-residence times really isn't meaningful in this respect. So DWR noted in DWR 404, which is Dr. Priest's testimony, that, quote, there is no evidence in the scientific literature to indicate that higher residence time alone results in higher algal growth rates. Instead, availability of nutrients and temperature primarily control algal growth rates, not residence time per se, end quote. And DWR also noted a relationship in DWR 404 between algal blooms in X2, with more algal blooms in drought years than in wet years. And they stated that residence time is highly variable throughout the different delta areas. But the residence time of the delta taken as a whole correlates strongly with X2 and with the likelihood of harmful algal blooms. So just as time inside an IKEA store, not the time in a given section, correlates with an increased likelihood of sales, it's the amount of time that water spends within the delta as a whole, not just within one subregion, that will correlate with the likelihood of HABs. Next slide, please. So as I described in my report, I computed the whole of delta residence time using established scientific methods. Specifically, I divided the volume of water that's in the delta by the inflows to the delta to estimate the monthly residence time within the delta. And our results are shown here for 3 sets of scenarios. The leftmost column shows computed monthly average residence times for the 2 FEIR 2020 scenarios that form the basis for Dr. Priest's testimony. Then the middle column presents it for the updated baseline and the ITP scenarios, again, 2020 level conditions that were discussed in Mr. Singh's testimony. And the rightmost column presents the FEIR 2040 scenarios that weren't discussed in DWR's testimony. And these results show that the monthly average residence time presented here in units of days, plus the annual average residence time increases as a result of, the baseline does as a result of the climate adjusted hydrology and sea level rise. And then the residence time also increases for each of these 3 conditions as a result of the implementation of the DCP. So 3 key points from this. One is that the baseline residence time increases from the FEIR 2020 runs to the updated baseline hydrology, and from the FEIR 2020 runs to the FEIR 2040 runs as a result of climate and sea level rise. And those changes are in baseline residence times are greatest in the warmer months, meaning that the residence time of the delta increases as a result of climate change and sea level rise alone, particularly in the warmer months. And then the second key point would be that the DCP would increase those residence times even more, particularly in those warmer months. And then third, a very key point, is that the increment of change, the increase in residence time caused by the DCP, would be greater for the future climate conditions in 2040 than for the 2020 level conditions and sea level rise. So for the 2020 scenarios, the long-term average residence time increases by about 3% for both of those scenarios as a result of implementation of the DCP. But for the 2040 scenarios with 1.8 feet of sea level rise, the long-term average residence time would increase due to the implementation of the DCP by about 11%. So the impacts of the DCP are greater for future conditions than they are for a 2020 level of climate and sea level rise. And again, DWR didn't present this information in its testimony to the State Water Board. So DWR really didn't provide information, meaningful information on residence times that could be used to establish that there's no impact to in-delta water users, or to that in-delta water users of the State Water Board could use to evaluate impacts to public trust resources. Next slide, please. The second factor that was evaluated by DWR in assessing HABs was channel velocity. Specifically, DWR evaluated the 15-minute absolute velocity and found very few changes between a no project condition and a DCP scenario. And on that basis, they asserted that the DCP would not change the flow regime of the delta in a way that would affect HAB growth. So the figures here are taken from DSM-2 modeling results prepared by DWR, and they show 15-minute velocities in the San Joaquin River near Venice Island. And what you can see is that there's very significant tidal sloshing at this location. The very strong changes in velocity over the course of a tidal cycle from upstream to downstream and back and forth. So that tidal sloshing within an envelope is a clear feature of the delta, which is a strongly tidal system. You can also see the tidally averaged velocity as a thin line in the middle of these plots. And the tidal average velocity is relatively invariant compared to the huge sloshing that occurs because of the tidal action within the delta. So DWR's measure of 15-minute absolute velocity is a measure of how much tidal sloshing occurs on a 15-minute basis. And it just confirms that the delta is a very strongly tidal system. Because sloshing dominates the water movement, the smaller changes in delta flow rates are essentially lost within the noise of the tidal sloshing. And the next slide shows a screenshot from DWR's channel velocity analysis, again for the San Joaquin River near Venice Island. So this plot shows the exceedance probability over the full simulation period of the 15-minute absolute velocity for the month of June. And what you can see is that all of the simulated scenarios, both no project and with project scenarios, lie essentially on top of each other. You cannot tell a difference between them. And again, this is a function of the tidal nature of the flows within the system. So DWR here, in its 15-minute absolute velocity analysis, has picked a variable that is not expected to change. And in fact, that's an artifact of the tidal nature of the system. In doing so, and by comparing the values for that variable over the different scenarios, DWR gives the false impression that implementation of the DCP would not affect HABs. So in summary, DWR's analysis of channel velocities is irrelevant to whether the DCP would result in a higher likelihood of HABs. Next slide, please. So this slide presents water temperatures from DWR's DSM-2 model output files. And the baseline and with delta or with project with DCP temperatures are about the same for each other. The temperatures, water temperatures predicted for the 2020 runs are not identical, but they're very, very similar. In contrast, the 2040 predicted water temperatures are significantly higher than for the 2020 model runs because future climate will be warmer. So as we saw, the 2040 DCP residence times are greater, those impacts are greater than for 2020 conditions. In other words, the increase in residence time for 2040 conditions as a result of the DCP is bigger for those 2040 conditions than it would be for the 2020 conditions. So these future condition higher temperatures, the 2040 higher temperatures shown in sort of a yellowish color, those future temperatures are higher than for the 2020 conditions. So in other words, even if the residence times were the same in 2020 versus 2040, which they're not, the warmer temperatures would mean that HABs are more likely under 2040 conditions than 2020 conditions. But when you add the higher residence times on top of the higher water temperatures, then you see that HABs will be more likely in the future as a result of both those factors. And in addition, the warmer temperatures mean that there will be a longer growing season for HABs, and that's shown in the next slide. So in DWR 404, which is Dr. Priest's testimony, DWR noted that microcystis bloom initiation occurs at water temperatures greater than 19 degrees Celsius. And on the basis of those water temperatures, DWR focused its HABs analysis on, quote, what it called the peak growing season of July through September. That's the end of the quote. So we used DWR's temperature modeling results to examine how frequently this threshold would be exceeded for the different model scenarios. And this table shows our compilation of the number of days in each month where the average daily water temperature would exceed 19 degrees Celsius. And what you see is for the future conditions, so the bottom two rows of the table, the percent of days that would exceed 19 degrees would increase in May through October. And the shoulders of the growing season would also exceed. So warmer temperatures mean a longer growing season, which extends farther into the months of May and October, when DWR previously assumed that HABs would be unlikely. Next slide, please. So this opinion gets to the requirements for a DWR to restore habitat within the delta. DWR is required to restore habitat to mitigate certain DCP impacts, but really hasn't described those restoration projects or evaluated their effects. And the water quality and hydrodynamic impacts of habitat restoration must be evaluated to understand the potential impacts of the DCP on water users within the delta. Next slide. Thank you. DWR has stated that it intends to restore thousands of acres, maybe as much as 11,000 acres of habitat within the delta, based on the ITP in AHO 065. Restoration connects previously disconnected lands to the action of the tides, and it increases the tidal prism of the delta, meaning the volume of water within the delta. The location and timing of habitat restoration is very important in assessing the impacts of those restoration activities. So we included a citation here that restoration projects, quote, affect delta flows and salinity by change in the geometry of the river flow and tides, either increasing or decreasing salinity intrusion, depending on the location and design of the restoration project, end quote. So increased residence times in newly connected habitat can also increase the likelihood of HABs and can increase the likelihood of salinity intrusion into the delta and of course the residence time. And I'm unaware of any hydrodynamic or water quality analysis that DWR has performed in association with habitat restoration plans. So again, DWR hasn't provided information that could be used by water users or the State Water Board to assess the water quality and hydrodynamic impacts of restoration activities, or to evaluate whether those activities in aggregate together with the DCP are consistent with public trust. Next slide, please. Opinion 9 is that DWR's analysis of water quality is insufficient to allow determination of water quality and operational impacts to legal users of water and beneficial uses. And I will show several examples of how the information provided by DWR is insufficient to allow in-delta users of water or the State Water Board to evaluate impacts to in-delta water operations and delta water quality. And I note also that there was new information that was provided by DWR for the updated baseline and ITP scenarios in July of 2025, which makes the same errors. Next slide. So first, DWR provided model results in the form of long-term monthly average data. This is an example of their salinity results for Edmonton for existing conditions. And the way they computed the values in these tables was to first compute the average monthly salinity for each month in the simulation period. So that would be 94 Octobers for the FEIR simulation period. Then they averaged those 94 monthly salinity values to obtain an aggregate monthly average salinity for the month of October. And they computed summary statistics on those, all those 94 October salinity values. So the summary statistics shown in the top table are the probability that a certain level of salinity would be exceeded in each of these given months. And the bottom table shows the average salinity for each month for each of those, either for the full simulation period or for the different water year types. So for example, the long-term average monthly salinity that would be exceeded 50% of the time in October is 1,382 micromos per centimeter, microsiemens. The reason this is important is because in-delta water users do not operate their intakes to long-term average values. They operate on a real-time basis according to the water quality that's present at their intakes when they need to use them. Next slide. So second, from those long-term average monthly values, DWR computed statistics to describe how often specific salinity thresholds would be exceeded for the DCP model scenarios. So these results show the salinity aggregate statistics for the proposed project. So here, for example, the median long-term average salinity for the month of October, so the 50% exceedance value, is 1,640 microsiemens per centimeter. And then in the bottom tables, excuse me, they showed summary statistics for the increment of salinity caused by the DCP. So what they did was to subtract the probability thresholds in these tables. So for October's, they subtracted, for example, the median October value of 1,382 microsiemens for a no project condition from the October value of 1,640 microsiemens per centimeter, that's the median salinity for a with project condition, to compute a difference in the 50% threshold values of 258 micromos per centimeter. So that would be the increase in salinity at this location due to the DCP. The next slide shows some sample model output describing why the use of long-term averages does not provide the information that water users need to assess impacts to their operations. So this sample model output is from DWR's DSM-2 model runs, and it describes the EC, the electrical conductivity at Emerton during 1992 for existing no project conditions. And what you see is a high amount of variability and sloshing, a high amount of variability in the EC because of tidal action at Emerton. Over the course of a day, the salinity rises and falls twice, typically, at Emerton. And you can see that at the end of October, that 15-minute, that instantaneous salinity value rises to a value as high as 10,000 microsiemens per centimeter. But the daily average EC, which is the orange trace, is much less variable. And the monthly average EC, which is the teal value, is very, very much smoothed compared to the other values and doesn't indicate how variable that salinity is over the course of a day. So this figure also shows the time period with a dashed black line where the D1641 salinity standards apply at Emerton and their 14-day average salinity values. They apply only through August 14th. So the point of this figure is to show that the long-term averaging performed by DWR, transforming these 15-minute data to monthly average values, essentially masks or hides the variability that occurs on a 15-minute basis in a strongly tidal system such as the Delta. And it doesn't provide the information that water users who operate in real time need to evaluate the impacts to their operations. So again, by providing the results as long-term averages, DWR didn't provide the information that in-Delta water users need to assess impacts. The next slide shows how DWR used its summary statistics to compute probability exceedances. So I described stepwise in detail in my report the statistical methods that DWR used to summarize their analysis of the difference between DCP and no project scenarios. And they simply subtracted the value that occurs at the 5% level for a given month for a project with the value that occurs at a 5% exceedance probability for a no project, and subtracted the values in the tables. This doesn't make sense. Just looking at this table, the way you would normally interpret a probability of exceedance would be to say that 50% of the time, if we look at the 50% value in the top table, the change in long-term average October salinity would be 258 microsiemens per centimeter. In other words, 50% of the time, the increase in salinity would be 258 or more. But at the same time, you look at this table and you see that 75% of the time, the change in long-term average October salinity would be -8. So it is logically inconsistent to say that 50% of the time you have an increase in salinity, but 75% or more of the time you have a decrease in salinity. We pointed this out in our comments on the FEIR, and in their response to comments, DWR confirmed that we had, in fact, correctly understood their computations. So specifically, they claimed in the response to comments that, quote, this computation and presentation of modeling output is correct for its intended use in interpreting model results and supporting the impact analysis, close quote. But they did not, DWR did not offer an actual interpretation of these results. Next slide, please. In fact, a probability curve to determine an exceedance probability should have continuously increasing values. And here's an example shown in this plot. So what we did was to use the DSM-2 model output to compute the change in the monthly average salinity, and then to compute the summary statistics based on that change. So for example, we computed the difference between the monthly average salinity in October 1923 with the DCP minus the October monthly average salinity in October 1923 without the DCP to get the change in the average salinity in that month. And we did that for every month in the simulation period. And then we computed the summary statistics on those difference values. And the result is shown in the next slide. So here you see DWR's calculations that we just reviewed in the leftmost column with these summary statistics that don't increase monotonically. And in the right two columns, you see my computations of those differences, where we computed summary statistics using the difference between monthly average salinities for each month. So for the FEIR simulations, so the middle or the third column in the table, the FEIR 2020 modeling results, model files, indicate that 5% of the time, implementation of the DCP would increase the average monthly October salinity by 517 microsiemens per centimeter or more. And 25% of the time, the DCP would increase the average monthly salinity in October by 47 microsiemens or more. For the updated baseline and the ITP operation scenarios, the results are similar, a little bit larger. So 5% of the time, the increase in the monthly average October EC will be 687 microsiemens or more. And 25% of the time, the increase in the monthly average salinity would be 97 microsiemens per centimeter or more. Again, that's for the ITP and updated baseline scenarios. So we see that the increase in salinity would be greater for the ITP scenario than for the DCP FEIR scenarios at least 25% of the time. So the incremental increase in October monthly average salinity is greater for the ITP scenarios than it is for the FEIR scenarios. And when you compute and present the results in a statistically supported, statistically appropriate manner like this, that provides information on how frequently the salinity would increase as a result of the proposed project and how large those increases in salinity would be. And the next slide shows those on an aggregate performance basis. So here we're seeing October monthly average salinity change presented in a graphical format for probability exceedance format with a smooth curve that again shows that roughly 30% of the time, the increase in salinity due to the DCP for the ITP operation scenario relative to the baseline would be greater than for the FEIR scenarios. Now, DWR stated in its testimony in DWR 110, and Mr. Singh stated that, quote, under the updated baseline and refined ITP DCP criteria, incremental effects to the flows, storages, water levels, flow reversals, and delta water quality remain consistent with the FEIR conclusions, close quote. Mr. Singh's testimony in DWR 110 also stated, quote, the incremental changes in EC for DCP are very similar under both the existing conditions and updated baseline. This indicates that changes in water quality are not affected by the DCP ITP, and the salinity-related conclusions in the FEIR remain unchanged, close quote. But my analysis shows, one, that DWR's flawed method of computing the summary statistics fails to disclose the true impacts of the DCP. Two, that by not presenting information on a finer time scale, certainly more frequently and more granular than monthly, DWR's comparison of the updated baseline and ITP runs to the FEIR existing condition and DCP model runs was flawed, and similarly failed to disclose information that is important to understand water quality impacts within the Delta. And three, that DWR has not evaluated the climate-adjusted updated baseline or ITP operations for climate conditions later than 2020. So we don't know how that updated climate-adjusted hydrology or those updated project operations would perform with sea level rise and other future climate impacts. Next slide, please. And we're almost done. Opinion 10 is that Dr. Priest's evaluation of water quality impacts is incomplete and insufficient. Next slide. Thank you. Dr. Priest based her testimony to the State Water Board on model results that were presented in the FEIR for 2020 climate conditions and 2020 sea level. She concluded that for salinity and EC, there would be, and I'm going to quote from DWR 400, quote, no water quality degradation such that beneficial uses would be adversely affected or there would be injury to legal users of water, end quote, and that's for salinity and EC. And then for HABs, she concluded, quote, DCP operations would not increase the frequency and magnitude of HABs that would result in substantially increased risks of negative effects to beneficial uses associated with HABs in the Delta or injury to legal users of water, end quote. However, with respect to HABs, Dr. Priest's analysis methods were flawed. She defined residence time incorrectly using that sub-area approach. Her velocity analysis confirmed only tidal sloshing. And because she presented results only for 2020 level conditions, she did not consider future increases in water temperature. So her results and conclusions with respect to HABs are unreliable. And further, she did not evaluate future conditions for 2040 or after, or climate-adjusted hydrology as reflected in the updated baseline simulation, or the actual planned operations of the DCP as reflected in the ITP operations scenario. So in my opinion, Dr. Priest's testimony is unreliable as a basis for assessing impacts to in-delta water users, and unreliable as a basis for the State Water Board's evaluation of DWR's change petitions. Next slide, please. Opinion 11 is that Mr. Singh's evaluation of DCP operations and impacts is also incomplete and insufficient. Next slide, please. And specifically, Mr. Singh did present updated baseline and ITP scenarios in DWR 110, but he did so at a very high aggregate level and did not present the details of those model scenarios. Mr. Singh testified that the ITP criteria are, and I'm quoting from DWR 110 here, quote, generally more restrictive than the operational criteria in the FEIR and will result in lower SWP diversions at the proposed North Delta intakes compared to the FEIR, end quote. He also stated that the updated baseline represents, quote, adjusted historical hydrologic condition to account for changes in climate over the 1921 to 2021 period and reflect the more recent climate conditions consistently throughout the modeled period, end quote. So Mr. Singh concluded that changes, I'm quoting again, changes in water quality are not affected by the DCP ITP, and the salinity-related conclusions in the FEIR remain unchanged, end quote. He also concluded that, quote, the incremental changes in residence time for DCP are very similar under both the existing conditions and the updated modified baseline. Finally, he concluded, quote, there will be little, if any, changes to the water quality shown in Dr. Priest's testimony, end quote. But the basis for that last statement is unclear, and Mr. Singh, did not describe how he arrived at that conclusion. So in contrast, our analysis of DWR's model results shows significant differences between water quality in the FEIR 2020 level runs compared to the updated baseline in the ITP runs, again at 2020 level, indicating generally higher baseline salinity in summer and a higher increment of salinity on top of those higher baselines. The residence times are also higher between those two model runs as a result of the climate adjusted, and the increase in residence time caused by the DCP is greater in some months, as, for example, September's, relative to the FEIR simulations. And finally, the amount of water that could be exported is significantly lower for the ITP and updated baseline runs than it is for the FEIR scenarios. So all of Mr. Singh's testimony was based on model runs performed at a 2020 level of development, 2020 climate, and 2020 sea level. The FEIR model runs looking at a 2040 1.8 feet of sea level rise compared to 2020 show worse baseline water quality and longer residence times and greater DCP impacts for future conditions. DWR's 2040 and 2070 model simulations show that it will be much harder to meet water quality standards with the planned operations of the DCP, and that TUCPs will be needed more frequently in the future. And finally, DWR did not evaluate catastrophic failure scenarios. So as with Dr. Priest, DWR has not provided sufficient information to support its change petition. And the information that they did provide when you dig into the model results indicates that the impacts will be more severe and the DCP operations will likely need to be modified for future conditions. And then if we could skip to the next slide and the next slide. Thank you. Last slide.
Dr. Pollson, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
I wanted to ask you with respect to the video, I think we can bring it up as a separate exhibit. Would you like to do it before you make your concluding points, or should we do it after?
If it's possible to do so, that would be fine.
Okay. And my understanding is that the video is also DPWA 24, which I think we should be able to bring up. And I apologize, the PDF, it was a security block on the PDF. So we had about a 50% success rate. So it is in that you embedded it properly. It was just kind of on our end, the security measures.
No worries.
But we will try to bring up that video.
And this, just to confirm, was on slide 44, I believe, of the PowerPoint.
Thank you, Ms. Tabor. Oh, but we don't have audio.
Probably have to enable audio sharing.
And apologies to all. Hopefully this will be lesson learned for our next. I anticipate that this may not be the only video, so.
On average in North. That warmer temperature in and of itself is a new demand on water supply.
If we could
would it be possible to start from the beginning?
Thank you.
It sinks into the very dry ground. And so even if we get similar volumes of precipitation on average.
Mr. Wooldridge, are we able to back up? I know you're trying to be on the draw there. There we go.
Warmer temperature in and of itself is a new demand on water supply because it evaporates into the warm air or it sinks into the very dry ground. And so even if we get similar volumes of precipitation on average in Northern California in particular, we can anticipate less runoff into rivers, streams, and reservoirs that we then use to send all over California to support communities, our economy, the environment, everybody.
Along with
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wooldridge. And we can go back, if you would please, to Dr. Pollson's last slide.
And I'll just say briefly too, to put that video into context, that video described some of the same effects that we described in our analysis of DWR's evaluation of climate change, but that were not formally considered in the modeling. So that enhanced ET, for example, was not incorporated into the climate change scenarios that were simulated by DWR. So in summary, climate change and sea level rise will impact delta hydrodynamics and degrade water quality just by themselves. The DCP would add to those impacts and would impact in-delta water users and beneficial uses in the delta. We evaluated the volume of water that would be diverted by DWR from the North Delta diversion locations and found that it may exceed both the Feather River flow rates flowing into the delta and the 2,760 CFS permit value. And finally, we concluded that DWR did not evaluate the operations and impacts of the DCP based on the conditions that are projected to exist when it would actually operate in 2040 and beyond. And they did not evaluate TUCPs, catastrophic failure scenarios, or the impacts of habitat restoration. So in summary, DWR has not provided information sufficient for water users or the State Water Board to understand the impacts on delta hydrodynamics and water quality and impacts to in-delta water users, or for the State Water Board to conclude that the DCP would not result in injury to legal users of water, or that the DCP is in the public interest. And that concludes my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pollson. With that, I think we are quite due for a lunch break. My proposal would be to take a relatively short break so that we can get back. I would be looking at 1:15. But before we break, is there anything that we need to address? All right, then with that, I will see all of you at 1:15. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back. It is 1:15. I will look first to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am indeed.
Great, thank you very much. With that, we had left off with Dr. Pollson's summary of her testimony, and I see we have Ms. Tabor. So with that, I think I will look first to possibly Ms. Morris. Ms. Morris, are you the right person to look to for cross-examination of Dr. Pollson? And actually, I didn't ask whether you prefer to go first or straight water contractors. It doesn't matter to me. I don't know if you worked out an order.
I'll go first.
Okay.
I didn't ask them, but I assumed that I would, so it probably makes more sense.
And Ms. Meserve, I see you have your actual hand raised. Yes, please.
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. Would it be all right if I let Dr. Michael know that he's not going today?
What is the, Ms. Morris, can you remind me of your estimates?
Yeah, I think based on my questions now, about an hour and a half, and I can't remember State Water Contractor's estimate.
Mr. Krieger, would you be so kind as to remind us?
We originally estimated 30 minutes, but because the department is going first, I expect to rely on the department's questioning. So I do not anticipate having further questions for Dr. Pollson.
All right, then with that, I think no, Ms. Meserve, it sounds like we may want to hear from Dr. Michael, but thank you for bringing that up, and I'm always happy to try to check and be more efficient. With that, Mr. Cho.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kenzie. I just wanted to provide an update that the North Delta Water Agency witnesses are available and ready to go on the 15th.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
And if I may, Mr. Cho asked for an estimate, and I believe it's about 3 to 4 hours for all of the North Delta witnesses.
Just from DWR?
That's just a DWR estimate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Are there other procedural matters before we turn to cross-exam?
I would just note, Hearing Officer Kenzie, that Dr. Pollson is a shared witness with Ms. Meserve's clients, and so Ms. Meserve may also participate and chime in on the cross-examination.
Understood.
Through objections or comments.
Yeah, understood. Thank you. With that, I will hand things over to you, Ms. Morris, for your questions.
Thank you. Dr. Pollson, are all the clients you are representing for your DPWA testimony listed in the caption of DPWA 2?
Sorry, which one is DPWA 2?
Oh, that's your testimony.
Okay, let me look.
I can read it to you if that's helpful, or you.
No, I have it here. So it's Byron Bethany Irrigation District, City of Stockton, Contra Costa County Water Agency, County of Contra Costa, County of Solano, and Sacramento Area Sewer District. I think that's correct.
And did you also prepare separate testimony for other clients in this proceeding?
There's some overlap, but yes.
And who are the other clients that you prepared testimony independently for?
BBID, so Byron Bethany Irrigation District, Sacramento Area Sewer District, and City of Stockton.
And I will be keeping my questions to this testimony that you have provided for DPWA today, realizing that you are going to be appearing and that there may be some overlap, but my questions are going to be specifically about this testimony today. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. Can we agree that we're referring to the parties you just listed above for the DPWA testimony in the caption when I say Delta parties? Is that okay if I use that terminology?
Well, it's the Delta Public Water Agencies, right?
Right. I'm just shortening it because I'm going to have a lot of questions. So is it okay if I say Delta parties?
Sure, as long as we have that understanding.
Great. And can we agree that the DCP for purposes of my questions means the Delta Conveyance Project?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Wooldridge, if we can pull up, I'm going to be referring to DPWA 1 first, but I also will be looking at DPWA 2, 3, and 4. But I first would like to ask you, on DPWA 1, slide 4, which is PDF page 4 as well. And elsewhere in your report and testimony, when you report water years, are the water year classifications based on CDEC?
Yes, and specifically from the WSI HIST report, all capital letters.
So that would include any of your testimony, the slides, the report, or your actual physical testimony.
I believe that's the case. If we come across some place where it isn't, I'll let you know.
Okay. Are all the basis of your opinions stated in your testimony, DPWA, included in your report, DPWA 004?
I mean, I think the report, DPWA 004, may be more extensive than the testimony. And so I think my intention was to incorporate the report, DPWA 4, by way of reference.
Okay. But it's fair to say that all the basis for your opinions that are in your testimony are either in the testimony itself or in the technical report that's marked as DPWA 004.
Again, I did my best to try to do that. You know, I do have extensive experience within the Delta. If we come across something that isn't referenced, I will certainly let you know. It was my intention to include everything.
Do you think you didn't include something that's supportive of your opinions?
I think there may be more out there that is supportive of my opinions. You know, in preparing for this testimony, certainly there is additional documentation that isn't cited that I don't believe is necessary to the opinions, but that is supportive.
What would that be? What more are you specifically thinking of?
Well, one example would be a publication by Steve Monosmith that relates X2 to flows.
But you didn't provide that or cite it in your testimony or your report?
No, I did not, but I may rely on it in a rebuttal report. It came up because I reviewed some additional information prepared by DWR, the state water contractors.
Is there anything else that you're thinking of specifically that you did not include as a basis to support your opinions?
Not off the top of my head.
I wanted to pull up your technical report, DPWA 004, on PDF page 13, if we could, Mr. Woolridge, please. And if you can just read this to yourself and let me know, I have a question about this short language.
Yes.
Did you have any, at this time, do you have any expansion or modification of the opinions in your testimony and report?
No, I mean, I do plan to prepare rebuttal opinions or information if requested. But no, to augment the information in my report, I don't think so.
And have you completed any additional work since this report was submitted or completed?
I reviewed the files that were submitted by DWR in July of 2025. I think I have reviewed some additional information that I hadn't reviewed prior to submitting the report in July as well. But again, if and when that comes up, I will do my best to advise you.
Okay, and has any of that work changed the opinions in your report?
I don't believe so, no.
Have you relied on or reviewed additional work performed by others since the completion of this report, other than what you've already shared?
I may have reviewed additional information that's in the record for this in preparing for this testimony, but none of it pops out. I truly attempted to cite everything as completely and thoroughly as I could.
If we can go back to your testimony, Mr. Woolridge, please, DPWA 2 on page 4. And I'm looking at line 13. In the statement, when you say it's important on what DWR did not analyze and disclose to the State Water Resources Control Board, do you mean information such as climate change scenarios that were included in the FEIR, but not directly presented in this hearing?
Only in part.
What else do you mean?
Well, I think I stated repeatedly throughout my testimony that I think that there were additional scenarios that should have been analyzed by DWR, but that to my knowledge, they did not analyze.
And those were climate change scenarios, correct?
Some of them are climate change scenarios or involve future sea level rise, yes.
Would you consider future sea level rise a climate change scenario?
Sea level rise is one aspect of what climate change is bringing our way, for better or worse.
And Dr. Pollson, you reviewed the draft EIR for the Delta Conveyance project, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you submitted comments on behalf of several clients on the draft EIR for the Delta Conveyance project.
Yes.
Did you review the final EIR for the Delta Conveyance project?
Not the entire document, but bits and pieces, yes, and I cited them in my work.
Are you aware that the FEIR looked at 2040 and 2070 modeling results?
I'm not aware that there was a DSM-2 model run for 2070. I did review the Pollson 3 results for 2070, and obviously I reviewed the 2040 DSM-2 results as I have described in my report and in the testimony.
So you agree there was both DSM-2, there was DSM-2 run for and calcium for 2040 climate change assumptions?
Yes, for the future condition and the DCP alternative 5, yes.
And would you agree with me that alternative 5 is the Delta Conveyance project?
I understand that to be the proposed project, yes.
And if we could, sorry, Mr. Woolridge, if we could turn to DPWA for the technical report on PDF page 36, please. Yeah, if we could scroll down so we can see. Perfect. And this is
I apologize. I have a printed copy. Can you tell me what the report page number is for that?
Yes. I think it's page 5.
Okay.
I tried to write both because I also get confused, and sometimes
Thank
it's okay. So this is a figure that you use DWRs. I'm sorry, I'm looking at figure 6. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And this is the Sacramento River at Edmonton daily EC for water year 1923 to 2015. Is that correct?
Yeah, the long-term, well, the long-term monthly average values from those scenarios, yes.
And do you use DWR's modeling from the FEIR to create this figure, correct?
Yes.
Because you already stated before you didn't do any additional modeling.
We relied upon DWR's model runs, primarily the input and output files. We do have the ability to run those files, but I believe for this one, we relied on the output files that were part of the modeling package.
Okay. And looking at the bar in the graph, what does the red bar show?
That is the long-term average monthly salinity at Edmonton over that time frame. The red bar is the existing condition, so the no project condition.
For 2020?
The modeling was performed at a 2020 sea level and climate condition.
And what does the blue bar show?
Alternative 5 or the DCP proposed project, also from the modeling runs that were conducted to support the FEIR at a 2020 level of development, climate and sea level. And those are, again, are the monthly average values.
Okay, and I'm just asking, I understand that it's the monthly average values in the chart, but what does the yellow bar show?
The future condition model run for 2040, the baseline EC as a long-term average monthly value, again, over the same simulation time period.
And what does the green bar show?
Alternative 5, the proposed project corresponding to that 2040 future condition.
So if I wanted to understand the impacts from the Delta conveyance in 2020, is it correct that I would look at the incremental changes between the red bar and the blue bar?
Sorry, could you rephrase that?
Sure. Looking at this graph and what
Yes.
the information that it shows, if I wanted to understand the impacts from the changes that are shown with this data, if I want to understand the impacts from the DCP in 2020, is it correct that I would look at the incremental changes between the red bar and the blue bar?
Objection, vague as to impacts.
So the 2020 is the level of development, the climate, and the sea level condition for those two model runs. The actual simulation period is 1923 to 2015. I think I understand what you're asking, but I want to be very clear in my answer that the difference between those two bars represents, well, each of those bars represents the long-term average EC for a no project and a project condition for the FEIR model scenarios at a 2020 level of development, climate, and sea level.
That is what I meant to ask. Thank you for saying it more clearly. And if I wanted to understand the same type of incremental changes for 2040, I would look at the differences between the yellow bar and the green bar, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree
Again,
that
I apologize, that would be the difference in the long-term average over the full simulation period.
For the project in a 2040 condition, correct?
Right, versus a future condition, which represents the no project in a 2040 climate and sea level rise condition.
Correct. And this table also shows that information by month, correct? It's collecting this data and showing it by month.
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree that the DCP incremental changes in salinity at Edmonton, shown on your figure 6, are very similar between the 2040 and the 2020 scenarios?
They are similar, they are not identical.
Okay.
And again, comparing the long-term full period averages.
I'm just focusing on figure 6 that you have in your testimony and trying to understand figure 6. So which months are not similar? If we're looking at the incremental changes between the 2020 and the 2040 with and without project.
Just eyeballing it, and of course we have the data, we could be more granular if we wanted to. It looks like the increment in the month of September, maybe slightly higher for the 2020 conditions relative to the 2040 conditions. Again, I'm not eyeballing it. I agree with you that they're relatively similar, but I can't be quantitative at this scale.
Okay. How close would the numerical values have to be for you to say that those incremental differences are similar?
For the full period long-term averages I haven't quantified that. I haven't thought about that question.
I'm just looking at the chart, figure 6, just trying to understand.
I can't tell percent differences from the chart.
But you're saying they're not similar. But I'm trying to understand what numerical value for you generally would have to be to say that they are similar.
I would probably want to run statistics to answer that question. I have not done that.
Okay. And if we can look on the same report 004 DPWA on PDF page 37, please, which is page 6. I wanted to ask you some questions. Do you know what I mean when if I say real-time operations as described by Miss Molly White from the Department of Water Resources?
Yes, generally.
And does this table that is in your report take into consideration real-time operations?
This table was computed based on the model results solely, excuse me. So because they're model results, I don't believe they do account for real-time operations.
And looking at the no project versus project for 2040 in table 5, doesn't it show that the 2040 with project, there are 26 fewer days of modeled D1641 exceedances?
I would have to do the math to, oh wait, the number of days exceeded. Yes, 1846 minus 1820 is 26.
You're better at math in your head than I am, but I had to do it. Thanks. And Dr. Pollson, are you familiar with D1641?
Yes.
Isn't it true that the water classifications can change the D1641 requirements?
Yes.
So if the water classifications were different, it's possible that table 5 could change.
I'm not sure I understand that question.
Let me try to break it into pieces and see if I can do a better job. So table 5 is talking about the probability of exceedance of D1641 standards, correct?
Yes.
And D1641 standards can change depending on the water year classification, correct?
Yes, some aspects of them can, yes.
So if the water year classifications were different, it's possible that this table could be different because it is calculating the percent of exceedance of D1641, correct?
We computed these values using the water year classifications that are presented in the WISI HIST report. I think if I refer to it that way, you know what I'm talking about. Is that correct? Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
Yes, so we use those water year types in evaluating these data.
And the water year types that you pulled from CDEC are based on historical data, correct? They're historical water year types.
Yes.
Okay. You talked about the schism model in terms of water quality impacts, and you cite to AHO 1047. Are you aware that the schism model only includes historical data inflows, exports, and channel depletions?
Yes, I said that in the table that is summarized on page, sorry.
That's okay. I don't need the page. I just wanted to make sure we had a common understanding.
Yes, slide 9 presents a table that's my understanding of the schism runs and says that it used observed hydrology.
And that would not include any reservoir reoperations, correct, in the schism model then?
Correct. Or DCP. Correct.
And for the water cost approach in the schism model, it's the augmented from historical levels to maintain D1641 compliance, correct?
That's my understanding of those model runs, yes.
So it's just an accounting of flow necessary to meet D1641.
Over that time period, yes. And actually, the values I cited weren't flow rates, they were volumes, but yes.
Sorry, I didn't catch the last part of your response. It froze.
Oh, I'm sorry. We discussed the volume, not the flow rate of water that was reported in that document to be needed to maintain water quality standards.
And you already stated that it's your understanding as well that neither schism approach included DCP operations, correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
And in your report, you only report the water cost to meet D1641 for the schism runs for a sea level rise of 6.89 feet and 3.51 feet, correct?
I think that those are, I'd have to look back at the report, but those are the ones that I remember calling out. That's correct.
We can just, since we're here, if you want to pull up PDF page 43.
What page of the report is that,
I
please?
think it's page 12. Does that refresh your recollection?
I'm looking at that page.
Okay, well, I'll ask the question again. Based on your review of your report, you only reported water costs to meet D 1641 for a sea level rise scenario of 6.89 feet and 3.51 feet, correct?
6.89 feet and 3.51 feet, yes.
Okay. And if we could pull up AHO 1047, please. And I think it's PDF page 20. Are you familiar with this appendix?
Yes, I have reviewed it.
And looking at the figure on the water cost of compliance, do you see that there's a cost of water cost for compliance of 1.80 feet?
Yes.
And the water cost for 1.8 feet of sea level rise is much less than the 6.89 and 3.5 scenarios, correct?
Yes.
And what would you estimate that to be, the water cost for 1.8 feet of sea level rise?
Gosh, maybe on the order of 200,000 acre feet. So 0.2
Okay,
million acre feet, give or take.
that looks like a good eyeball to me. Would you agree with the statement that a 1.8 foot of sea level rise is an extremely unlikely scenario?
I think that's how the H++ scenario was computed. So to answer your question, I need to know what time frame you're talking about. But if we're talking about 2040, yes, I agree with that characterization.
And in fact, you stated that in your comment letter, at least one of your comment letters for the city of Stockton, which is DPWA 005, that was an extremely unlikely scenario, correct?
Yeah, I don't remember the words that I used in that, but yes, I know it was so unlikely that there was not a probability assigned to it.
And if a 1.8 sea level rise is an extremely unlikely scenario, wouldn't you agree that a 3.51 or 3.5 and 6.89 feet of sea level rise would be even more unlikely?
Again, it depends on the time frame. For 2040, they would be, but for future years, they might not be unlikely at all.
How about 2070?
Again, we can look at the probabilities that are shown on slide 5 of DPWA 004 to be able to quantify that.
I just have asked you if those are likely in your mind in a 2070 scenario.
I'm relying on the probabilities that were characterized by the state. So I believe, for example, that in 2070, a sea level rise of about 3.5 feet had a probability of about 0.05% or a 1 in 200 level.
So would you consider that likely or unlikely?
I would consider it a 1 in 200 chance.
Okay. And I'm sorry, when you were giving some quotes during your presentation, not all of them had sites. So if we could pull up slide 42 of DPWA 1, you gave several quotes on this slide. Oops. And I didn't capture where they were in your testimony. Do you happen to recall?
I can look it up. Forgive me, I'm flipping through the pages. My pages are out of order. I believe that that glass walls quotation is out of one of the appendices for the FEIR.
Okay. Did you cite it in your, can I find it in your report?
I'm looking for it.
Okay, that's fair.
Yes, one citation is that the glass wall approach assumes that existing levee elevations would keep up with increasing sea levels. I believe that can be found at AHO 1047 in a subsection at F.6. The quotation about overtopping onto subsided delta islands or low elevation marshlands along the bay were not considered. I believe that that comes from AHO 1047 at PDF page 14. I think those were the only quotations. Oh, no, they're not. I'm sorry. One of them I clearly referenced as SAC 004. And then I believe there's one other. There was a quotation where the quotation dealt with the words that the idea that the potential for levee failure due to sea level rise, and here's the quote, is speculative and not definable as a foreseeable action. I believe that's AHO 1236 at PDF page 332. They're in the report.
And they're all in the report. That's my question.
I believe so.
In the report. Okay. Great.
If I missed any, I'd be happy to provide them, but those are the ones that I have in my notes from this slide, and they are in the report.
Sorry, I think it's a couple slides down. Sorry, I missed the site here. Give me 1 second. In one of your slides, and I apologize, I don't have the slide number. I can find it if necessary, but you state that the analysis appears inconsistent with DWR's testimony that DCP would be operated to continue to comply with D1641 water quality standards. Do you remember that statement that you made?
I do generally, yes.
Okay. And it might be slide 20, if we could check, please. Where in AHO 1047 does it state that DWR will not meet D1641 water quality control plan requirements?
Which one is AHO 1047?
I think it's the one that you just were citing from, that you said it was in your report, and that is the appendice, can tell you the exact name. Appendix 5A, Section F, that has the schism models and the sea level rise and delta water quality monitoring.
Can you please repeat the question, Ms.
Sure.
Morris?
Where in AHO 1047, cited on your slide, does it say that DWR will not meet D1641 requirements?
Objection misstates the testimony.
Right. I don't think that that is what it says. Maybe I don't understand your question.
It says, you say the analysis appears inconsistent with DWR's testimony that DCP would be operated to continue to comply with D1641 water quality standards. Do you see that?
I do.
So where in 1047 or elsewhere in DWR's testimony does DWR ever say it would not comply with D1641 standards?
That's not my testimony. My testimony is that DWR stated and it'll take me a minute, but I could find it, that they would continue to comply with water quality standards. I believe that that's in DWR 400.
Okay.
Specifically also in Dr. Priest's testimony. And this, in contrast, analysis was performed to figure out how much additional water, how much additional delta outflow would be required to meet water quality standards under those sea level rise conditions that are shown on the slide.
And
so it's two different things.
Without DCP operations, correct?
You mean the schism analysis?
Correct.
Yes, that's correct.
And so on this slide, on your second bullet, when you say analysis, is that the schism analysis that you're referring to?
This water cost approach, yes. In other words, my opinion is that based on the analysis that DWR did to figure out how much outflow would be required to comply with water quality standards under these sea level rise conditions, that is an implicit statement that without those releases, they would not comply.
Okay. I just want to make sure, I don't think you answered my question. It's probably my fault for not being clear, but I'm looking specifically at the statement in the second bullet that begins, analysis appears. When you say analysis appears, is that analysis the schism analysis?
Yes.
Okay. And then if we can, sorry to keep skipping all over here, but if we can please pull up, I think it is DPWA 004. Oh, I'm sorry, it is not. It is SAC 004. I wanted to ask you some questions about a 2070 memo that you referred to, which I believe is SAC 004. Are you familiar with this memo?
Yes.
And isn't it true for purposes of the modeling in this memo, it's assumed that under any future TUCP-like actions, that the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project exports would be limited to health and safety needs when D1641 standards are not being met?
It may be. I don't remember that explicitly. I'd have to look through the memo to find that.
Great. If we can just go to PDF page 28. And if I can direct your attention to under the series of bullets, it starts the sentence for modeling purposes. If you can read that to yourself.
For modeling purposes, it is assumed that under any future TUCP-like actions, SWP and CVP exports would be limited to health and safety needs at times when D1641 Delta standards are not met.
So does that refresh your recollection that this modeling, all of it includes that assumption?
I can't say all of it, but certainly the parts that were being referenced in the text here, I'd have to put that into context. I don't know that I can say all of it.
The 2070 this memo, the modeling runs in this memo. You don't agree that the modeling the modeling runs assume what's stated here, or you don't know?
No, they probably do, but there were several different project scenarios that were stated. If you look at the text that precedes these bullets, it talks about how by 2070, TUCP-like actions are likely to become more frequent, potentially occurring in about 15% of years. 4 of the 7 no project scenarios presented in this, technical memo, I believe, to analyze the operation of the proposed project under 2070 conditions include TUCP-like actions in the driest years. These actions include, and then there are the bullet points. So there were multiple model scenarios. I do not know whether the sentence that you're referencing here, the for modeling purposes sentence, I don't know. I'd have to read it in context to know if it applies to all of the scenarios that were simulated and described in this memo or just some of them.
Okay, but you agree that above this, if we scroll up, it's talking about those 7 runs, and then it describes the TUCP actions, because you just read that. And then it states for modeling purpose, it's assumed that.
Right, but this is talking about 4 of the 7 no project scenarios.
I believe this is talking about the TUCP actions for any scenario in this memo. Do you have a different understanding?
Could you scroll up, please, to the bottom of the prior page? So at the very bottom line on this page, it talks about 4 of the 7 no project scenarios. So again, I would need to read this in context to understand whether the sentence that you just cited refers to 4 of the 7 scenarios or all 7 scenarios, etc.
Okay, let's try this a different way. Would you agree that if the modeling runs in this report, including TUCP actions, that the sentence that we just went over down below on the next page, PDF page 28, that in any scenario where TUCP-like actions were applied, that the State Water Project and CVP exports were limited to health and safety?
Objection, vague.
1641 was not, standards were not being met.
I agree that this sentence says that.
Okay. Do you know how much health and safety pumping for the CVP and SWP is in CFS, cubic feet per second?
I assume based on Mr. Singh's testimony that it's 1500 CFS.
Okay. And have you reviewed the permit terms and conditions submitted by DWR and DWR 1101R?
I believe so.
So isn't it true that when there's only 1500 CFS of pumping occurring in the South Delta, that DWR has agreed not to shift exports to the North Delta intakes? Do you have that understanding?
I don't recall. I'd have to look at that specifically.
Okay, why don't we pull up DWR 1101R? I believe it's PDF page 2, but we should probably start on page 1, the bottom. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, if it's possible to scroll. Perfect, thank you. Are you familiar with this South Delta preference permit term condition?
Generally, yes.
And if we look at, if we're in a TUCP situation and water quality standards are not being met, would you agree we would be in balanced conditions?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
If we were in a TUCP scenario and D1641 water quality standards were not being met, would you agree that we would be in balanced conditions?
Honestly, I'd have to go back and look at that. I'm not an operations expert, so I don't recall exactly what that definition is.
Do you have an understanding that balanced conditions are when the projects are making reservoir releases to meet water quality standards or other standards?
I think I have a general understanding, but again, I don't know the details of the operations.
Okay, fair. But would you agree that DWR has committed when there are balanced conditions from July through September that they will not shift, in essence, exports from the South Delta to the North Delta if the CVP and SW facilities were below 3,000 CFS?
The combined flows for both facilities?
Correct.
I mean, I read this the same way I think that you do.
Okay. So you agree that that's a commitment that DWR has made in this permit term?
I mean, it says that under balanced conditions, the end of that says, except in no case shall South Delta combined exports between CVP and SWP facilities decrease below 3,000 cubic feet per second. I agree that you have read that.
But do you agree that DWR has committed by submitting this as a permit term?
Not necessarily. I mean, I think these permit terms they're the subject of this hearing, right? which permit terms would apply. I would assume that a change in one permit term could require a change in another. So these are not final and adopted. I do read it the same way as you do. But
Would
I
you
think,
agree that, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I was going to say, but I think depending upon how events evolve, that could change.
Well, do you understand that this document, including permit term 02, was submitted by the department as commitments to the hearing and to the Protestants to address issues that have been raised in the protests?
I do, but I also think that these permit terms are silent on some very important issues, as I articulated in my testimony. So, for example, if there was a catastrophic failure of levees in the Delta, and the Delta became more brackish or salty as a result, I don't know that these permit terms would hold.
So you are actually talking about a TUCP situation, and that's not the question that I was asking.
Then I'm confused because I thought all of these questions were in the context of a TUCP.
No, that's the question was, did DWR submit these as proposed commitments that it is making as part of this hearing to operate the project in a certain way?
Objection. This is outside the scope of the witness's testimony and calls for a legal conclusion.
I mean, I agree that my understanding is that DWR submitted these permit terms.
Okay. If we can move
Proposed permit terms, excuse me.
If we could, oops, sorry. If we can go to back, sorry, Mr. Woodridge, if we could go back to DPWA 001, slide 22. Okay. Is it correct that this shows that under 2040, the point of this slide was to show that under 2040 there would be less SWP exports, correct?
No, this slide doesn't deal with 2040 at all.
I'm sorry, that was a bad question. I think if you go down to the next slide. I'm sorry, 2020. Let me rephrase the question. So either slide, if you could go back up to slide 22. Thank you. So is it true, the point of the slide is to show that under 2020, there would be less exports with the updated baseline than the FEIR baseline?
That is one thing that is shown on this slide? Yes. I mean, specifically, the long-term annual average Delta exports for the existing condition 2020 conditions run that's in the FEIR show a long-term average total Delta export from the CVP and the SWP combined of about 4.95 million acre-feet per year. Under the updated baseline scenario with the climate-adjusted hydrology, the combined long-term annual average exports would be 4.78, if I'm reading that correctly, million acre-feet per year.
Would you agree that without the purple bars, which are showing the Delta Conveyance project, that without the Delta Conveyance project, there would be less exports?
Less exports than what?
Than if the DCP was not in operation.
I'm sorry, I don't understand that question. Could you repeat that?
Sure. If you look at the purple bars, those
Yes.
are yield that is created by the Delta Conveyance project, correct?
Those are the model simulated values of what would be diverted at the North Delta diversion locations, yes.
And if you take those away, there is less exports than if the DCP were in operation, correct?
I don't think you can just take that away. That doesn't make sense. That's
So
apples and oranges.
So you, so you're saying that if the department didn't build the Delta Conveyance project, that it would be able to export this additional water through the existing facilities?
Which additional water? I don't understand your question.
All right, let's try this a different way. If we can go to slide 11, please, of the same. And does this slide show between 2020 and 2040 what the yield would be with the Delta Conveyance project and without?
Yes.
And would you agree that if the Delta Conveyance project is not built, that, let me strike that. Would you agree that in 2040, even though the yield of the Delta Conveyance project is reduced, that the yield for the overall state water project would be increased in Alternative 5 2040 as compared to Future Condition 2040?
If I understand your question, so without the DCP, the future condition, no project at a 2020-40 level would have the SWP exporting a total of 2.24 million acre feet per year. With the construction of the DCP and the operations that were modeled, the yield of the state water project would be 2.14 plus 0.62, which, if I'm doing math on the fly quickly, is 2.76 million acre feet per year.
So would you agree that under 2040 conditions, with the purple, which represents the DCP export, that that amount of water would help offset the SWP export decline that you are showing in this slide?
I don't know how to answer that question because they're two different scenarios. One is with DCP and one is without. And you're asking me to compare a with DCP scenario as if it didn't have DCP to the without DCP scenario. I think the answer is in the future condition scenario, that without the DCP, the State Water Project would be able to export 2.24 million acre feet per year as a long-term average.
And
am I misunderstanding your question?
I think so, but that's okay. And with Alternative 5, which includes the DCP, that would be increased from the 2.24.
Right. As I stated previously, the 2.24 that would be exported by the State Water Project under the future condition no project would increase to, if my math is correct, 2.76 million acre feet per year. So it would go from 2.24 without the project to 2.76 million acre feet per year with the project.
Okay. If we can turn to slide 24, please. Okay. Would you agree? I mean, we could do this like we did before with the different colors and different bars, but I will try to shorten this up and just say, would you agree that the legend is an accurate description of the bars that are shown in this graph and this bar chart?
Yes.
And you would agree that Alternative 5 represents the DCP?
That's my understanding, yes.
So looking at this graph, isn't it true that the incremental change in salinity at Edmonton for different months is very similar for the ITP and EIR 2020 model runs?
No, I think there are differences. I can't be quantitative about them, but just looking at October, the difference between the red and the blue looks different to me than the difference between the purple and the gray, for example.
And how would you characterize that difference?
I don't understand that question. They appear to be different. The increment caused by the DCP for the month of October appears to be larger for the ITP runs than for the FEIR runs.
And I asked the question if they were similar, and I believe you said no. And I'm trying to understand, again, what's your definition of similar? Does similar have to be exactly the same?
No, but just visually, those appear to be larger. And I think I provided some quantitative examples in my testimony.
And if we can pull up slide 25, please. And looking at this residence time, which if I understand correctly, all of the residence time shown in your testimony is delta wide residence time, correct?
Yes.
And would you, isn't it true that the incremental change in the whole delta residence time based on your calculations shown in figure 12 is very similar for the ITP and EIR 2020 model runs?
I think I stated exactly what the differences are. These results that are shown here averaged over the entire year. And I think it's important, as I did on the following slide, to look at the results by month as well.
But my question is specific to this data that you provided that we're looking at in figure 12. And what I'm looking at is the incremental change between the existing condition 2020 and alternative 5, which is the DCP 2020, and that appears to be 1 day. Would you agree?
In the median monthly residence time, as averaged over the entire simulation period, yes, that's what the numbers show. But as I testified, when you break it out by month, it is not comparable.
I'm just asking you questions about this figure that you provided. And so looking at the updated baseline in 2020 and the DCP ITP 2020, would you agree that that is also, with all of the caveats you just stated, a 1 day change?
In the delta-wide monthly residence time expressed as a median value, there is a 1 day increase in the median value, the 50 percentile value.
Great. And we can take this down, I think, for now. Thank you. I want to ask you some questions about residence time. So I'd like to pull up DPWA 004, which is your report. Please, Mr. Woolridge. And all the way down to section 4, which I think it starts on page 108. And Dr. Pollson, do you have a copy of your report handy?
I have a printed copy that I'm
Okay,
looking from.
perfect, because you might want to scroll through it on your own. So my question for you is, this section 4 appears to be the references for your report. Is that accurate?
It's intended to be accurate, yes.
Okay. And if you could just tell me, as you go through all of those references, what published literature on HABs you use to develop your opinions?
I believe much of that would have been referenced. Well, my analysis wasn't about HABs specifically, but about the factors that influence HABs. So, for example, I did not go into detail on, various aspects of how HABs grow and reproduce. Rather, I looked at the residence times of water in the delta under the different modeling scenarios as a surrogate for how those changes in residence times would influence the likelihood of HAB blooms and growth.
I understand that, but you state an opinion that DWR used a pseudo residence time and that your delta wide residence time, in your opinion, is the better methodology. And I'm trying to understand, and if you could just look through the references, what reference you have on published literature for HABs in your section here.
In just a moment. So I do reference, if you scroll down, I believe Fisher et al.
I do not see that reference. If it starts with an F.
Oh, well, then I left one out because we definitely have referenced Fisher et al. Somewhere in this document. And then I'm looking for the section of the report. Bear with me. Fisher et al. Would certainly be an underpinning reference for an awful lot of what's in this report. It's just a foundational text describing water flow in estuaries.
So
And
is the Fisher, when you talk about Fisher, you're talking about the Fisher Delta model and the Delta
No.
simulation model?
No, I'm not. I can pull it off my shelf if you want. I can look at it. I'm looking at a book by Fisher et al. That's called Mixing in Inland and Coastal Waters. It is a common textbook. And
Okay,
I believe
don't see
if
that
it's
in
not
there.
cited in the report, then I believe it is cited in, I believe, I haven't gone back to double check, but that it is cited in the comments that we provided. It is cited also in footnote 23 of my report, which is printed page 8 of the report, and it is listed as DPWA-010. So I apologize if there's a cross-reference that didn't make it all the way, but it is listed in the report in footnote 23.
Is that the only published paper on HABs?
That is not a published paper on HABs. That's a published paper on mixing in estuaries that deals with residence time.
My question was about published literature on HABs used to develop your opinion. So will count Fisher yes or no, but are there other literature in your references to support your opinions?
I did not cite to specific literature, except as already included in the FEIR documents that are cited within the report. So there's a large body of literature that was cited by DWR in the FEIR and probably in other documents as well, that is cited implicitly. I'm certainly familiar at a high level with that literature, but I did not cite to it specifically and provide specific opinions that referenced that literature. It's inherent in what I bring to this work.
Okay, but I'm trying to understand what supports your opinion that delta-wide residence time is a superior methodology as compared to what DWR presented. So if you could let me know where that is, that would be great. I will just represent to you. I didn't see anything that looked like a published paper on HABs, except for if we scroll slightly down to the MRSA and Summer, which is not a paper, but data of 2006. I did not see anything else that was cited in your report to support that opinion.
I think there's a lot that's cited in the report. In fact, I cite mainly to DWR's work. So in the footnotes that correspond to that section, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, starting on printed page 43 of the report, there are a series of footnotes that refer to DWR 404, AHO 1067, AHO 1036, the FEI, various places in the FEIR.
Mm-hmm.
Those discuss the literature on HABs.
Mm-hmm.
And
Correct.
just as Dr. Priest did, tie residence times to the likelihood that HABs will occur.
Right. But are you aware that all of those sites that you just listed in the FEIR, the AHO, which are to the FEIR and Dr. Priest, they do not rely on a delta-wide residence time. They rely
Objection assumes facts, not in evidence.
You are calling a pseudo residence time.
Ms. Morris, can you just, I'm sorry, can you repeat the question because we had the intervening objection?
The question was all of the citations that Dr. Pollson, you just listed as footnotes are to the FEIR or to Dr. Priest's report for testimony, and none of those rely on a delta-wide residence. Correct?
No,
my
I disagree with
objection
that.
is still the same, that this assumes facts, not in evidence.
Ms. Tabor, can you explain that to me? What
Well, Ms. Morris has not established that none of these documents rely on the or stand for the purpose that she's described. She can repeat her question, but it's she's characterized what the reports stand for, and we haven't established that they or what they don't stand for, and that hasn't been established.
My understanding is the question is whether they do rely on such a characterization. I'll leave it to Dr. Dr. Pollson. I think I'm going to overrule the objection. Please do caveat as appropriate as you have done.
Okay, and I apologize. Could you please repeat the question so that I make sure I'm addressing what you're asking?
Yes, of course. You listed, and what I'm trying to get at, I think I've been very clear, but perhaps not, is you challenge fundamentally DWR's analysis of residence time as insufficient because you state it's your opinion that residence time should be based on whole Delta residence time. Would you agree with that?
I do think that residence time should be based on whole Delta residence time. And I've provided a very detailed analysis of why I think that method is superior to the method that DWR used.
Would you agree that DWR did not use whole residence time in the FEIR?
I believe they used the same method of placing tracer within the model and looking at when 90% of that tracer first leaves the relevant segments in a subregion.
And that's the same analysis that Dr. Priest used in her testimony that you disagree with, correct?
Yes, that's one large part of the problem with the residence time analysis.
So when you just cited as support for your position that I'm asking for published literature for supporting the whole Delta residence time, you literally were repeating the FEIR and Dr. Priest's HAB exhibit.
No, that is incorrect. So the FEIR and documents that were referenced by Dr. Priest talk about the relationship between HABs and residence time generally, right? And as I stated in my testimony, I agree with the general proposition that longer residence times correlate with an increased likelihood of HABs. I agree with Dr. Priest on that. Where I disagree is the method that was used to compute residence times. And I've provided two very discrete examples of why I think Dr. Priest's method, which is also the method in the FEIR, is wrong. And I don't think that that method is supported by the scientific literature, no matter how many citations are in the FEIR. I think the citations that I have provided are with respect to how you characterize the residence time of water within an estuary.
That's not the question I'm asking. There is not a single reference that is a published literature on HABs that I can find in your testimony. Am I missing it? And if I am, please tell me where it is.
Again, the references to HABs are contained in the documents, the DWR documents, for example, Appendix 9E of the FEIR. There are extensive references to HABs and the behavior of HABs within the delta. I am not explicitly disagreeing with those references. And those references concluded that residence time is related to the likelihood of HABs.
Okay.
They did not conclude, I'd like to finish, that the residence time as computed using subregions of the delta is related to HABs. I find no support in the scientific literature for Dr. Priest's analysis method for residence time and its correlation to the likelihood of HABs within the delta.
Okay. Let's try this a different way. Let's go to PDF page 84 of the report.
Could you tell me what the printed page is, please?
Sure. It starts on page 53 of the printed report.
Okay.
And starting, if you look at the top, and that page is talking, if we could just scroll up to 3.7.2, and you are, I'm sorry, the bottom of page 53. Got it. So this appears to be where you were talking about in the report, the residence time for the estuary should be looked at as a whole. And if we scroll through this section, The only citations that are provided in the footnotes to support this that I can see are your own comment letters, DPWA 005, DPWA 006, DPWA 007, and the MRSA paper. Would you agree with that?
No.
Okay, well, where?
So at the bottom of page 53, printed page 53, I reference as detailed in section 2.3.3. If you flip to section 2.3.3, that is the description of the methodology that I use to compute residence time. And the main citation that I provided there has been marked as DPWA 10 and is the Fisher et al. Textbook.
Right, and that's to calculate residence time.
Correct.
That is not the biological support for your opinion that residence time should be looked at as a delta as the whole versus how DWR did it, correct?
No, I don't know how else to answer your question. I have laid out several different ways in which I think DWR's methodology for computing residence time for subregions of the delta is technically and scientifically incorrect. And I've provided citations for better ways that are in the published scientific literature to calculate the residence time of water in an estuary. It is further my opinion that, as noted in the citations provided by DWR, residence time and the likelihood of HABs are correlated. I'm not disputing that. I'm disputing the way in which residence time is computed.
I understand. I understand what you're doing, and that isn't really an answer to my question, but let's go with this. Are you aware that since 2006, there have been 15 plus peer-reviewed journal articles addressing cyanobacteria HABs in the Delta?
I don't know the number, but I've read and reviewed at least several of them, if not most of them.
But you agree they're not listed in your report?
I believe that they are listed in the documents that are referenced in my report.
And have you published any papers on HABs?
Not on HABs explicitly, no, I have not.
Have you conducted any scientific studies on HABs?
Again, my expertise is not in the HABs themselves. It's in the behavior of water within an estuary, focusing on the fact that HABs are, the likelihood of HABs, the probability that you'll have a HAB bloom, is correlated with the residence time of water in an estuary. So I'm not expressing opinions about the individual microcystis cells or their growth. I'm relying on that correlation, as does Dr. Priest, between residence time and the likelihood of HABs. And I'm relying on work that I have done over decades to characterize how water moves within an estuary. So no, I have not published explicitly about HABs, but I'm not offering opinions that are explicitly about HABs in that way either.
I think my question was, did you conduct any scientific studies on HABs?
I rely upon the scientific literature that establishes that the likelihood of HABs is related to residence time.
Have you participated in any HABs studies in the Delta?
I have studied HABs in the Delta before. I'm familiar with the scientific literature, and I have done work related to HABs in the Delta in other instances.
And looking at your CV, which is DPWA 003, can you show me on that document that work, please?
I don't have that document in front of me. That one I did not print. I don't recall any specific publications on HABs again, but I have, my expertise is not in HABs themselves. It's in the hydrodynamics and the behavior of water in the estuary, which is correlated with the behavior of HABs. So again, I'm talking about hydrodynamics and water quality, and I do not have and have not developed opinions about the express mechanisms of HABs.
What experience do you have studying HAB formation in the Delta?
I've reviewed the scientific literature. I've reviewed maps and data describing where HABs have occurred within the estuary. In the past, I've looked at other relationships between water quality parameters and HABs. So, I mean, again, I think I have a familiarity with the literature, but not express opinions about the sort of molecular or biological aspects of HAB formation.
You just said you're familiar with where HABs occurred in the Delta. Do you have an understanding that harmful algal blooms are not currently considered a significant issue along the Sacramento River?
I have a general understanding, and I think you're going into testimony that will be presented later in this proceeding. But I do have a general understanding from databases that are maintained. Again, I'm not familiar. I haven't reviewed that information. I believe it's state water board databases that characterize the locations of HABs. So I am familiar with that information.
And so do you have a general understanding that harmful algal blooms are not currently considered a significant issue along the Sacramento River?
I think that
based on all the review of the literature and the citations that you have are relying on. Do you think they are? Sorry.
No, again, I haven't reviewed that part of my testimony because I provided that testimony. We'll be talking about it later in the proceeding, right? We have prepared maps that I did not review in preparation for today that show where HABs have occurred. They are definitely more likely in the central and the south delta under current conditions than they would be, say far up the Sacramento River. But again, that's historical data under current conditions.
Right. And my question is, as you sit here today, based on this extensive review of the literature and your understanding of HABs and residence time that you have just discussed, if you have an understanding that harmful algal blooms are not currently considered a significant issue along the Sacramento River.
I haven't reviewed that recently. I believe it is probably true. But I do also continue to maintain that residence time and the likelihood of HABs are associated, as do DWR's experts. And so my focus was on residence time and flushing of the Delta as a whole.
And what experience do you have studying HAB formation in different areas in the Delta?
Again, I have familiarity at a high level with the data that describe where HABs have been either confirmed or suspected to occur.
What experience do you have studying HAB toxigenicity?
I'm familiar in general with the literature, but I do not consider myself to have expertise in that area.
Do you know what cell viability means in the context of HAB formation?
In general, my understanding is that cell viability would be the ability of HAB cells, microcystis, for example, to persist and grow and reproduce.
Is that the extent of your understanding?
Well, I haven't developed opinions about that, if that's what you're getting at.
I'm just asking about your understanding of cell viability.
That would be a very general description of my understanding.
And looking, I believe, at 002, back to your testimony, page 27. I think it's lines 24 to 27. You claim that based on your analysis that residence time may increase 3% in 2020 and 11% under 2040. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what my analyses of the DSM-2 model runs showed. Yes. And I think that is laid out in greater detail on slide. And I apologize, I am really getting my papers mixed up.
I think my question was just yes or no, based confirming what's in your testimony. I don't need further detail, just if I have a correct understanding.
Yes, and I am looking at my testimony, sorry, the PowerPoint DPWA 1 at slide 52 to confirm that. Yes, specifically, we found an increase as an annual average of 2.9% for the FEIR 2020 runs, 3.0% for the updated baseline and ITP runs, and 11.0% for the FEIR 2040 runs.
And I think this is an easy question, but it could be difficult. And I think you would agree, and if you disagree, please let me know, that your current approach considers the delta as a whole and does not specifically incorporate areas that may have longer residence times, correct?
My analysis is for the delta as a whole. That is correct.
Looking at page 50.
I should qualify that by saying that it's not in this testimony for today, but we did evaluate residence times in Clifton Court Forebay. But I think we'll discuss those separately. So I reserve that.
That's fine. I think you and I both agreed that you can reserve to discuss that and I can reserve to ask questions.
Exactly.
You are going to be appearing several times. And then if we could go to 004, I think it's PDF page 82, 83, and Dr. Pollson for the printed, I think it's 51 and 52.
Okay.
And what evidence do you have to support your opinion regarding residence time other than your comments on the EIR and the IKEA analogy, which is below?
Well, I cited the textbook, the Mixing in Inland and Coastal Waters, and other citations that are referenced within that. The IKEA analogy is intended just to be an analogy to help explain the concept of residence time. And then I presented detailed results, DSM-2 model results, showing why DWR's residence time analyses are essentially meaningless.
And I'm looking for the biological support for your assertion that the residence time should be as a delta as a whole for HABs versus specific areas within the delta.
I mean, I think it would be in the HABs literature that is cited in Dr. Priest's, in the FEIR and Dr. Priest's testimony. And we could go to that and I could show you specifically.
No,
if you would like.
I'll go back and look at your report and hopefully it's there. If you could scroll down to the next page, which is your IKEA analogy. Would you agree that all humans that enter the IKEA exit the store alive?
I sure hope so.
Maybe exhausted and not hydrated. And do you know if every cyanobacteria cell that exits the delta alive?
I would assume that it does not.
Given that some areas of the delta have residence times of approximately 10 hours, do you believe a 3% increase to 10.3 hours would meaningfully contribute to the development or severity of a cyanobacterial harmful algal bloom?
I don't know how to answer that question. That question doesn't make sense to me.
Well, do you not understand the question?
I don't.
So if there's let's assume there's a 10-hour residence time.
Where?
It doesn't matter, right? In the delta.
Within the delta as a whole?
That's your testimony, is it not?
That's absolutely not my testimony.
So your opinion is not that that DWR should have looked at the delta residence as a whole, residence time as a whole?
It is, but I'm unfamiliar with the idea that there would be a 10-hour residence time for the delta as a whole.
It's a hypothetical. So
I don't understand it because it's not consistent with the way the estuary behaves.
Would it be what would you like? What would be a time frame which would work for you for this hypothetical? Let me ask you this actually. Do you think it's in residence time in the Delta would meaningfully contribute to the development or severity of cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms? Or do you not have an understanding of the biology of blooms?
Could you repeat
Excuse
that,
me,
please?
Ms. Morris's volume cut out there in the middle of her question.
Yes, could you repeat that,
It
please?
to be a compound question, I think.
Well, let's start again and make sure we hear the question. Please, Ms. Morris.
Oh,
Is she frozen?
No, I'm thinking because
Okay, sorry. I
need
thought it was a
Thank you.
technology glitch.
I'm going to assume for purpose, you can disagree with my hypothetical, but it's a hypothetical. And given my question, I'm going to try this again. If an area in the Delta, let's say on the Sacramento River, has a residence time of approximately 10 hours, do you believe a 3% increase would meaningfully contribute to the development or severity of a cyanobacterial harmful algal bloom?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical. Sacramento River is hundreds of miles long.
I don't know how to answer that question. As I've said in my report, I looked at the residence time of water within the Delta. And that residence time is on the order of dozens of days, not 10 hours. So I don't know how to answer a question about Delta residence time that is so short.
Well, you disagree with the question, but you can answer it, can't you?
It doesn't make sense to me.
Ms. Morris, I think it's a fair objection that there has to be the hypothetical has to have some basis in reality, or it's not a useful hypothetical.
Well, there is evidence. The department has presented evidence that there are in certain areas 10 hours of residence time. And I am basing the hypothetical based on evidence and an increase of 3% that Dr. Pollson has testified could occur. And I'm trying to understand her understanding of whether that would contribute to the development or severity of a HAB. So I don't think it may be out of her mind reasonable, but it's
Well,
not
I think there's a definite, to me at least, I'm going to give everyone the benefit of the doubt. Just sounds like there's a definitional problem, which is you're defining your hypothetical to refer to residence time in a specific area. Is that right?
correct.
Okay.
Which area is it though? She said the Sacramento River.
In the Delta.
And you've also identified that the DWR has provided evidence of a 10-hour residence time. So please point Dr. Pollson to specifically which area DWR asserts has a 10-hour residence time.
That might be helpful, Ms. Morris. Do you have
I'll just ask the question a different way. And
okay, thank you.
What's the percent increase in residence time that would result in an increase in HABs, in your opinion?
I did not do that analysis. I presented information showing that the residence time of the Delta, when computed according to scientific methods, will increase as a result of the proposed project. I did not develop a threshold for what increase would be required.
So you have no opinion as to the percentage of increase in HAB development or severity?
My opinion relates to how much there will be increases in residence time due to a few factors. One is future conditions, sea level rise and climate change. And the second is the construction and operation of the proposed DCP project. So the work that I did quantified how much the residence time would increase by. And if the residence time is indeed, as DWR asserts, correlated with an increase in the likelihood of HABs, then an increase in residence time will also correspond to an increase in the likelihood of HABs. And I also pointed out that in the future, there will also be increases in water temperature, which lengthen the growing season and extend the number of days in the warmer months when HABs are likely to occur. I also broke out the residence time by month so that we could look at that in a granular fashion during the time periods when HABs would be expected based on water temperatures. So what I attempted to do was to provide this body of evidence for these factors that correlate with an increased likelihood of HABs in order to provide information that would inform decision-making regarding the impacts of the proposed project.
But none of that's based on a percentage opinion let's strike that. None of that's based on a biological assessment of HABs or HABs formation, correct?
It is based on the correlation that is established in the literature between an increase in residence time and an increased likelihood of HABs.
And just to be
I did not
sure,
develop thresholds or percentages that correspond to that, but with an increase in residence time, we can expect an increased likelihood of HABs. And I think that's undisputed.
And you stated earlier, I think, in your presentation that DWR 404 stated that X2 is a good predictor of residence time. Is that correct?
I mean, in my opinion, the position of X2 is correlated with residence time and with flows. And I believe DWR has presented some conflicting or contradictory information on that subject. So my opinion is that when inflows to the delta drop, the residence time goes up and X2 is likely to move inland.
Mm-hmm. But I specifically heard you say that DWR 404 supported that in your direct presentation. If we could pull up DWR 404, please. And if we could please go to PDF page 22. And maybe, could you make it just slightly bigger so it's easier for old eyes? Thank you for me. If you could scroll down looking at lines, specifically lines 21 through 23, would you agree that DWR 404 explicitly says that X2 is not a good predictor of residence time on the San Joaquin River corridor?
Let me read it. Yes, it says it was a good predictor of residence time for delta locations along the Sacramento River corridor, but not a good predictor of residence time or microcystis biovolume along the San Joaquin River corridor.
And would you also agree that this document states in lines 23 through 26 that there are very few reports of microcystis blooms occurring in the Sacramento River corridor on an annual basis?
Yes, it does say that.
Thank you. And if we could, you could take that down. Thanks so much. Some questions. Am I okay? I'm going to move into another topic. Hearing Officer Kinsey, do you want me to pause or should I keep going?
Dr. Pollson, do you need a break? How are you doing?
I'm actually okay.
Okay, well then it sounds like we can keep going. Go ahead, Ms. Morris.
Great. Have you ever filed for water rights? Have you ever filed on water rights or water rights reporting with the State Water Resources Control Board?
Personally, no.
Have you ever filed with the State Water Resources Control Board reports on diversions and use of water for any water rights?
No, I don't believe so. I have reviewed data and information provided by others to do that, but I have not provided those reports.
Have you ever provided expert testimony on the interpretation of water rights permits?
I mean, I have certainly provided expert testimony to the State Water Board on issues that are related to water rights, but I try to be very careful to not make legal conclusions myself, but to provide technical information that may be relevant to the decisions that need to be made.
And I'm specifically asking about interpreting water rights permits. Have you ever provided expert testimony on interpreting water rights permits?
I mean, I certainly have reviewed water rights permits and they form the basis for the work that I have done in various instances. But again, I try very hard not to make legal conclusions, but to provide technical information that is relevant.
And would you consider yourself an expert in California water rights?
I would consider myself an expert in technical and scientific aspects of questions that relate to California water rights. Again, making the distinction between legal conclusions and the technical scientific information needed to sort of support or understand the decisions that are to be made.
So, for example, you would provide information perhaps in a hearing like this on water quality, and you would consider yourself an expert in that, correct?
In the Delta, yes, I think so.
But interpreting what a water rights permit means or interpretation of a water right permit, do you have any expertise?
Again, I bring the technical and scientific information that may be relevant to the legal or policy questions that need to be made, but I do try to separate those two things. So I have worked in the context of water rights petitions and water rights extensively, but I try not to cross that boundary into making legal conclusions.
Would you consider a legal conclusion interpreting a water right permit?
I don't know how to answer that in the abstract. I'm not sure.
But do you know if you've ever provided testimony specifically interpreting a water right permit?
I have certainly provided testimony in water rights proceedings, where again, the technical and scientific information is relevant to the interpretation or enforcement of a water right permit.
And sorry, Mr. Wooldridge, if we could pull up DPWA 001, slide 30. I'm trying to understand your definition of catastrophic in the context of your testimony in this slide.
Is that a question?
Yes. Can you please tell me how you are defining catastrophic in the context of your testimony and specifically on this slide?
This is Mr. Singh's analysis of how much water could be diverted from the North Delta diversions
I'm aware that the table
in a
is
seismic disruption scenario. So I'm not interpreting anything. I'm showing his analysis and how he computed those numbers.
correct. That's what the table shows, right?
Right.
But you use the word catastrophic in your testimony and you use it in your report. And I'm asking for what you mean by catastrophic, if you could please define it for me.
Sure. Consistent with some of those statements that I read into the record, a catastrophic failure scenario could result from an earthquake, it could result from a flood, it could result from other events. But it would be catastrophic in the sense that it would probably cause failure of delta levees or a failure of infrastructure that would be needed to export water from one location or another. I mean, there are a large number of potential catastrophic failure scenarios. But fundamentally, it would be when you couldn't pump water from the South Delta. I believe that that's how Mr. Singh is defining this.
But you agree Mr. Singh did not use the word catastrophic. That's your word. That's your description.
Well, it's in the FEIR. It's in several policy statements that were submitted in support of the DCP for this. I don't recall whether he used it. I mean, he's calling it a seismic disruption scenario.
Okay. And would you agree that the table in slide 30 shows a range of potential water supply yields?
Yes, as I explained, it was computed for 3 different potential outage periods, ranging from 6 days to 203 days to 448 days, and for a range of pumping flow rates.
And in this slide, you state that DWR did not evaluate DCP impacts on Delta water quality or recovery from a catastrophic outage. Specifically, what circumstances do you believe should have been evaluated in a project's, we'll just say, catastrophic levee failure?
So, as I described, if there is a catastrophic levee failure, then there's the potential that brackish and salt water is pulled into the delta, which would render the water inside the delta south of the North Delta diversion locations unsuitable for use. So as I understand Mr. Singh's scenario here, he's anticipating that the North Delta diversion points would be used to pump water out of the Sacramento River at those locations and convey them to state water project contractors. In so doing, that water would not flow into the Central and South Delta and would not be available to push water, the saltier water, out of the Central and South Delta. I am unaware of any analysis in the FEIR or in DWR's testimony that evaluated the impacts of that DCP pumping on Delta salinity recovery or impacts to in-Delta water users.
And what water rights fall into your opinion of an in-Delta water user?
I don't understand that question. It would be the water rights pursuant to which in-Delta water users remove water from the Delta.
So all water rights in the Delta, everywhere?
No, I haven't thought about that. I don't have an opinion on that.
But if you go to slide 29, you specifically state impacts to in-Delta water users, and I'm trying to understand which in-Delta water users.
In-Delta water users that would be affected by the high salinity conditions that could occur such that water could not be pumped from the South Delta pumps. In other words, the water quality conditions that would necessitate the export of water from the North Delta diversion only locations, such that the South Delta pumps were not used.
So you don't have a specific, it's just in general in Delta water users, whoever may be affected by such a situation, a catastrophic situation.
Yes, again, I relied on DWR's modeling scenarios. I did not perform independent analyses or modeling because they did not evaluate that. I cannot be more precise or quantitative. But if that happens and precludes the export or diversion of water from the South Delta, it will certainly have broad impacts on water users throughout the Delta.
What is your definition of what constitutes Delta recovery as you use it on this slide and in your report?
It would depend upon the mode of failure. But if there is widespread levee breaches, for example, and salt water that flows into the Delta as a result of the Delta islands essentially filling with water because of levee breaches, then presumably there could be several aspects involved in recovery. It could involve repairing the levees and flushing the water out or pumping the water out of the Delta islands. It could involve, I mean, again, it depends on the failure scenario, how that recovery would occur. But if the Delta becomes filled with salt water, that water would need to be flushed out.
Would you agree that there's a lot of factors that would play into Delta recovery depending on the type of catastrophic event that you're discussing here?
Yes.
And if you had to analyze it, what assumptions would you use?
Again, it would depend upon the failure scenario. The point here is that DWR hasn't evaluated any of them. If they would put one forth, I'd be happy to, think about that.
Well, let's say there's a catastrophic levee failure. And as you described before as a possibility, what would you analyze? What would you be looking at in order to ascertain when a Delta recovery would occur?
I would look at the actions that would be taken by the state and others to address the areas of failure. I would certainly want to look at the area that was inundated, whether it could be isolated. And I would want to look at the freshwater flows into and through the Delta and how long it would take to flush saltwater out of the Delta. So that's at a minimum. That's just off the top of my head.
Would you agree when looking at the freshwater flows that that you would also need to understand potentially the immediate and following year hydrology to understand when a Delta recovery could occur?
I mean, potentially, but obviously we have a long historical record of hydrology. it is certainly possible to evaluate a range of hydrologic conditions to assess that.
Are you aware of any other water rights applicants that have ever been required to perform a catastrophic analysis as you've just described?
I don't know how to answer that. I mean, I know that there are levee programs to maintain levees throughout the Delta that sort of borders on the catastrophic scenario and levee integrity. But I haven't developed opinions about that.
I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm just asking if you're aware of any other water rights applicant that's ever had to develop and analyze the catastrophic scenario that you've just described. If the answer could be no, it's not a trick.
I mean, off the top of my head, I am not. But again, I didn't develop expert opinions about that. I know that there have been efforts to stockpile materials that could be used to, fix Delta levees. I know that there are in Delta water rights holders and water users who have thought about those things. I don't know whether any of them has done the analysis that you are characterizing, but I know that they do some analyses and some work for preparedness purposes.
But Dr. Pollson, you understand it's not my analysis that I'm characterizing. I'm asking your opinion of the analysis and how you would do it based on your opinion for.
I think that I already characterized in broad terms how I would do that. It would depend upon the mode of failure. It would depend upon the sequence of events to recover, for example, for levee breaches, to fill those gaps and to isolate the channels again from the deeper island areas. And it would depend upon the hydrologic flows, as you said, and how long it would take to flush saltwater out of which areas.
And if we can move to slide 31, please. Is your contention on slide 31 that DWR may not divert water sourced from the Delta at the DCP proposed North Delta intakes?
I didn't say that. What I said was that it is a question, I think, for the hearing officer and the board as to whether and how much water can be removed from the North Delta diversion locations. I was simply providing data and information from DWR's modeling results and testimony that could be used, that might be relevant as the hearing officer and the board addresses that question.
And you stated on this slide in your direct presentation and like just now that this is from DWR modeling. What modeling does this come from? Or what modeling from DWR do you think?
Oh, I misspoke. DWR, to my knowledge, has not presented modeling. This is from the analysis, the table that's on the prior page, which is a simple multiplication of an outage time duration times a flow rate to calculate a volume. DWR's analysis is that simple.
So you don't have an opinion as to whether or not DWR can divert water sourced from the Delta under their existing water rights permits?
I am offering technical information that just states the math.
Right,
I
so
do
you
not
don't
wish
have an
to,
opinion, correct?
I'm not making any legal conclusions about whether DWR's water right allows that or not. I'm simply pointing out how the math works out.
And if we could turn to slide 32. And you, it appears here that you are making a statement that the source of the water diverted for the State Water Project would change under the DCP, correct?
I wouldn't say the source, but the amount of water from that source. So with the DCP, the State Water Project would divert a higher volume and a higher flow rate of Sacramento River water than it would have without the DCP.
But that, I mean, I'm reading from your slide. It doesn't say the amount. It just says the source of water diverted by the State Water Project would change under the DCP, does it not?
Yes.
And what's what's your understanding of the sources of water that this SWP can currently divert that would not be available at the DCP diversion points?
My point wasn't about availability. It was about the fact that with the DCP, more Sacramento River water would be diverted than without, which provides a water quality benefit in the form of lower salinity. That's my point.
But is it your understanding that that water, any source of water, delta water, can be diverted at the DCP diversion points?
I haven't made conclusions about that. I'm providing information for consideration by the board, specifically with respect to diversions of Feather River flows.
And if we could turn to slide 36. Do you see here in this is part of your presentation, that this actually shows the Feather River, but under the second column under application 14443, do you see that it allows for the diversion of 6,185 CFS at delta channels, source delta channels?
Yes, I see that.
Do you have an opinion or understanding of, let me just ask this, do you have an understanding of what source of water delta channels, where it geographically begins?
I know that the statutory delta is defined as beginning at the I Street Bridge, I believe.
And where does it end?
We outlined it, the statutory boundary of the delta, on slide 6.
Would you agree that the new, the proposed DCP diversion points are within the statutory delta?
Yes.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, if I'm getting very close to being done, I think I probably have 10 minutes, but I'd like to take a quick break and just go through my notes and make sure I didn't miss anything, if that's possible.
It's a good time for that. So let's go ahead and please take a 10-minute break. We'll come back, let's say 3:18. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back. Looking to our court reporter, are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. And with that, I will turn things over to you, Ms. Morris.
Thank you. If we can pull up.
Actually, I'm sorry, Ms. Morris, I should pause. I should make sure that we at least have our attorneys with Ms. Pollson. Do I have Ms. Tabor or Ms. Meserve here? Just want to make sure that you're in the room.
Yes.
Okay.
Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to make
We
sure.
just had our camera off thinking that it was distracting to have us on.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you. Ms. Morris, back to you.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking at slide 70 of your presentation, DPWA001. Just had a clarifying question under the, oops, I'll let it, sorry, thank you. Under the second bullet, but the new model runs show. My question is really just clarifying, are those DCP impacts that you're discussing and under bullet 2?
Sorry, I was muted. The answer was yes.
Okay, thank you. And then if we could just look at slide 54. Looking at this slide, are you making the point that tidal sloshing isn't affected by the DCP?
Largely, yes. I mean, tidal sloshing is a function of the tides at the downstream boundary. Obviously, the water level and the water velocities are affected by freshwater inflows to the delta and by exports. But in long-term aggregate, the sloshing behavior is sort of established by the tides. You know, it's a function of the sun and the moon and the gravitational pull on the earth. And so, yes, that is largely invariant.
And would you agree then that the velocities experienced in different parts of the delta are not affected by the DCP?
I guess the point that I'm trying to make here is for the 15-minute absolute velocity, I don't expect those to change in a long-term aggregate over the full life of the project as a result of the project.
And when you calculated residence time, did you use the legal delta as the area for your calculation?
Yes, I believe so.
Would you agree that the Carquinez Strait is not within the legal delta?
I would need to look at the map.
Okay.
Yes. I mean, at Carquinez Strait, you mean sort of the westernmost boundary of the DSM-2 model at Martinez. That area, yes.
Okay, great. I do not have any further questions. Thank you so much for your time and patience with my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. With that, I will turn to Mr. Krieger. Do you, I think you indicated you probably would not, but do you have questions for Dr. Pollson?
I do not, thank you.
Thank you. And then, as discussed this morning, I will turn to the room to see if any other Protestant wants to make the case that they should be allowed to ask questions of Dr. Pollson. And then I am going to, excuse me, while I'm bringing up a few questions that the hearing team had. And I think these will be brief. Hopefully. Well, this one is rather broad. So Dr. Pollson, this is a broad question, but in your expertise and professional opinion, if you have one, what sort of modeling, additional modeling, do you think DWR should have done to address water quality related impacts, taking future climate scenarios into consideration. Do you have an opinion about that?
So is this separate from the catastrophic failure question?
Yes. To understand water quality impacts from the proposed project.
I would certainly want to see modeling that was conducted for the timeframes and conditions when the DCP would operate. So that would be detailed hydrodynamic and water quality modeling for 2045 and after. So that's a
thank you.
partial answer.
And then with respect, you noted in your testimony some how do I phrase this? I think it was, I understood it to be your opinion that DWR's use of monthly averages to compare salinity, I'm going to call them impacts from the proposed project, was an inappropriate methodology to consider those impacts. Is that fair?
Yes, what I intended to convey is that a lot of DWR's model results were presented essentially as averages or even as averages of averages. So like if we think about salinity and how salinity would vary at the, I don't know, a drinking water intake or a diversion point from the delta, a 94-year average October salinity doesn't really describe how that October salinity might vary over the different year types, how it would vary within a month or even over the course of a day. And so that very long-term averaging doesn't provide the granular information that corresponds to the data that a water user in the Delta needs to make decisions. So, you know, the salinity may vary over the course of a day, and a water user is only going to be able to use the water when the salinity is below a certain threshold. And so they may be in a situation where they have to turn their intake on and off on an hourly basis in response to the water quality that's present at their intake. And understanding what the average salinity is for the month of October or for all the months of October in a 94-year period doesn't give them that granular information. Does that help?
Yes, that
address
helps.
that?
And then my next question is going to be, what would be an improved version of such an analysis that could be done in your opinion?
I mean, you could certainly do an analysis that would count the number of hours that are below a certain threshold, or that would look at whether there are long periods of time where that threshold is always exceeded. So there are a number of different analyses that could be done to provide much more granular information.
Thank you. And I wanted to skip back just to clarify for me, with respect to my first question, your response referenced, for example, conducting modeling analyses that would look to 2045 and after to address, to better assess water quality, potential water quality impacts at times when the proposed project would actually be in operation. Would that include, in your opinion, that would require CalSim-3 model runs and DSM-2 model runs based on your professional experience?
I mean, that would be the preferred format that I would like to see. I mean, right now we have model runs that DWR has characterized as corresponding to 2020, which obviously is already behind us, and 2040, which is before the proposed project will start to operate. And what we can see from the model runs that we do have is that the adjusted baseline hydrology makes a difference, right? Summer residence times and summer salinities both increase in the baseline as a result of those basic changes. And then by comparing the FEIR 2020 and 2040 model runs, we see a similar thing. the baseline salinity and baseline residence times go up for those future conditions relative to current conditions. Now, we don't have the new updated baseline climate adjusted hydrology at a future sea level rise, but I'm really curious about that. It seems to me to be important to know in order to understand what the impacts of this proposed project might be. So the baseline salinity and baseline residence times are both increasing just by themselves as a result of climate change. If this project is going to operate for a 50 or longer year timeframe beginning in 2045, we haven't really characterized what the water quality conditions within the Delta will be over that time frame. And that's the purpose of the project. So it makes it very hard to understand what impacts we can expect, how the operations might need to be changed with TUCPs or other measures, and what the impacts will be because it hasn't been analyzed.
Thank you, Dr. Pollson. I really appreciate that. With respect to HABs, we went over this quite a bit within your testimony, in your cross-examination, but my understanding is that that in your opinion, DWR's methodology to evaluate the potential impacts from the proposed project on the occurrence of HABs. Now I've forgotten where I started the question. What I'm trying to ask is that one of the criticisms of DWR's approach to evaluating the potential impacts of HABs was their calculation of residence time based on, now I forget the technical term they use, but specific areas of the Delta rather than the Delta as a whole. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Are there other aspects of your analysis that in your opinion that you think could be improved to make the data more useful to assessing the potential impact for with respect to HABs?
For residence time specifically, you mean?
Or anything else? It's
I mean, for residence time, yes, for sure. If we look at, and we've provided part of that, I've provided part of that analysis for the residence times. So I'm just looking for the slide. On slide 52, we've provided a quantitative analysis of whole Delta residence times using the model scenarios that we have, that DWR produced. So again, those show that residence times, particularly in the warm months, the baseline increases, both for the 2020 runs, from the FEIR to the updated baseline, and for 2040, for the FEIR 2020 versus 2040, those baseline residence times go up significantly. And then the model runs of the DCP on top of that show that the whole of Delta residence time increases further as a result of the project, because it's pulling water out of the North Delta, the water that can't then flow into the Central and the South Delta. So those residence times go up further. And despite the discussion, I think it's undisputed that residence time is correlated with the likelihood that you'll have HABs. So when those residence times go up, the likelihood of HABs increases. So we've provided that quantitative information for the model runs that we have access to. Again, 2 sets of 2020 runs and a 2040 set of runs. But we don't have anything 2045 or beyond.
And I was just going to follow up with that. And in your opinion, even better would be to have model runs that represented potential conditions at 2045 or later. Is that
yes.
correct? Yeah.
Yes.
And then one last question. Can you describe, if it's within the scope of your testimony and the opinion you intended to give, the potential negative impacts to in-Delta water users that might arise from the restoration projects that DWR proposes?
Sure. So there's a certain tidal prism, a volume of water in the Delta. And the residence time of water in the Delta is that volume of water divided by the inflows or the outflows. We use the inflows. When you connect new habitat to the existing Delta channels, the volume of water in the delta is going to increase. So the volume of that tidal prism will increase. That'll automatically make the residence times be higher. There can be also localized hydrodynamic impacts, changes in river velocity or stage, when habitat is connected to the larger system. And those really require analysis on a granular basis. And the DSM-2 model is a good tool for doing that. We have islands that used to be islands that are flooded now, like Frank's Tract or Mildred Island, that were connected in DSM-2 once they were flooded out. So we have the tools to be able to do that analysis. And I think the amount of, it's hard to discern exactly how much habitat would be restored and exactly what we don't know where. But the ITP application, if you count up all the numbers, you can get up to 11,000 acres. In that neighborhood. And I don't know if that's double counting some or not, but that's a lot. And so that restoration has the potential to change the volume of water in the delta, the way that water flows into and out of the newly to be restored habitat areas, and the overall dynamics of the system. So, higher residence times and potentially higher salinity values, particularly in the Western Delta, are certainly possible as a result of that habitat restoration. But again, we don't have, that I'm aware of, any modeling analyses that describe that.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I had. With that, I will turn back to you, Ms. Tabor. Do you have any redirect for Dr. Pollson?
Officer Kinsey, we do have some, but I would request, because we have multiple parties represented by different counsel who are sponsoring Dr. Pollson's testimony, that we have 15 minutes to confer about redirect before we come back, so we can consolidate our thinking and questions.
I think that's fair. So let's go ahead and do that. We will come back at 3:50, and I will look back to you. Thank you very much, and thank you, Dr. Pollson.
Thank you.
All right, 350, welcome back. I'll look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. And with that, I will look to you, Ms. Tabor. Do you have redirect questions for Dr. Pollson?
Just a few.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Pollson, Ms. Morris asked you a series of questions regarding various slides in your PowerPoint presentation that showed bar charts comparing the incremental changes between the DCP and existing conditions under the 2020 and 2040 scenarios that were based on long-term monthly average data. And one example would be figure 6 in DPWA4. In your opinion, if the incremental difference in, let's say, salinity or residence time is the same between the average 2020 and 2040 conditions, does that necessarily mean that the impacts would be similar in those two scenarios?
No. The updated model runs the 2040 with the sea level rise has higher baseline salinity and higher baseline residence time. So the increment on top of that that's added by the DCP is added to an already worse condition than the baseline FEIR condition. So the impacts are on top of an already impacted change in the baseline. And then the use of the long-term averages, again, doesn't allow us to see what the water quality or the residence time would be on a finer time scale. And, the figure 6 in the report is the long-term full period average. So it doesn't show, for example, the differences in hydrology that occur between the wet season and the dry season or things like that. So those super long-term averages do show a higher baseline salinity and impacts of the DCP on top of that, but really aren't by themselves sufficient to understand the full impacts of the proposed project.
Okay, thank you. So am I correct that a similar degree, even looking at long-term monthly averages, a similar degree of change on a future condition that is worse could be more impactful than the same degree of change on a lower baseline current condition?
Yeah, and some of that seasonality comes into play. For example, with the 24, we're looking, the figure 6 is the 2040 runs versus the 2020. And when you get both into the future runs with climate change, as well as the updated baseline, there's a shift in hydrology such that the winters and the early springs are wetter, and the summer and fall period is drier. So even though it might average out over the course of a year, you see impacts in the summertime to the baseline and other things that you don't see when you look at things as a long-term annual average.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Morris asked you some questions about, I believe it was your slide number 20, and DWR's water cost approach that was set forth in AHO 1047 and the sea level rise assumptions that were used in AHO 1047. And
yes.
Specifically, if I'm recalling her questions correctly, she was asking about your opinion regarding the reasonableness of the sea level rise assumptions of 3.51 feet and 6.89 feet, and whether those were reasonable sea level rise assumptions. Whose assumptions were those?
I mean, all of these results are pulled straight from DWR's analysis.
Thank you.
And those sea level rise conditions were characterized by probabilities assigned or determined by DWR, and I put those in the testimony as well.
Thank you. Regarding, and I believe it's your slide 22, if state water project exports are lower under the DCP ITP scenario than under the DCP alternative 5, does that necessarily mean there will not be significant impacts to water quality under the DCP ITP?
No, not at all. So that slide 22 is figure 9 from my report, and it's comparing everything at 2020 climate and sea level. But the existing condition and the DCP from the EIR to the updated baseline and the ITP operations scenario that were presented in this hearing. And it shows a decrease in the amount of water that could be exported in aggregate. But again, there's also that seasonal shift. When you stop looking at the long-term averages over a full year and you look at the months, you see a shift in the hydrology. And so the impacts and the changes aren't uniformly distributed over the year. So all of those are 2020 level climate and sea level rise. But when the baseline hydrology is updated, then there's less ability to take water from the delta, in part because of a shift in the seasonal flow patterns. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think we're good. Last question. Are you aware of any water right application other than the DCP that proposed to shift a point of diversion for up to 6,000 CFS north of the existing diversion to a location on a different water body for the purposes of mitigating the impacts of potential levee failure?
No, I'm not.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Pollson. We have nothing more.
Thank you, Ms. Tabor. I will now turn to Ms. Morris based on that limited redirect. Do you have any additional questions?
Just a couple quick questions. Ms. Tabor just asked you about monthly averages for salinity data. Isn't it true that DWR also used daily data to calculate EC exceedances based on a 14-day average?
Are you? I think you're referring to the Emerton standard, and I think the answer is yes.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Then with that, I want to thank you very much, Dr. Pollson, for your time today and your testimony, and I look forward to seeing you again. You are for now excused. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I
will now look to, I'm not sure who I should look to. I believe Dr. Michael is next on our list. And Ms. Beserve, is that you?
Good afternoon. Yes, Mr. Keeling and I will be presenting Dr. Michael, and I hope he is on the Zoom.
He is. I see his hand, and we will, I think Mr. Keeling prefers to be promoted, so I will ask the hearing team to promote him.
Yes, the way we were going to do it is I will provide a brief opening statement for this grouping and this particular testimony. And then Mr. Keeling will go ahead and do the direct for Dr. Michael. And then Dr. Michael will give his summary of testimony.
Thank you. And welcome, Mr. Keeling. I believe you are able to join us on camera.
Thank you for the promotion.
Thank you. And then with that, and maybe I'll look to the team. Can we just, it's bugging me. Can we correct Ms. Beserve's name so she has a space in between her first and last name? When you have a moment. And with that, it sounds like I should turn things over to you, Ms. Beserve, for an opening statement, please.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Good afternoon. Today, you will hear from Dr. Jeffrey Michael on behalf of the County of Sacramento, County of Yolo, County of San Joaquin, County of Contra Costa, and the Contra Costa County Water Agency, as well as the County of Solano. About 4 million people call these counties home, and there are a range of land uses here, including cities, small towns, industrial, and rural and agricultural areas. 3 of these 5 counties will be directly under the massive physical footprint of the Delta Tunnel infrastructure. All 5 Delta counties would experience the Delta Tunnel's long-term water quality, environmental, economic, and other negative impacts. Dr. Michael was asked to prepare this testimony and the benefit cost analysis that is one of the supporting references because he has extensive experience in regional economic forecasting, housing and labor markets, and state and local public finance. He studies the impacts of environmental regulations, energy efficiency, sea level rise, and other impacts on regional economies and land use decisions. Dr. Michael's testimony today addresses 2 interrelated hearing issues. First, whether the Delta Tunnel proposal is economically feasible, and secondly, whether the project is in the public interest. He will guide us through his benefit cost analysis of the project, and he will describe the inadequacies of the benefit cost analysis prepared by the Department of Water Resources, including how the DWR's analysis makes many unreasonably optimistic assumptions about the Delta Tunnel and also fails to address all of the expected negative environmental impacts of constructing and operating the tunnel. As Dr. Michael's testimony will demonstrate, DWR has failed to submit economic testimony to support the conclusion that the proposal is in the public interest. Nor has DWR submitted a feasibility analysis to estimate the impact on water rates and household affordability, or to ensure that the proposed project description will not change in the future due to financial problems. In particular, the operations plan submitted by DWR is subject to substantial change, especially in light of likely pressure to deliver higher volumes of water than currently assumed. By failing to provide economic and feasibility analyses, DWR fails to comply and follow its own planning guidelines and professional standards for evaluating public interest considerations for major new publicly funded water infrastructure projects such as the tunnel. DWR's petition for water rights changes needed for the tunnel approval fails to include information critical to the public interest, including evidence of ratepayer impacts or financial feasibility. The project's benefit cost analysis confirms that the project, as described in the petition, is neither economically justified nor financially feasible. The absence of the financial feasibility analysis and a comprehensive finance plan introduces significant uncertainty regarding potential cost-cutting adjustments after construction would begin, and also readily foreseeable economic and financial factors might well influence future project operations. Since the Delta Tunnel is neither financially feasible nor in the public interest of the people of California, nor the local region, the 5 Delta counties co-presenting this testimony respectfully request that the hearing officer recommend that the State Water Board reject DWR's petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve. And I understand I should now turn to Mr. Keeling to introduce Dr. Jeffrey Michael.
You should. Do we have Dr. Michael?
I see. Yes, if I'll look to the hearing team, will you please promote Dr. Michael? I see him on the list. And Dr. Michael, if you're listening, if you're able to raise your Zoom hand, that does help us find you. Thank you. Welcome, Dr. Michael, and I will start by administering the oath, and then I will turn things over to you, Mr. Keeling. And Dr. Michael, you're welcome to come on camera and off of mute, if you would, please. Welcome. And maybe we can say good afternoon so I can test your audio here.
Good afternoon. It's great to be here.
Excellent. Thank you. Working. Dr. Jeffrey Michael, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. And with that, over to you, Mr. Keeling.
Good afternoon, Dr. Michael. What is your current position?
I am Director of the Bureau of Business and Economic Research and Research Professor at the University of Montana.
How long have you been at the University of Montana?
Less than a year.
Where were you before that?
For the previous 16 years, I worked at the University of Pacific in Stockton and Sacramento, where I served in 3 different roles there, Director of the Business Forecasting Center, Executive Director of the Center for Business and Policy Research, and also finally, most recently, Director of Public Policy Programs and Professor of Public Policy at McGeorge School of Law.
While you were at the University of the Pacific, did you become familiar with economic and policy issues affecting the Delta?
Yes.
How did you acquire that familiarity?
It's a topic I started studying when I arrived in 2008 because it was an issue of intense local interest and research interest to me. So I more or less studied it continuously over 16 years, did some major projects, including in 2011, I was the principal investigator on the Delta Protection Commission's Economic Sustainability Plan. That was among the things we were looking at there were impacts of the Bay Delta Conservation Plan and the very initial proposal for a Delta tunnel. I completed benefit cost analysis studies for the water fix. I believe that was published in 2016. Completed a similar assessment recently for this for the DCF.
Dr. Michael, as implied by the word doctor, you do hold a PhD, do you not?
Yes, I do.
In what field and from what school?
In economics from North Carolina State University.
Do you also hold a degree in resource economics and policy?
Yes, I do. That's my master's degree from the University of Maine.
Is Exhibit SOL 2 a true and correct copy of your resume?
Yes.
Is Exhibit SOL 1 a true and correct copy of your written testimony?
Yes.
Is SOL 3 a true and correct copy of your PowerPoint summary of your testimony?
Yes.
And are exhibits SOL 4 through 20, and I believe there is no exhibit 5, I think this is true. Are those the references that are cited in your testimony?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Do you have any corrections to your testimony or to any of your exhibits that you would like to share now?
No.
All right. Now, there is a corrected or revised SOL 15. That was some sort of code error code or something like that. But was it substantive?
No, it was not substantive. I think there's just a few, some text was displayed as error codes in the original version and has been corrected.
All right. Mr. Wooldridge, could you please bring up Exhibit SOL 3? Thank you. Dr. Michael, please go ahead and summarize your testimony.
Okay. Thank you, Hearing Officer Kenzie and Mr. Keeling, members of the board, and people for listening to me here today. My testimony is primarily focused on 3 parts. The first part is talking about the public interest and what it is. What is the public interest of the people of California, and how DWR has pretty much just ignored that in its submissions to this hearing. I'll also in that section be setting up the context of current trends in water demand, which are important to determining the need for the Delta Conveyance project and some of the subsequent parts. Second part, I'll be talking about benefit cost analysis, which is a tool in determining if things are in the public interest. It's also useful for financial analysis. That will include an abbreviated review of DWR's benefit cost analysis released last year, as well as going through some of the highlights and contrasts between that and my own benefit cost analysis. And the discussions on water demand are really a key component of that. Will feed right into part 2. Finally, I'm going to talk about cost estimates, the risk of cost escalation, and why financial feasibility is so important to evaluating this project. So next slide. So this really zooms out to a big picture, but says, what's the public interest? It is kind of a broad topic, and the public has many interests, right? What I want to highlight here, though, is consistently what is the greatest public interest of the people of California for a long, long time now. When asked in surveys of various types, the top issue to the people of to the public of California is the cost of living crisis. It cuts across every issue in the state, is top of mind and always cited at the top concerns in California. And we know the cost of living crisis has gotten worse, and that prices are rising for all sorts of things that households have to pay, and is creating great distress amongst individuals. PPIC statewide survey is just one example of this, but this is probably the best survey and the best source where they ask, this is the first question they ask every few months to people all around the state of California is what's the top issue? And it's always the cost of living. And amongst that, it's important to note that Latinos and African Americans cite hardship due to cost of living at almost twice the rate of Asian Americans and whites. So there's a lot of aspects to the equity issues here. Next slide here. So as stated, there's no discussion at all of what or projection of what the water rate impacts of the Delta Conveyance project would be. This despite it being the top of line public interest issue in the state and the fact that there's extreme cost of living adjusted poverty rates in this service area of this project. So the map on the right shows poverty rates adjusted by the cost of living. And you can see some of the highest rates are down there on the South Coast and in the Metropolitan Water District service area. Same people would be asked to bear the vast majority of the costs of this multi-billion-dollar project. The state of California, so these are the highest poverty counties, or among the highest poverty counties in a state that leads the nation in poverty when adjusted for the cost of living. So this is central. And then on what's going on. So if we look at the current trends with respect to water rates, we're seeing water rates rise rapidly in these regions. In 2024, the Metropolitan Water District increased property taxes for the first time in many decades. And part of the reason they did that is because they're hoping to keep their increases in water rates to less than 10% a year, which they managed in 24 and 25 at 8.5%. My understanding is they're looking at more than 10% rates in 26 and 27. This is before taking on the cost of building the Delta Conveyance project. In fact, some of these water rate decreases are related to declining demand, which is another topic I'll be talking about in this presentation. So move on to the next slide. The next slide looks, we're looking to the future. So I was listening to the previous testimony, lots of talk about climate change and conditions in the future. Well, we also need to think about social and demographic conditions in the future and our best knowledge of where those are heading. In the state of California, the Department of Finance Demographic Research Unit, they produce the official population projections for the state of California. It's a very professional operation and is used as a standard in most planning activities in the state. So if we look at the current population, which is tied directly to water demand, we see that in the past 5 years, the state population hasn't grown at all, pretty much zero, a little bit down in some years, a little bit up in other years. And looking forward, all the way out to 2070, the DOF is projecting statewide a total increase of 1.8 million from 2020 to 2070, and 2 million between 2024 and 2070. Now, it's worth noting that the 5 Delta counties that are around $4 million in population today are projected to increase 1.7 million over this period. That means the California Department of Finance is saying that the 5 Delta counties that are protesting this project because of its impact on their environment and water supplies and community and recreation, those 5 Delta counties are estimated by the state of California to account for 84% of the total state population increase between now and 2070. It's really the only place in the state that's growing at sort of the rates that we used to see in the 1980s and back into the past. So it counts for almost all future growth as the Delta counties. Meanwhile, DOF projects that the Metropolitan Water District counties that will be asked to pay for most of this project and receiving some of the water supply from it, or most of it, are actually projected to decline by nearly 600,000 people over the same period. So we have population decline in the areas that will be receiving water from this project. It's not clear at all that the petition is looking forward to that. And if we're looking forward for all sorts of other forecasts, we should look at this and understand that the areas that are harmed are growing, and that the areas that are purported to benefit are actually declining in population. Next slide, please. So speaking to water demand, right, we would expect water demand to decline in the areas that are being served by the Delta Conveyance facility, and we would expect water demand to increase in the Delta area. This particular graph should look familiar to the board or some of your staff. This is from last year's State Water Board's assessment of the standardized regulatory impact assessment. So this comes from State Water Board document and research on the proposed Making Conservation California Way of Life regulation. And those regulations adopted last year by this body. So this figure comes from that report, and it documents statewide urban water use and demand in the past, and you can see how it's been on a dramatic decline. It also projects it to continue to decline in the future, and to decline even more under the regulation. So statewide, this board is projecting a decrease of 600,000 acre feet in average annual statewide urban water demand. And that's going to be skewed to these parts of California that are actually declining in population that I discussed before. So this is a finding and a projection of this board, and assessments of the Delta Conveyance facility by the Department of Water Resources are in direct contrast to this. So I'll talk about that in the next slide. So moving ahead to DWR's benefit of cost analysis, they put that out last year. I don't believe they submitted any testimony about it, but it is an exhibit that they submitted. I don't have the number in front of me, but it's in there, cited in my testimony. What I want to call your attention to, there's a lot of words and a table on here. The table over on the side is the summary table taken from DWR's benefit cost analysis. And the number to focus on there is the very first one. That's the value, the benefit valuation of urban water supply. And you'll see that that total is 33.3 billion of a total benefit that was estimated just under 38 billion. So that means that according to DWR, 88% of the benefits of this proposal are coming from one source, and that urban water supply benefit. So it's extremely critical to understand how they're getting that number, and what the source of it is, and what facts it's assuming about the future, and are those reasonable. So we'll just start, I'll start there, because their assessment sort of rises and falls on this. That 88% number, what's underlying it is a future demand forecast that comes from Metropolitan's Integrated Resource Plan, or IRP, called Scenario D. Now, they created 4 scenarios for this analysis. Scenario D has by far the highest water demand. I'll show that on the next slide. That's the only one they chose to estimate this. So what Scenario D say? If you look at the documentation for it, what's underlying it? First of all, it projects that the metropolitan service region grows by 5.6 million people by the time the Delta Conveyance facility starts operating in 2045. So if I compare that to the growth forecast that the Department of Finance has for those counties, that's 15 times higher than what the primary forecast for the state of California is projecting. For a region, it's not growing. They're projecting 5.6 million new people, which is several multiples over the projection for the entire state of California. Not only that, it assumes that they'll have no problem building all the housing and construction needed to satisfy both those 5.6 million people, but it also includes additional housing units to completely alleviate the housing shortage that exists currently in Southern California. So they get a total of 2.8 million new households, assuming by 2045 we fully eliminate the housing shortage and we find a way to house 5.6 million more people. It assumes that those people, that they accomplish that amazing housing of 2.8 million new households, and that they are all living on an average single family home on a 5,000 square foot lot, directly in contrast to current planning in the region that is projecting, way fewer households. It also, if that's not enough, it actually assumes, if you look back at that previous graph that shows how much water demand and water use in urban areas has declined in recent years, it actually has an assumption that per capita water demand is going to rebound from that level. I believe it's a 50% rebound from the gains in recent years. So there's an assumption that is in direct contrast to the findings of this board and the regulations that it's put forward. And then while we're waiting around for 20 years, we aren't developing new alternative water supplies. So the upshot of that is assuming that once the Delta Conveyance facility is operating, that the region that it's serving, the urban households that it's serving, are experiencing extreme water shortages. A perpetual, on average, 9% water shortage is occurring because of this growth projection. So that's what's underlying this huge, huge number. And you shouldn't believe this assessment at all. There's no effort to show that that's robust to any other sort of demand forecast. And that's some things that I'll be showing a bit later. So that's just that top number there. I'll highlight a few other things that are important from their finding. So even DWR's finding shows that the agricultural benefits of the DCF are relatively low. So under assumption of proportional financing, agricultural users would be paying approximately 3/8 of the DCF's costs, but their benefits are relatively low. Present value here below, around $2.5 billion. So it doesn't even come close to matching their cost share. I believe if you just focus on DWR's assessment of agricultural benefits and costs, that benefit cost ratio is below 0.5 in their own assessment. So that doesn't necessarily create a problem for the total benefit cost analysis, but you need to remember that fact because it creates a huge problem for the financial feasibility of the project going forward and what the actual real project might look like and how it might be operated if it were built. Other things to know is that the assessments for water quality and seismic benefits are these flooding scenarios that are often at the forefront of arguments in front of it are relatively low according to DWR's assessment, nowhere near justifying the cost. Final thing I'll point out about this assessment is that discount rates are part of a critical part of benefit cost analysis. Benefit cost analysis typically, in the past decade or so, are using real discount rates in the 3 to 3.5% range. I imagine anything economic analysis has come through this board has probably been in that range. This DWR analysis uses a sliding scale real discount rate that starts at 2% and then drops well below it in future years. And that has a big impact on the results. It's certainly an unconventional assumption. Next slide, please. So before I get to my benefit cost analysis, I want to tie together this issue of water demand. So this is titled, Do Urban Users Actually Need the DCF additional water supply? And the implication of this is how should we value it? So this table on the right, this is a table that appears in a lot of metropolitan water districts' current planning documents. Most recently, their Camp 4W Climate Adaptation Master Plan for Water, just board approved a couple months ago. had this table in it, but it's also in some of the IRP and other planning documents. That's the source of it. And in this analysis, I mentioned scenario D before, but it also shows planning scenarios A, B, and C, and how Metropolitan Water District staff has calculated their water needs under these various scenarios. And it's calculated what their future core supply of water that they need to develop under different storage scenarios. So let's assume they have no storage at all and just focus on the top line to keep it simple. You'll see that for scenarios A, B, and C, even with no supply or no storage, the supply needed is either nothing, 50,000 acre feet of new supply, or 100,000 acre feet of new supply in the highest of those scenarios. You look over there at scenario D, one reason to show this is for me to just show you just how out of line it is from all the other planning scenarios and how problematic it is that DWR is relying on this sole extreme forecast that's out of line with the other ones as being the only one underpinning their analysis. Let's talk about some of the others as well. So scenarios A and C are what, in these planning documents are called the low water demand scenario. But I'll tell you the demographic projection, even in scenarios A and C, still has population growth at 3 times the rate of the Department of Finance forecast. I would consider scenarios A and C to be a high demand forecast, just like many urban water plans are often a little bit aggressive and usually miss to overestimate future water demand. I think that's what scenarios A and C are. And B is a high water demand, but with less negative impacts on their imported supplies. But nevertheless, A, B, and C are much, much more reasonable assumptions than scenario D. Now, that 0 to 100,000 acre feet of new supply that their staff says can even be delivered by conservation programs. We compare that to NWD's share of the incremental water supplies from the Delta Conveyance facility. And here I'm using 400,000, a little over 400,000 acre feet as that future water supply. I listened to a little bit of the earlier testimony, and that was showing, some estimates have been as high as 500,000 acre feet. But anyway, MWD's 47% share, which is what they would be proportional to their current state water project share, and is what they've used in their planning and discussions. 47% of 403,000 acre feet is 190,000 acre feet. Like I said, some testimony might put the number a little bit higher, but this is the number that is used in DWR's benefit cost analysis and some other estimates. The bottom line, though, the key point is that MWD's share of new water supply that would come from the Delta Conveyance facility far exceeds, in fact, is more than double their projected need under their own future planning scenarios. So it answers the real question, do they actually need this additional water supply? And I think that's something that in and of itself should be considered in a public interest consideration. And then it also matters for benefit cost analysis, because when this new water supply that's being supplied that they would get from the DCF, it looks like to me from more realistic scenarios that have been developed by their own staff that most of this water supply is surplus to their projected need. And it should be valued as such in their benefit cost analysis. Now, DWR's analysis says all this water supply is not even enough to alleviate this massive shortage that they're projecting in the future. But their own planning scenarios and more realistic ones actually show that that water supply is surplus to their needs. So it should be valued accordingly. And that's sort of the approach that I'm taking in my revised benefit cost analysis. Now, surplus water supplies, you could just look at current market values for surplus water supplies and say maybe, $400 to $500 an acre foot. Some of it may not be considered surplus in these planning scenarios. So in my benefit cost analysis, in my baseline scenario, I used $1,000 per acre foot, which is roughly double what water's trading on in the current market. And I think that's actually, in some ways, could be argued a fairly aggressive assumption, given the trends we know are happening for water demand. So next slide, you can pull that up. This sort of summarizes my benefit cost report. In some areas, I'm just taking the values straight out of DWR's report, not challenging them, even if I don't 100% agree with it, and just recalculating that value with a 3% discount rate instead of this below 2% discount rate. That's true for water quality values. The Delta community costs, actually, I haven't tried to recalculate those, even though I think they're a little low. So a lot of them, I just take them and recalculate them with a 3% real discount rate. I should note that I'm also accepting not only those values, but a lot of other assumptions. 100-year lifespan, that I think is a pretty optimistic assumption given the risks this project faces. No cost escalation, et cetera, et cetera. But just using, I think, a more realistic value for that urban water supply and a few of the others, recalculating a 3% discount rate. I had $5.7 billion in benefits compared to $14.8 billion in costs. That is a negative net benefit of $9 billion in 2023 dollars, and a benefit cost ratio is 0.38. I should mention a few things on the cost sides that are underneath that 0.38, that the cost paid by water agencies, the construction, mitigation, and everything is all taken directly from the 2023 cost assessment that is used in their BCA, and spreading those costs out over a construction period the same way they did. The Delta community costs after mitigation, again, taken directly from their analysis. There is one new category of costs that I've put in here, and that is environmental costs, which are not included in DWR's BCA beyond some of these categories in Delta community costs. And one of the, trying to represent this is a really a difficult methodological challenge, particularly if you're trying to tie it to the EIR. So looking through the EIR and the information that was in there, it talks about harm to the various species, but there's only one species, winter run Chinook salmon, where there's actually a quantitative estimate of how much the population will be harmed by that. And there's a little bit in there. And I asked some biologists, and they said, well, that's the only species that has a model that will generate that kind of quantitative decline. So I've estimated the cost of that decline using values from the California Water Commission, has created methodologies and values that are approved for awarding Proposition 1 funding to projects that have the potential to improve these species benefits. So they've got evaluation in there that could be used for those projects. So I've used that valuation and applied it to the harm to winter run Chinook salmon in the EIR, and generated an environmental cost of $649 million for this single species. Now, I believe there are 6 or 7 endangered and threatened species whom are expected to see some population decline from this, not to mention other types of environmental impacts and non-endangered salmon species where we've seen fisheries closures in recent years. So I'll point out that I put in that cost because I think it's critical, and for this one species, I can justify a $649 million figure. But I also want to emphasize is almost certainly an underestimate. That is a very narrow definition of environmental costs, but I decided to include what I was able to estimate from the information readily available to me. But I would strongly recommend a more comprehensive assessment that the state might want to take a look at the value of these species more comprehensively as they're weighing this project. Second thing I'll point out is in summarizing my results, is for sensitivity analysis, I looked at two other types of scenarios. One is I looked at a high value water scenario to address this issue where I'm using lower values for urban water. And, what if it turns out that urban water demand turns around and the numbers become much higher. For this, I've used the values for urban water that were used in DWR's analysis of the water fix project that were also had what, in my view, were pretty aggressive demand forecasts in the future and values, but not quite as extreme as this scenario D that I talked about. So I figured that was a good high value water scenario. I could tie it to analysis that DWR used in the mid 2010s. We know that demand forecasts have only dropped since then, so it should actually most likely be a lower value. So when I put that, use that value for the urban water supply, the value of urban water supply increases, and the net benefit goes from a -9 billion to a -5 billion. Benefit cost ratio is 0.65. So does better, but it's still a clear loser, even if we think of a high demand scenario. The other thing that I considered was a cost escalation scenario. So what could happen to this benefit cost analysis if it turns out the 2023 cost estimate is too low and costs escalate beyond that? That's experts who study mega projects of this nature determine that 9 out of 10 of them greatly exceed their cost estimates that are made at this stage. So this is a completely reasonable thing to do. The 70% cost escalation I use is actually inside the upper range of the 2023 cost estimate, and was based on some research by Bengt Flyberg, who's an expert in this area. So under a 70% cost escalation scenario, we get to negative $19 billion in benefit, and benefit cost ratio that falls below, it falls all the way down to 0.24. And it's hard to, if costs escalate like that, it's hard for me to think that they'll actually finish the project. It raises a whole lot of risks that we'll talk about going forward. So the next slide talks a little bit about the cost risk. And speaking of and I'm sure I'm mispronouncing his name, Professor Flyberg. Here's a quote from him. His research team recently produced a report that is one of my exhibits, Oxford Global Projects. They've done an assessment of the Delta Tunnel and looked at the planning process and the cost estimates, and have concluded that the cost and schedule risks are pretty severe. And they say that planning for risk is not optional in mega projects. And that speaks directly to my calls for you need to see the financial plan and the financial feasibility analysis, because there's an extreme risk here. And you should be asking now, what are your plans if you see this cost risk? How are you going to deal with that uncertainty? And those are questions that should be explored. They're critical. Their analysis using reference class forecasting and a really amazing data set they've put together in their assessment of the Delta Tunnel. They said if you wanted to plan based on an 80% probability of delivering the project on time, you'd be using a cost estimate of $33 billion, which is sort of actually in the ballpark of my high cost scenario and the benefit cost analysis, real close to it. If you only look at water tunnels or reference class and want a 50-50 probability of delivering the project on budget, they estimate a 34% cost uplift, which is higher than what DWR's cost analysis is planning for at the current time. And then they also discuss a lot of the risks related to the schedule and timing and other things. So Anyway, risks that we should be planning for. Next slide. Getting to the question of financial feasibility. So here, I'm going to make a few points, maybe going back to the question of proportionality, but also talk about that, even the financing for the planning costs, which are a tiny fraction of actually building the project, have been difficult and has required assurances even about those planning costs, that you expect that anything that is needed in a planning agreement, you would imagine, would be requested in a final financing agreement. And it's the best we have for assuming what the actual financing agreement might look like. But one of the things in the planning costs is maintaining the commitment to proportional financing. So this is the expectation that's been since the beginning, that there's going to be proportional financing, costs follow water. You'll hear DWR officials saying that since back to the BDCP, basically saying that the costs are going to be divvied up based on how much of the incremental supply from the DCF you receive. Under that calculation, NWD share is 40%, 47%, and agricultural agencies, an agricultural user share would be roughly 3/8, the high 30% range. Note that when I look at DWR's own analysis, it shows that the benefits of agricultural users, even under their assumptions and their assessment, is less than half than their cost share. So right there, proportional financing plan, it does not pass the test of financial feasibility, which requires that everybody's benefits exceed their own cost share. It's a basic principle in it. If it doesn't, then the project doesn't make sense for you, and you may not have the financial means to pay your proportional cost share. So, although the analysis doesn't directly say this is a big problem that undermines the feasibility of the project. And we should also point to this, the first things people should be looking at, because there's already a well-established history of agricultural water users and agencies withdrawing from earlier versions of this project. You note the DCF is a state water project only project. The Central Valley project isn't participating. They started off the Water Fix project participating, but they withdrew in 2017 when the time came to make actual funding commitments. And that had major impacts on the design of the project, and it has major impacts, has influenced the sort of single tunnel version that you're analyzing here now. There's already been a few of the state water project agricultural agencies that have already withdrawn, and others expressing concerns about the cost. But anyway, what I'm saying is that there's a history of this, and so it fails financial feasibility just on that alone. But there are these other factors, like the cost escalation is high. We don't know how, if costs escalate, what will happen. Who's going to step up and pick those costs? How is that going to impact who receives the water and where it goes, which is an issue of both environmental and public interests. Given the risks of this project, what's that going to mean for interest rates and the stability of other financial instruments? And last slide just reviews why this matters. Economics itself and benefit cost analysis is critical to public interest and environmental impacts, but on this issue of finance, I would say that the project description that you're evaluating in extraordinarily detail through this proceeding is not a credible project description unless it's backed up by a financial feasibility analysis that says we can actually pay for this project in the form that we are proposing it and used in the way that we are proposing it. The project description doesn't have a lot of credibility. It needs this evidence to back it up. If you move ahead and you risk a project that is you approve a project and you permit it that is without proving its financial feasibility, something that has shaky finances like this, and it goes forward, you open yourself up to a lot of risk. Among those would be cost-cutting design changes in the future. We've seen, like I said, we saw those even with WaterFix. The agricultural agencies dropped out, and all of a sudden they were proposing a phased project, whether it was going to be one tunnel and then two. If costs escalate on this one, what are they going to propose cutting out? What will be proposed to be phased in at a later date? What are the impacts on the environment? What are the impacts on the safety? We have examples in the past of cost-cutting measures on projects that were running out of funding that have created issues for public safety. There's also the risk that the project could get abandoned and never completed after it's already started to be built, not only and environmental impacts have already been somewhat undertaken. The other issue is temporary urgency change petitions that come to the board. 6 of the past 13 years is my understanding, just to, with respect to the current project operations. The primary reason that people are seeking these temporary urgency change petitions is, economic and financial pressures weigh on those. They are considered in those proceedings, and they are an impetus for asking for those. So if you haven't evaluated the financing up front, it's critical in determining how likely are these temporary urgency change petitions going to come in the future. I would argue that you're going to see more pressure on those, as well as pressure on changing operations to improve the financing of the project. We need to know what other public needs may be diverted to financially backstop the bond payments. This analysis, the state board, in my opinion, shouldn't be approving this petition. You should be absolutely asking for these analysis. What is the water demand? Can you demonstrate the need for the water provided by this project? Is it in the public interest? Show me your benefit cost analysis. What are the assumptions underlying it? Is this project description stable? Show me your financial plan and your financial feasibility analysis that shows that you can pay for the project, and what you will do if costs escalate or other sorts of uncertainties that are reasonably foreseeable arise. Tell us what your plan is to deal with those. So I think the state board needs a lot more information before they can fully consider this petition at minimum, because I don't, well, I'll leave it there. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Michael. And thank you for your timeliness in wrapping up. We're right on schedule. I think where we are here is I had promised Ms. Tabor some estimates of costs for Dr. Michael so she can plan accordingly for the Sac County witnesses, if I'm remembering that right. So I will look to Ms. Morris first. Do you have, you may have already told me, but will you please remind me of the most up-to-date estimate for Dr. Michael's cross-examination?
An hour and a half, I think. An hour to hour and a half.
Okay, thank you. And then Mr. Krieger, do you have an estimate?
Provided that DWR goes before state water contractors, I would estimate or ask to reserve about 15 minutes.
Okay. So I think with that, we can say no sooner than 10:30, certainly, Ms. Tabor.
Thank you.
Hopefully that will help your witnesses organize themselves a little bit in the morning.
Yeah, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other issues that we need to address before we break for today and plan to reconvene on Friday the 5th? Ms. Morris, please.
I had a quick question about the Sacramento County witnesses. It doesn't appear that they are on a panel, at least from the order of presentation. But I wanted to confirm if they were going to be presented as a panel and all do direct and then do cross, or is it going to go in the order that was provided, if that's possible?
Yes, they are not being presented as a panel. They will present their testimony individually and be cross-examined before each one before the next.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else before we adjourn for the day?
I just, hearing Officer Kinsey, I know Mr. Busher couldn't be here. He was just concerned to make sure that we think we can get through Dr. Rosenfeld, I guess, on the 11th. And is that still the case? We think we can do that?
Or the 15th. My understanding is Dr. Rosenfeld is available the
Okay.
11th and the 15th.
So it should be good.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure I had raised the question.
We are currently proceeding according to plan. So
Okay.
thank you. Last call for our day. With that, we are adjourned for the day. Thank you very much, and I will see you on Friday.